that entertaining yet. That's so insane. That's such a shame. Next to them, my shit don't feel so grand. But I can't help myself from feeling bad. I kind of feel like two things can be sad. The world's smallest violin really needs an audience. So if I do not find somebody soon, I'll blow up into smithereens and spew my tiny symphony. Just let me play my violin for you. Somewhere in the universe, somewhere someone's got it worse. Wish that made it easier. Wish I didn't feel the hurt. The world's smallest violin really needs an audience. So if I do not find somebody soon, I'll blow up into smithereens and spew my tiny symphony all up and down the city street while trying to put my mind at ease, like finishing this melody. This feels like a necessity. This could be the death of me, or maybe I just better. They'll come in with the timpanis and take a shot of Hennessy. I know I'm not there mentally, but you could be the remedy. So let me play my violin for you.
There's some hoes in this house, there's some hoes in this house, there's some hoes in this house. There's some hoes in this house, there's some hoes in this house, there's some hoes in this house. I said certified freak, 7 days a week, wet ass pussy, make that pull like game week. Yeah, you fucking with some wet ass. Bring a bucket and a mop for this wet ass pussy. Give me everything you got for this wet ass pussy.
影のカラスは優也を求めている。
属性を見下ろす。
Beat it up, baby, catch a charge. Extra large and extra hard. Put this pussy right in your face. Swipe your nose like a credit card. Hop on top, I wanna ride. I do a Kegel while it's inside. Spit in my mouth, look in my eyes. Pussy is wet, come take a dive. Tie me up like I'm surprised. Let's roleplay, I'll wear a disguise. I want you to park that Big Mac truck right in this little garage. Make it cream, make me scream. Out in public, make a scene. I don't cook, I don't clean, but let me tell you how I got this ring. Gobble me, swallow me, drip down the side of me. Quick jump out for you, let it get inside of me. I tell him where to put it, never tell him where I'm about to be. I run down on him for I have a baby running me. Talk your shit, bite your lip. Ask for a call while you ride that dick. You really ain't never got a fucking for a thing. He already made his mind up for a king. Now get your boots and your coat for this wet ass pussy. He bought a phone just for pictures of this wet ass pussy. Pay my tuition just to kiss me on this wet ass pussy. Now make it rain if you wanna see some wet ass pussy. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, you fucking with some wet ass pussy. Bring a bucket and a mop for this wet ass pussy. Give me everything you got for this wet ass pussy. I'm talking wop, wop, wop on this wet ass pussy. Macaroni in a pot, that's some wet ass pussy. Give me everything you got for this wet ass pussy. There's some hoes in this house, there's some hoes.
みんながそばにいてくれれば風よ。とこれでいやヘイこれでヘイ
Wish I could explain it better. I wish it wasn't true. Give me
Welcome, everyone. My name is Alok Kanogia. I'm a psychiatrist who practices in Boston, Massachusetts. Thank you all for coming to the first of its kind Healthy Gamer lecture series. And for those of you who are joining us from the internet, welcome as well. A couple of things just kind of in terms.
A day or two to think of something clever, to write myself a letter, to tell me what to do. Do you read my interviews? Do you skim my avenue? When you said you were passing through, was I even on your way? I knew when I asked you to be cool, but I was telling you, you do the opposite of what you said you do, and I'd end up more afraid. Don't say it isn't fair. You clearly weren't aware that you made me miserable. If you really wanna know when I'm away from you, I'm happier than ever. Wish I could explain it better.
みんなは俺が守れ。天への前。
I wish it wasn't true.
これでや。
お嬢様の
俺が守るよ。全力攻撃だ。これで。へい。
You call me again, drunk in your bed, driving home under the influence. You scare me to death, but I'm wasting my breath, 'cause you only listen to your fucking. I don't relate to you. I don't relate to you, no, 'cause I never treat me this shitty. You about you on the internet, never told anyone anything bad, 'cause that shit's embarrassing. You were my everything, all that you did was made me fucking sad. Don't waste the time I don't have, don't try to make me feel bad. I could talk about every time that you showed up on time, but I'd have an empty line, 'cause you never did, never paid any mind to my mother or friends, so I shot them all out for you. I was a kid. You ruined everything good, always said you were misunderstood, made all my moments your own. Just fucking leave me alone. She'd take the world on my shoulders if it was ever hard to move. She turned the rain to a rainbow when I was living in the blue. Why then, if she is so perfect, do I still wish that it was you? it's working. So what can I do when you're out of sight in my mind? 'Cause sometimes I look in her eyes, that's where I find a glimpse of us. And I try to fall for her touch, but I'm thinking of the way it was. Said I'm fine, said I moved on. I'm only here passing time in her arms, hoping I'll find a glimpse of us. Tell me he savors your glory. Does he love the way I did? Is this a part of your story? One that I had never lived? Maybe one day you feel lonely, and in his eyes you get a glimpse. Maybe you start slipping slowly and find me again when you're out of sight in my mind. 'Cause sometimes I look in her eyes, that's where I find a glimpse of us. And I try to fall for her touch, but I'm thinking of the way you said I'm fine, said I moved on. I'm only here passing time in her arms, hoping I'll find a glimpse of us.
元気出してよ。姿を見せよ。
Sometimes I look in her eyes, that's where I find a glimpse of us. And I try to fall for her touch, but I'm thinking of the way it was. Said I'm fine, said I moved on. I'm only here passing time in her arms, hoping I'll find a glimpse.
ユエーブイ、出番だよ。
痛がっちゃいないの。有限なる来店、律令直。
手をつなぎましょう。
It was just two lovers, sitting in the car, listening to Blonde, falling for each other. Thinking Nori skies, feeling super childish, no Donna Glover. Missed call from my mother, like where you at tonight, got no alibi. I was all alone with the love all my life. She's got glitter for skin, my radiant beam in the night. I don't need no light to see you shine. It's your
全力攻撃だ。せい。
Oh, you slow down time
くらえ。
in your garden.
燃えろ。はいはい。みんなは俺が守る。
We were just two lovers, feet up on the dash, driving nowhere fast, burning through the summer. Radio on blast, with the moment last, she got solar power. Minutes feel like hours. She knew she was the baddest. Can you even imagine falling like I did for the love all my life? She's got a glow on her face, a glorious look in her eyes. My angel of light, I was all alone with the love all my life. She's got glitter for skin, my radiant beam in the night. I don't need no light to see
Don't stay awake for too long. Don't go to bed. I'll make a cup of coffee for your head. I'll get you up and going out of bed. Yeah, I don't wanna fall asleep, I don't wanna pass away. I've been thinking of our future, cause I'll never see those days. I don't know what is has happened, but I probably deserved it. Tried to do my best, but you know that I'm not perfect. Been praying for forgiveness, you've been praying for my health. When I leave this earth, hoping you'll find someone else. Cause yeah, we're still young, there's so much you haven't done. Getting married, start a family, watch your husband with a son. I wish it could be me, but I won't make it up this bed. I hope I go to heaven, so I'll see you once again. My life is kinda short, but I got so many blessings. Happy you were mine, it sucks that it's all ending. Happy that you're here with me. I'm sorry if I tear up. When me and you were younger, you would always make me cheer up. Taking goofy videos while walking through the park. You would jump into my arms every time you heard a bark. Cuddle in your sheets, sang me sound asleep, and sneak out through your kitchen at exactly 1 or 3. Sundays went to church, on Mondays watch a movie. Soon you'll be alone, sorry that you have to lose me. Don't stay awake for too long, don't go to bed. I'll make a cup of coffee for your head. I'll get you up and going out of bed.
私のお家にいらっしゃい。
歌よ錦と
助立ち参上。
この件はわかるかい？
全部丸見えね。知識はあなたに。
Listening there, I got aware, and all I can think is where is the ring?
5時の炎。
Moment will pass. I can see it in your eyes. Just take me by surprise. And all my friends, they tell me they see you planning to get on one
手を
knee.
つなぎましょう。
But I
私のお家にいらっしゃい。
want it to be
万歳の名において。
強戦。
So make sure I have no clue when you ask.
全部丸
Baby,
見え
take
ね。
my
影の
hand.
辛
I
さ。
want you to be my
女子
husband.
15
Cause you're my Iron Man. And I love you,
winner. I see the way you smile. You're thinking about the aisle. You reach in your pocket, emotional locket. And before you could ask, I answer too fast. And all my friends, they tell me they see you're planning to get on one knee. So now I can't stop thinking about you. I figured out all the clues. So now I ask, baby, take my hand. I want you to be my husband, 'cause you're my Iron Man. And I love you 3000. Baby, take a chance, 'cause I want this to be something straight out of a Hollywood movie. Ba-da-ba-da-da-da. No spoilers, please. Ba-da-ba-da-da-da. No spoilers, please. Baby, take my hand. I want you to be my husband, 'cause you're my Iron Man. And I love you 3000. Baby, take a chance, 'cause I want this to be something straight out of a Hollywood movie, baby. No spoilers, please. Ba-da-ba-da-da-da. No spoilers, please. Ba-da-ba-da-da-da. No spoilers, please. Ba-da-ba-da-da-da. And I love you 3000.
How did I ever get so lucky to wake up with my best friend? Pour your coffee with the milk and sugar and pray this will never end. My heart was like a one-room apartment. Then you knocked down the walls and planted a garden. Now I can see everything I've missed out on. Because you know me better than anybody else. Life was so cruel before I met you. I was so lost. Now you showed me how to take care of myself. I'd end up lonely and bitter if I even considered anyone else.
Life's funny when you're with somebody that So tell me when you're gonna let me in. I'm getting tired and I need somewhere to begin. I came across a fallen tree. I felt the branches of it looking at me. Is this a place we used to love? Is this a place that I've been dreaming of? Oh, simple thing, where have you gone? I'm getting old and I need something to rely on. So tell me when you're gonna let me in. I'm getting tired and I need somewhere to begin.
逃げようなんて思わないでよね。
姿を見せて
頼りにしたまれ。この件はわかるかい？
属性を見おらせる。へいはこれでいやはこれでせは
So I don't think
風だ
somewhere
ここだよ
なりうるか。雨描き方し。さい。
風よいや風が今年
逃げようなんて思わないでよね。
断罪の名によって
属性を見おらせる。へいせ
You're gonna let me in. I'm getting tired and I need somewhere to begin.
風だ足元に気もあれ食いなさいおーや次だよ
風よこれでへいせ身の程を知れ。
逃げようなんて思わないでよね。
ターゲットロックアップ
天へと前これでへいやせいへいはいやこれでせははとせい礼をわきまえる虫けら
風だ深海のカゴご安心捕まえたにゃ色なら特
属性を見おらせだへいせいこれでは
I'll never let you go again
これで
like I did. Oh, I
ご助力を
逃げようなんて思わないでよね。
一緒に遊ぼうよ
天へと前
I'll begin until I
これでへいせいや君ごと
I
き
said I
僕を
would
着地
never
する危険
fall unless it's you I fall into. I was lost within the darkness, but
属性を
then
見おらせ
I found you.
これでせいへい
Georgia,
ソーランド行こい
pull
一緒に遊ぼう
I used to love her. Once again, you felt like
ついてこいなんて言ってない
caught you.
チョック。
I'll never let you go again like I did. Oh, I used to say
律令。
I would never fall
私のお家にいらっしゃ
again
い
until I found her. I said I would never fall unless it's you I fall to.
来光へと
I
美し
was
きかな。
lost within the darkness, but then I found her. I found
手をつなぎましょう
かかれ。チョック。
I would never fall
風よ
again until I found her. I said I would never fall unless it's you I fall into
いたよ工作
I'm
せよ
lost within
覚えたわよ。はびこりな
darkness
さい。
and I found her. I found you.
Yeah.
I walked across an empty land. I knew the pathway like the back of my hand. I felt the earth beneath my feet. Sat by the river and it made me complete. Oh, simple thing, where have you gone? I'm getting old and I need something to rely on. So tell me when you're gonna let me in. I'm getting tired and I need somewhere to begin. I came across a fallen tree. I felt the branches of it looking at me. Is this the place we used to love? Is this the place that I've been dreaming of? Oh, simple thing, where have you gone? I'm getting old and I need something to rely on. So tell me when you're gonna let me in. I'm getting tired and I need somewhere to begin. And if you have a minute, why don't we go talk about it somewhere only we know? This could be the end of everything. So why don't we go somewhere only we know? Somewhere only we know. Oh, simple thing, where have you gone? I'm getting old and I need something to rely on. So tell me when you're gonna let me in. I'm getting tired and I need somewhere to begin. And if you have a minute, why don't we go talk about it somewhere only we know? This could be the end of everything. So why don't we go somewhere only we know? Somewhere only we know. Fly
15ちょっと15
and guide me
動かないでね。いくよ。知識、あなたに
稲光すなわち永遠なり見切りましたはっふんふんふん
hold my hand.
痛くしちゃうかも。私のお家にいらっしゃい。
律令15有限なる来店チョック律令チョック
ゆえぐい。
ここより弱滅の時逃げ道はありません邪魔者の粛清を
はびこりなさい。痛くしちゃうかも。
ジュゴンチョック
Please be
せ
true. The word I love you.
I'm sitting here in the boring room. It's just another rainy Sunday afternoon. I wasted my time, I got nothing to do. I'm hanging around, I am waiting for you, but nothing ever happens. And I wonder, I'm driving around in my car. I'm driving too fast, I'm driving too far. I like to change my point of view. I feel so lonely, I'm waiting for you, but nothing ever happens. And I wonder how, I wonder why. Yesterday you told me about the blue, blue sky, and all that I can see is just a yellow lemon tree. I'm turning my head up and down. I'm turning, 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 turning around, and all that I can see is just another lemon tree. Sing da 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 dee da 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 dee da 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 dee dee da. I'm sitting here, I miss the power. I like to go out, taking a shower, but there's a heavy cloud inside my head. I feel so tired, put myself into bed where nothing ever happens. And I wonder, isolation is not good for me. Isolation, I don't want to sit on a lemon tree. I'm stepping around in a desert of joy. Baby, in me, how I got another choice, and everything will happen. And you wonder, I wonder how, I wonder why. Yesterday you told me about the blue, blue sky, and all that I can see is just a yellow lemon tree. I'm turning my head up and down. I'm turning, 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 turning around, and all that I can see is just another lemon tree. And I wonder, I wonder how, I wonder why. Yesterday you told me about the blue, blue sky, and all that I can see, and all that I can see, and all that I can see is just a yellow lemon tree.
話が通じないなら
どの目が出るかしら。
ミュージックみんなを守るからね。ミューピコソ
真夜中のもしもしどういう意味わかんない
捕まえた。
それでも
いいとよ。工作せよ。
いつも恋人ふりをして今夜スピカ好きだけ分かってるのも相手をさえ君に魅了された今回が最後だって何度も言っ
痛がっちゃいない。どの目が出るかしら。
Turn me on like a light switch 君が近づいてきた瞬間もう手こしたくない欲望が押されたい You turn me on like a light switch 君が近づいてきた瞬間僕の手のひらの上で踊らさ
全部丸見えね。知識あなたにも
君に振り回されるのが
逃げ道。
でも嫌だけど姿を見るとこ
こより弱滅の時。
いつも恋人ふりをして今夜スピカ好き
裁きの雷。
分かってるの相手をしたい君に魅了された今回が最後だって何度も言った
終わりね。
無
我の境地。逃げ道はありません。振動の権限。
欲望が押されたい You turn me on like a light switch.君が近づいてきた瞬間僕の瞳の上で踊らされ
稲光すなわち永遠なり
もっともっともっともっともっとそれでを見せて
私のお家にいらっしゃい
十分立流十分いや有限なるライトちょっと十分
決めてちょうだい知識はあなたにしたい終わりで撤収かかれ
見切りましたここより弱滅の裁きの雷
In terms of housekeeping, so in 2018, we're going to try to do a couple more workshops or seminars in the Boston area. And depending on how much interest or traction we get, we may try to do something in New York City. For those of you who are kind of interested in working longitudinally or continuing after this, we do have a couple of online options. There is a mailing list. We have a couple of Discord group chats where people can kind of work through stuff together. Those have been going really well. And then we're going to continue to make other kinds of content. So there may be, down below in the comment section, you guys should see, like, you guys can follow me on Twitter, and there'll be a couple of different email addresses that you guys can sign up for if you're interested in workshops, if you're interested in more online content, if you're interested in any of the online groups, you can get connected to everything down there. So if you guys have any questions about any of that, ask me or one of the other staffers after we're done. So just to let you guys know a little bit about why I call this kind of the healthy gaming lecture series. A few years ago when I was training, I got kind of curious about video game addiction. And the more people that I talked to, the more I realized that, like, the psychiatric community doesn't actually know much about video game addiction. And I realized that the reason for that is because most people who are kind of at the forefront, the leaders of thought within the field of psychiatry and psychology, are like experts, right? So they're like people in their 50s and 60s. If you look at people who are like chiefs of psychiatry, so for example, I trained at this place called Massachusetts General Hospital and another place called McLean Hospital, and the chief of psychiatry at MGH is this guy named Jerry Rosenbaum. He's an awesome guy, but he's like older, and I don't know if he's ever really played video games. So all of the people who are kind of leading the field of psychiatry, if you look at people like the president of the American Psychiatric Association, all of those people are like older, and they haven't really had experience playing video games. And so they don't actually know what it's like to play video games, and they really struggle to help people who struggle with video game addiction. So what I started to do is I got kind of curious about it, and I realized that actually none of my mentors or leaders in the field could actually tell me much about it because they didn't know much about it. So what I started to do is just started working with gamers. So I just talked to people on it started out with like kind of my Steam friends list, and then over time as I started talking to more and more people, I started getting emails, and people that I had talked to were like, hey, maybe you should talk to this guy, and word of mouth kind of spread, and I ended up working with, over the last 3 years, maybe 50 or 60 gamers, and spent hundreds of hours working with these people. And then even recently started to get requests to work with some professional video game players in terms of like stress management and things like that. And so I just started working with people and trying to figure out, like, why is it that you guys play video games, and what can we do to help you with your addiction? One of the first things that I realized when I was working with these people is that I don't think addiction is really a great term. And I think this is part of the problem with the field of psychiatry, is we try to take things that we know, like drug addiction and alcohol addiction, and we try to apply it to new phenomenon like video game addiction. And so we sort of all lump those things together. But in my mind, there's a huge difference between someone who's an alcoholic and someone who's addicted to video games. I mean, I myself almost failed out of college due to playing way too many video games when I was like a freshman and sophomore. And so I was kind of there, and I still feel like I haven't changed. It's not like my addiction got cured. It's just my gaming used to be what I like to call problematic, and now it's become healthier. So it used to really interfere with the goals that I had for myself and interfere with my life. Like I remember sleeping through my Spanish final freshman year because I was playing Diablo 2 until like 4 in the morning. And I remember like my alarm going off at 7:30 that I have a final in an hour. And I just like turned off my alarm and went back to sleep and then like failed Spanish because I just fucking slept through the final. That is a problem, right? That's when your gaming is a problem. And now, you know, I still play games. I still enjoy playing games. I'd love to play more games, but I'm too busy doing this shit with you guys instead of actually playing games. But that's okay. I'm okay with that because I feel like this is something that I find meaningful and fulfilling. And so games have become kind of more of a recreation for me. And that's what I'd like to help you guys do. So it's not about whether you're a video game addict or not. And we will talk a little bit about, you know, how do you decide if your gaming is a problem? How do you decide if you're an addict? But what I'd really like to do today is help you guys learn how to be a healthy gamer. And this is another thing. So in the addiction world, you know, there's this idea that it's abstinence only. If you're an alcoholic, it's like, you know, 10 years sober and you're never allowed to have a single drink. My understanding is that video game addiction is different because there are a lot of people I've worked with who used to have really problematic gaming who still enjoy playing games but are doing fine in life now. One of the people that I work with he's actually a really successful entrepreneur, makes like 7 figures a year, and still plays like video games for like 30 hours a week. And I think he's okay with that, and I think that's fine too. If you're doing everything that you want to do, and you want to play video games for 30 hours a week, that's fine, go for it. So today, what I'd like to do is kind of just start by reframing a little bit. So the first thing is that, you know, it's not about whether you're an addict or not. I think where we need to start is to help you guys understand why you play video games in the first place and what function video games serve for you. And then we also need to think about how do video games shape you? How do they change your brain? How do they affect your neurochemistry? How do they affect your ability to form relationships and your ability to solve problems? Because they definitely do. When a human brain does something for 4 hours a day, pretty much every day of the week, that whatever activity they do is going to change their brain. If you think about someone who plays music for 4 hours a day, that's going to change the way their brain works. It's going to change the way that their auditory cortex develops. And in that same way, gaming shapes you guys. So the goals of these lectures are not necessarily to overcome your addiction, but to gain understanding about yourself and understanding about how the gaming that you do shapes the person that you are. And so today we're going to cover a couple of different topics. So we're going to talk about some just general things about sort of introduction to gaming and how you know whether it's a problem or how you know whether it's an addiction. We're going to talk about some things involving cognition. So how does gaming change the way that you think and change the way that you approach problems? We're going to talk a little bit about neuroscience because one of the things that I found is that gamers are actually really good at dealing with complicated information. And one of the reasons that I love working with you guys is I can actually talk about technical neuroscience and it bizarrely does not go over your heads. You guys are actually able to assimilate and use that information in a way that very few of my patients are. So we're going to talk about neuroscience, we're going to talk about cognition, we're going to talk about some general principles. We're also going to talk about relationships. So we'll talk a little bit about how you form relationships in games, how that works, how gaming interferes with relationships. And we're also going to talk a little bit about emotions. And so my hope is that by helping you guys understand a little bit about who you are and how you work, how your emotions work, how your cognition works, how you form relationships, what's happening in your brain. My hope is to equip you or empower you with this information so that you can get understanding around your gaming. And by gaining understanding, eventually get control over this person that you are. And by getting control over yourself, my hope is that you can move in the direction that you want to and stop being a problematic gamer and start being a healthy.
風を知れ風よそこだはっ
that most gamers ask me is, do I have a problem? Am I actually addicted to video games? And that's actually the best question to start off with. How do you know whether your gaming is just a normal part of your life, it's a way of having fun, it's a form of recreation, or is it a problem? Is it actually an addiction? And it kind of makes sense. I mean, it's a tricky question because gaming actually offers us a lot of positive things in life. If we think about it, gaming serves as a form of recreation. It's something that you do with your friends. It serves as a way to de-stress and actually cope with problems. It serves as a way to connect with other human beings and form relationships. And so it's a completely reasonable question to ask, you know, is the gaming that I do, like when I play, let's say, a whole weekend of World of Warcraft after a week of finals, is that a problem? When I game for 12 hours a day on Saturday and Sunday after studying my ass off for the semester, is that a problem? And it's a great question, and I think at the end of the day, the answer is relatively simple. If it's causing a problem, it is a problem. In psychiatry, we have one very simple line that if you cross that line, we say that you've got an illness. And that line is simply, does it impair your function? Does it actually get in the way of something that you want to do? So if we take a look at, for example, de-stressing, we see that, you know, if I have a long day and I go home and I play video games, that's kind of a healthy coping mechanism. But let's say that I have a job that's super stressful, and then I go home and I play games for hours to kind of decompress from that job. And the next day I go to the job and it's super stressful and I come home and I decompress. And that goes on for days and weeks and months. That's a problem if you're not changing your life in any way. If the gaming is getting in the way of you talking to your boss about why your job is a problem, if your gaming is getting in the way of you trying to find another job that's not so stressful, then I'd say it is a problem. If you're gaming, it's fine to use gaming as a coping mechanism in a way to de-stress from your day, but if you're not actually dealing with the sources of your stress, if you're not actually improving things, and you're kind of ignoring a problem or letting a problem fester, then I think gaming is a problem. So just to sum up, you know, if you guys are asking yourself the question, am I addicted to video games? I would ask you, is your gaming getting in the way of things that you want to do? Is your gaming getting in the way of your academic performance? Are you not doing as well in school as you should be because you're playing video games? Is it getting in the way of your professional success? Are you not getting promoted, or are you not looking for a better job? Or are you not switching fields? Are you not growing in a professional capacity because you spend so much time gaming? Is gaming interfering with your physical health? Are you gaining too much weight? Should you be losing weight? Is gaming getting in the way of your sleep? Are you not able to run a mile comfortably? If gaming is impairing, if you're spending so much time gaming that you're not actually taking care of yourself physically, that's a problem. Does gaming create problems in your relationships? Are you not able to find a romantic partner, like a girlfriend or something like that, because you spend so much time gaming? Is gaming creating stress between, let's say, you and your parents? They think you spend too much time gaming, you think you spend just the right amount of time gaming. Is there some problem that's happening in your relationship because of your gaming? If the answer to any of those questions is yes, then I think your gaming is a problem. The most subtle problem that a lot of gamers actually end up with is actually that gaming prevents their creative pursuits. So I've met a lot of gamers who are really smart, and I'm sure you guys, all of you have either a great idea for a video game, or a great idea for a startup, or you have some sort of great idea for a novel that you want to write, or you have this sci-fi TV show that you think would be absolutely awesome. but you never actually work towards it. You never actually sit down and start to write the opening scene of your TV show because you spent so much time gaming. And I think that that's actually the most dangerous and insidious part of a video game. One of the biggest problems that gamers have is moving into the real world and doing things outside of the game. One of the if you guys could do whatever you wanted to have outside of the video game, you wouldn't be here. You wouldn't be listening to me. And that's a perfectly reasonable problem to have, as crazy as that sounds. And what I'd like to do is start by digging into where does that come from? Why is it that you guys may have things that you want to do, but have trouble actually doing? You have hopes, you have desires, you have dreams, you even know what you should be doing, but you have trouble doing it. And so in my view, the way to actually get control of that, the way to control your behavior and start doing the things that you want to be doing, that you know you should be doing, is to understand where that problem comes from. In order to understand how to fix something, we have to understand what's actually wrong. And I think a lot of the paralysis that gamers have in doing things outside of a video game actually comes from the way that they're treated when they're very young. A lot of gamers are smart. Data actually shows that the average gamer is actually smarter than the rest of the average population, that you guys have higher IQs than the rest of the average person. And so what I found working with gamers is that a lot of gamers, when they grow up, they're told that they're smart. And so kids, when they're told they're smart, something very interesting happens. They start to develop this identity that I'm a smart kid. And when they start to develop an identity that they're a smart kid, they start to do things that reinforce that identity and stay away from things that contrast with that identity. So for example, if I'm a smart kid, I want to do things that other people are going to perceive as smart. But if there's something I'm not very good at, if there's something that I try and is going to make me look stupid, a kid is actually not going to do that. And so over time, what starts to happen is the smart kid only does things that make him appear to be smart, which means that things that are, generally speaking, easier, and stays away from things that are hard for them. And so this works out fine until they're like in 3rd grade, 4th grade, 5th grade, because as a smart kid, you don't have to spend a whole lot of time studying. You can just do the things that you want to, and everyone, like your parents or your teachers or your family or family friends, are all going to say, oh, look at that kid, he's so bright. But over time, what happens is those kinds of kids start to avoid challenging things. Because whenever they do something that's challenging, they feel stupid. And that's not who you are, right? Because you're a smart guy. And I know all of you guys think you're smart. You think you're super geniuses. And the funny thing is that's true. But as I'm sure you guys know, being smart isn't enough. So let's kind of go back a little bit to this idea of a smart kid doing only things that they feel is smart. And so when they do that, what happens is they start to avoid difficult things. And as the kid gets older, that avoidance becomes kind of baked in. It becomes a part of who they are and how they move around in the world. And so this avoidance actually starts at a very young age. And if you stop and think about it, the hardest things for gamers to do, the hardest thing for you to do, is something where you're being observed by other people and you feel incompetent. And why is it that that bothers you so much? Even if those are people that you don't care about, even if you're never going to see them again, it's really hard for you to do anything where other people see how incompetent you are. And so what happens is gamers they run away from any sort of experience that makes them feel less than smart, or where they feel kind of silly or incompetent. And that actually paralyzes you in life. Because most of the things that you do in life, you're going to suck at the very beginning. And so if that's the case, if that resonates with you, the next natural question is, if this problem starts because you have a kid who has built up this ego of them being smart, and in order to preserve that ego, they actually avoid doing anything that they have to learn how to do. They only do the simple things. Then you end up where you guys are now, which is that you know you should do a lot of things, but it's really hard for you to do them because of the way that you feel judged. So how do you get around that? The first way you get around that is by reframing a little bit. So in the world, we tend to value intelligence. And we say like, oh, so for example, I'm a faculty member at Harvard Medical School. And so when people learn that, the first thing that they say is, you must be so smart. And it's true, like I'm a pretty smart guy, but I'm actually probably not a whole lot smarter than you guys are. What the world actually values and rewards is experience and competence. Because if you think about it, a lot of people are really smart, but they actually don't amount to much. And that's probably the way that you feel right now. You feel that despite being so smart, you're not able to accomplish a whole lot in life. And 95% of gamers, when I talk to them about that, they say that it's because I'm lazy. And we'll dig into lazy, but for now I want to focus a little bit on reframing from smart or stupid to experience and inexperience. So the more that in your mind you can realize that actually your success has nothing to do with your intelligence. It has to do with your experience or inexperience, and the degree of competence you have, the better off you're going to be. So I encourage all of you guys to think about what you want to do and try to tell yourself, try to reframe in your mind that it's not that I'm smart or I'm stupid, but that I'm experienced or inexperienced. And the more that you can start to approach situations like that, like let's say applying for a job, you can say, oh, I suck at interviews. But interviews require practice, and the more you practice at interviewing, the better off you're going to be. And so I encourage all of you guys, if you're feeling paralyzed in life, if you're feeling like you can't move out into the world and do the things that you want or should do, to first look at yourself and ask yourself, is the roadblock to me moving forward because I feel judged, because I feel stupid? And if the answer to that question, which I guess is yes, then the first solution that you have to do is a change in your mindset. Don't think of yourself as stupid, think of yourself as inexperienced. And the neat thing about that is that the more you think of yourself as inexperienced, the more you naturally realize that the solution to inexperience is to try things. And the funny thing is that when you try things and you accept that you're inexperienced, you're actually okay failing. And if you really look at yourselves, I would bet money that the problem that you have is that you can't tolerate the idea of failing. But if you can reframe to inexperience, then failure is kind of a normal part of it, right? You've got to learn, you've got to stumble a couple of times before you learn how to walk. And if you guys can make that shift, I think that's going to be the first step to you being able to move forward in the world and kind of overcome that obstacle of feeling like you're stupid or feeling like you're judged.
みんなは俺が守るそれ助立ち参上属性を見下ろさいやこれでこれでとついてこいなんて言ってないよ
Over the past few years, I've had the chance to work with dozens of gamers. And the more I work with gamers, the more I started to wonder, like, what's actually going on in these people's brains? In my day job, I'm an addiction psychiatrist, so I tend to work with people who have problems with alcohol or opiates or marijuana. And one of the things that I have always found really helpful is to understand, how do these substances actually affect the chemistry in someone's brain? And so the more I work with gamers, the more I realize that gaming certainly has effects in people's brains, but those effects tend to be a little bit more subtle than what happens with biological addictions like alcohol. Alcohol, for example, directly stimulates certain receptors in your brain that give you feelings of euphoria and disinhibition and kind of slow you down a little bit. Whereas gaming affects your brain in slower ways. It's not like it's not an actual chemical or physical substance that's entering your bloodstream and directly activating parts of your brain. The way that games affect your brain tend to be in smaller ways, and they tend to affect different parts of your brain at the same time. So the first kind of circuitry that I wanted to talk about today is your reward circuitry, or your dopamine circuitry. And dopamine is the primary neurotransmitter that regulates pleasure in the brain. So there's this part of the brain called the nucleus accumbens. And when dopamine activity happens there, it's one of the ways in which we feel pleasure. It's like the pleasure center of our brain. If we look at a lot of drugs of abuse like cocaine and amphetamines and things like that, those stimulant drugs tend to directly increase dopamine in our brain, which makes us feel good and euphoric. Video games usually start out that way. So if you stop and think about, why is a video game fun? Like, what makes it fun? It's because there's something going on with the way that you're interacting with the game, and there's some degree of engagement that causes this dopamine release to happen in your brain. And so that's what makes a game fun. The interesting thing is, the more I work with gamers, and you guys may feel like this happened to you too, there are 3 discrete phases that a gamer goes through when they play a game. The first phase tends to be when the game is actively fun. Like, the more you play, you're actually enjoying yourself. It's a lot of fun. You want to keep playing it. And then over time, we're talking more like months or years, not days, as you continue to game regularly, your brain starts to adapt to that steady degree of dopamine release. And our brain has a very normal mechanism called homeostasis, where it tries to maintain kind of a balanced state. So one of the ways that homeostasis manifests is a biological principle we call tolerance. So if you think about someone who drinks for the first time, the alcohol really, they can get drunk really quick. But if you start to drink on a regular basis, your body develops tolerance to the alcohol. It takes more and more alcohol to make you feel like you're drunk, because what's happening is your body is starting to make itself less sensitive to the effects of alcohol. And gaming is actually no different. So in the first phase of gaming, our body really hasn't acclimatized to that dopamine release, so it starts to feel really, really fun. In the second phase, we start to develop tolerance to that constant stream of dopamine, and so what happens is the game starts to be less fun. When you're playing the game, you're not having as much fun as when you used to. In the second phase, it doesn't really give us a high, but it can still remove a low. So some people, when they game, when they first start gaming, they feel like they're having fun. They feel like it's kind of like a high. And then in the second phase, even though you don't feel the high, if you're feeling bad and you start to game, you can make those negative feelings go away. So if you're feeling stressed out, if you're feeling frustrated, if you're feeling pissed off, then there's a chance that when you play the game, those feelings will kind of go into the background. And we'll talk a little bit more about emotions. So in the first phase, it's kind of giving you a positive emotion. In the second phase, it's getting rid of a negative emotion. If people continue to game, what actually happens is they enter this third phase, which is also true of biological addictions, where it doesn't even take away the negative emotions. And some of you guys feel like you're kind of trapped in your game. It's not even fun for you anymore, but you somehow don't know how to stop doing it. You don't even have fun with it, but it's like you just can't do anything else. And it's not like you actually enjoy your gaming, it's just you can't stop. And if you've reached that point where the game doesn't even, if you play a game for 12 hours a day and you actually stop and think, you're not even having fun during those 12 hours, that's really when you've started to develop a biological addiction. And so what does that actually mean? What's going on in your brain? So it starts off with, when you're playing a game, it releases dopamine in this area called the nucleus accumbens. And as the brain gets used to that dopamine release, it actually starts to decrease its sensitivity to receive that dopamine signal. So it's kind of like turning the volume down on, like a radio, where the strength of the signal of the radio is the same no matter whether the volume is up or the volume is down. but you can change the way that that signal is manifested by adjusting the volume. So it's like your brain is actually turning down the volume on your dopamine circuitry because it's getting so much dopamine all the time. Over time, this leads to this state called dopamine exhaustion, where your body is so chronically used to having that high level of dopamine from the game that the volume is turned way down. And that causes huge problems for gamers because other things that you would normally find fun start to become less fun because your dopamine tolerance is so high and you've hit this point of dopamine exhaustion. When I work with gamers, and you guys let me know if you feel the same way, a lot of what they tell me is that the game actually isn't as fun as it used to be. But if they try to do other things, they don't find those other things as fun as well. It's like things that, like going out to with friends for dinner is like kind of fun, or they used to do other things, like they used to maybe play like pickup football, or they used to watch more movies or something like that, but that even other activities outside of gaming become less fun. And that's really, really dangerous, because when you try to stop gaming, what you have to do is you have to do something else instead. So you're getting out of the house more, but the problem is that when you get out of the house and you try to do something that other people consider fun, you may find that you actually don't feel like that activity is fun. And at that point, the gamer concludes, oh, I don't like X, Y, or Z. I don't like going to an art museum because it isn't as fun as the game. I don't like going for a hike, or I don't like hanging out with these other people because it's just not as fun. What you need to realize as a gamer is that when you feel like it's not as fun, there's actually a change in your neurochemistry that's going to make it so that any activity that you do that you would normally find enjoyable is going to be dulled because of the way that games have exhausted your dopamine circuitry. And so what you really have to do, and this is why it's so hard to quit gaming, is give yourself time away from the game, and then your body will reset its homeostasis to have kind of a normal dopamine level. And once that reset happens, and that can take somewhere between probably 3 weeks and 2 months, to be completely honest, you should start to get some change within 1 week, but like by 3 weeks you should have a decent change, and by 2 months you should have it kind of be completely back to normal. During that period of time, you just have to recognize that anything else that you do may be less fun because of the way that your dopamine neurocircuitry has been changed. And so when you're thinking about gaming, first ask yourself, did you go through these phases? Did I first find that games were a lot of fun? Did I then find that games weren't as fun, but if I was having a bad day, they still kind of made me feel better? And then the third phase is, if you've hit the point where you're playing games and you don't even know why you're playing them anymore, you don't even find them fun, but you can't stop, then chances are you've got this dopamine circuitry exhaustion problem. And then understand that when you try to go out into the real world and find alternatives to gaming, because of the way that your dopamine circuits have been exhausted, you're not going to find that stuff as fun. And if you actually give yourself a couple of weeks or a couple of months, you'll start to enjoy activities in a different way that has nothing to do with your preferences or your likes or your dislikes. It has everything to do with what your brain is actually capable of in terms of feeling enjoyment.
星と深淵を無事今日の
風よ
We've covered a couple of topics around kind of the neuroscience of how gaming works. And now what I'd like to talk a little bit about is why gaming can feel so paralyzing, and how it works that you guys know that your gaming is a problem, and you know that you should game less, and you understand that all the way down to the core of your being, and yet you're powerless to actually change your behavior. And so now what I'm going to explain to you guys is what's happening in your brain that keeps you from changing that behavior. So in order to understand this, we first have to think back a little bit about how the brain actually learns things. So let's say that I'm a 5-year-old kid and I touch a hot stove and I get burned. So what happens after I touch the hot stove? So I get this signal of pain, and then the pain is really bad, and it travels up my arm. And then in my brain, there are pain receptors that sort of activate in my somatosensory cortex. So I feel the pain, I get burned, and then that pain causes me to suffer, and then since I'm a 5-year-old, I start crying. When I start crying, there are parts of my brain like my amygdala which lights up, and the amygdala is the part of your brain that sort of governs fear and negative emotion. And then since I'm feeling that negative emotion, what happens is the amygdala makes connections to this other part of our brain called the hippocampus, and the hippocampus is responsible for learning and memory. And what happens when I touch a hot stove is all it takes me is one try to touch a hot stove to learn to never touch a hot stove again. So if I just get burned once, I'm never going to touch a hot stove again. Makes sense to everyone, right? Like, if you do something and you really get hurt doing it, you're never going to do it again. So let's think a little bit about how that circuit works. So the part of our brain that feels negative emotion is very closely connected to the part of our brain that is responsible for learning and memory. And so if we think about how we learn, pain is actually the best teacher. If we think about how long it takes us to learn something positive, like positive reinforcement, I have to be reinforced multiple times in order to learn something through positive reinforcement. But learning through punishment is very, very easy. If I, for example, stand up and say the wrong thing in class and everyone laughs at me, it's going to be very hard for me to stand up and try to answer a question in class again, because that experience was so painful, and we learn from pain and we try to avoid pain. That's what our body was designed to do. That's what our brain was designed to do. If you think about animals, if an animal does something that's painful, it's really hard to get that animal to do that thing again, because we're designed to avoid pain because pain is damaging to us. So what does this have to do with gaming? Like, how does this pain circuitry and this learning circuitry, what does that have to do with gamers, and how does that lead to gamers being paralyzed? And this goes back to a little bit about when we were talking about gaming suppressing negative emotions. So when you play a video game, there are fMRI studies. So an fMRI study is a study that looks at the activity of different parts of your brain. And so fMRI studies basically tell you when different parts of your brain are active. So fMRI studies that look at video gamers show that when your amygdala is active, when you're suffering or experiencing pain or fear, if you start to play a video game, that video game calms down the amygdala. So the amygdala is no longer active. And you guys all have an experience of this. If you're having a bad day and you start to play a game, you start to feel better, right? Like, that's just what happens. The game sort of makes you feel better, makes you feel less stressed out. It's a way to cope. You have some fun. And that's kind of what games are designed to do, is to make you feel better. So the damning thing about that is that if you're suppressing your amygdala, you're also suppressing your amygdala's capability to access the hippocampus and teach you something. So if pain is a wonderful teacher and video games suppress the experience of pain or suffering, then that's a problem, because you're actually not activating your learning circuitry. You're not activating your hippocampus. And that's why when gamers play a game, they know that they should stop, but the part of your brain that actually, how can I say this? The part of your brain that keeps you from touching the stove the second time around, that part of your brain is really strong, because if I lit a stove and I told you guys to touch it, it would be basically impossible for you to do it. You could want to touch it as much as you want to, but there's a part of your brain that is never going to let you touch a hot stove, because that's just crazy. There's no way that you would do it. And so if you think about it, the most fucked up thing about gaming is that part of your brain which teaches you lessons gets shut off when you play a video game. And so that's why you guys are so paralyzed. That's why every day when you wake up, you sit down and you play this video game and you're like, fuck, man, I shouldn't be playing this. I should be applying for a job, or I should be studying for my test, or I should be doing this, or I should be doing that. There's this part of your rational mind that's telling you that you should not play games, that games are bad for you. But there's some kind of block, this gigantic barrier in some deeper part of your brain, and this is like your amygdala and your hippocampus. These are like the reptilian parts of your brain that lizards have. that are blocking you from changing that behavior. And the reason they're blocking you is because gaming inhibits that learning circuitry by inhibiting those emotions. And when you inhibit those emotions, you inhibit the experience of pain. And when you inhibit the pain, you no longer learn from that reinforcement. So this is something that you guys really need to understand. The reason that it's hard for you to stop gaming is not because you guys have low willpower. It's not because you're lazy. It's because there are parts of your brain that involve changing your behavior, which actually get shut off when you play a video game. And the way that that happens is that's mediated through the experience of negative emotion. And when you quiet those negative emotions, you inhibit your learning circuitry. And so gaming is actually really paralyzing because it prevents you from learning. And that's why y'all feel so paralyzed, because you know that you need to stop, but it's like there's this ogre inside you that won't let you stop playing video games. And that's because there's a part of your brain that's just not learning. It's not learning about the consequences of your actions. Even if you understand it up here, that reptilian brain is not letting you change your behavior. So you guys may ask, well, if this is the case, then am I just screwed? Because if I'm playing a game and it's not going to let me learn, am I just fucked? And the answer is actually no. There is a way forward. And the way forward, we're going to talk a little bit more about emotions. But the more that you're able to experience emotions, and the more that you're able to sort of activate that amygdala and tolerate that negative emotion, the more that you don't suppress those emotions, the more you'll start to learn and reactivate that learning circuitry. So in a weird way, the way to actually start to learn how to avoid gaming, how to avoid gaming, how to get control of your gaming, is by letting yourself tolerate some negative emotional states. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. For our next neuroscience topic, I want to tell you guys about something called the triumph circuit. Now, the triumph circuit isn't quite like the dopamine circuit or some of the emotional circuits we talk about, in the sense that those circuits are very easily mapped onto the brain. Like there's a part of your brain called the nucleus accumbens that secretes dopamine and gives you a sense of pleasure. There's a part of your brain called the amygdala that anytime you feel fear or negative emotion is active. The triumph circuit is a little bit different. It's something that doesn't localize to one part of the brain, but is just a general pattern of kind of psychology and cognition that is important to human beings. In short, the triumph circuit is the part of our brain that makes us feel good when we overcome a challenge. And to start to understand the triumph circuit, we have to track back to why human beings have this in the first place. And if you stop and think about what makes a game so addictive, there's a sense of a challenge followed by an achievement. Like if you're playing a game like Dark Souls and you've died 6 times on a boss, and then you beat that boss afterward, you feel amazing. It gives you this rush. So where does that rush come from? Why do human beings relish something that is a challenge followed by a success? Where does that feeling of triumph come from? And what we need to do is actually track back and look at kind of evolutionary biology to understand where the triumph circuit comes from. So like millions of years ago, when human beings were hunter-gatherers, there would be like a range that they would sort of hunt and forage in, and you would sort of have a territory, and people would go out and they'd kind of like look for berries or look for animals. And sometimes, that area was it was safe, it was a little bit conservative, people knew where the predators were, they knew where like the berry bushes were, and so it was kind of like a safe place to be. And then what happened is some human beings had the desire to kind of go beyond that safe place and to venture a little bit into dangerous parts of the jungle. And for the ones who ventured into the dangerous parts, there's a greater chance that they would find food because it hasn't been picked clean because it's not the safe part. And so the ones that ventured out past the safe zone and exposed themselves to more predators had a greater chance of finding more food. And so when they ventured into the dangerous territory, everyone was kind of scared, right? They're like, oh my God, don't go into the forbidden area of the jungle because you may be eaten by a tiger. But when they came back with more food, they were rewarded because they went into the dangerous territory and succeeded in bringing something back. So if you look at evolutionary biology, there's a strong story about venturing into the unknown and finding something, overcoming some kind of challenge, and then bringing it back to society. And if you look at how that's shaped social psychology, we as human beings value people who overcome odds. Why is it that society cares that someone survived cancer? Like, why is that a thing? Like, why do we value that? It's because cancer survivors speak to that triumph circuit. There's something about the danger of cancer and the capability that cancer is absolutely going to destroy you, that when you survive it, it becomes something that is universally esteemed. If you face any kind of challenge, like let's say that you're in a war zone and you have to like travel through a war zone and then you make it out alive, you're going to feel a great sense of exhilaration and you're going to feel a sense of triumph. So human beings have a very fundamental circuit in their brain that correlates the amount of challenge they face with the amount of triumph that they feel. And if you think about video games have done a very good job at striking that balance. Let's think a little bit about games that are too easy. Why aren't they fun? It's because they're too easy. And other games that aren't fun are games that are too hard, right? Like if you just think about it, like if there's a game and you turn on God mode and then you run through the game, it's not nearly as fun as if you play it normally. So there's something about games that game designers work really hard to strike this balance of making it challenging enough to feel like you accomplish something when you overcome that challenge. But in order to get that feeling of accomplishment, you have to have a feeling of a challenge. And what that's doing is accessing the triumph circuit of our brain. The really dangerous thing about the triumph circuit in video games is that the triumph circuit was originally designed to help human beings achieve something in life. So if you think about who do we respect people like doctors and lawyers because the path that they've walked tends to be viewed as harder. Like studying really hard for 7 years to becoming a neurosurgeon is something that we respect because it's hard to do. We respect people who do hard things. And that's been kind of a good thing from an evolutionary perspective because when we face a challenge and we overcome it, that yields good rewards. I mean, that's correlated with actual improvement in your personal life. If we think about jobs and adversity, society compensates doctors higher and neurosurgeons at a high rate because what they do is very difficult. So we fundamentally respect people who can overcome challenges. What happens in a video game is that they sort of artificially hijack that triumph circuit. And so they give gamers the feeling of achieving something or being triumphant by activating that circuitry in your brain. The problem is that that achievement doesn't actually come with a real world reward. And so what happens is that triumph circuit for most people causes them to strive to achieve something and improve their lives. But when that same part of your brain, when the triumph circuit gets activated by the game, then suddenly you get the same neurological benefit, but without any of the real world consequences. And that's what makes it so incredibly dangerous. And so one of the things you have to understand as a gamer is when you achieve something in the game, the degree of achievement that you feel from a neurologic perspective can be really similar to what you feel when you achieve something in the real world, because the game is just accessing that circuitry. And so you have to be careful because when you look at yourself and you look at, why do I play the game and what do I like about playing this game? How does the game make me feel? Recognize that part of that is a feeling of triumph. And once you understand that that feeling of triumph is there, you'll start to be a little bit better at navigating some of the challenges that you face in the real world. But at the end of the day, I think the main point of explaining the triumph circuit is just to equip you guys with knowledge. Take a look at yourself and ask yourself, why do I play this game? When is it that I feel the best in the game? What's so exciting about downing a raid boss in World of Warcraft or FF14? Like, why does that feel so good to us? It's because it's hijacking this thing called the Triumph Circuit, and you feel like you've really accomplished something. Gamers feel like they've really done something worthwhile when they down this raid boss. But the really dangerous thing about that is that that raid boss was designed to be defeated. Games are designed to be beaten. And what game designers do is they want to make it hard and make it feel like an achievement. But if you really stop and look at it, all games are designed to be beaten by most people. Otherwise, they wouldn't sell. And so it's all this artificial hijacking of this circuitry, which can be really dangerous because that's the same circuitry that causes us to actually work really hard in life. And if we're activating it without working hard, then it becomes really hard to activate it by working hard, because why would your brain want to work hard and activate it when you can just get the shortcut and activate it through a game? And so understand that when you play the game, it's actually tampering with your brain in a way that is especially challenging to deal with. The reason that you can't stop gaming is not because you're lazy or not because you don't have willpower. It's because there are fundamental parts of your brain that drive behavior that are driving your gaming. Because the Triumph Circuit drives your behavior. And so you have this fundamental piece of yourself that is forcing you to game. And you have to understand that about yourself. You really have to understand that piece of yourself if you want to have any chance of getting control of your gaming. So we're now going to dig into one of the most important aspects of being a gamer, which is being lazy. So show of hands, who here describes themselves as lazy? So pretty much everyone, right? We're all lazy, and human beings are actually designed to be lazy. If we think about it, like, human beings aren't going to do stuff unless they kind of need to do stuff. And that's a common problem for the human condition, but tends to be a particular problem for gamers. When I talk to gamers and I ask you guys, why is it that your roommate or your friend from high school is able to do things and you're not able to do things? Why are you in the position that you're in now? They say because they're lazy. And so I think that that's actually a really dangerous train of thought, even if it's true, because there's nothing you can do about being lazy. Like, laziness is like a trait. It's like, I'm lazy or I'm not lazy. Some people are lazy and some people aren't lazy, and if you're lazy, you're basically fucked because you can't make that go away. And so the first part of laziness that we're going to dig into is understanding a little bit about laziness, motivation, and willpower, and how these three things fit together. A lot of gamers tell me that their life would be different if they could be motivated. So I think we're going to talk a little bit about how motivation circuitry within your brain works. So the first thing to recognize is that willpower and motivation are completely different things. If you're motivated to do something, you actually don't need willpower to do it, right? Like, let's pause and think about this for a second. So I have an apple here, and this apple is hard to eat if I'm full. If I'm already full and I'm not hungry at all and I want to eat this apple, I actually have to use willpower to eat the apple because I don't feel like eating the apple. As time goes on, let's say that an hour from now I start to get a little bit hungrier, an hour later I start to get a little bit hungrier, 8 hours from now I'm pretty hungry, and then suddenly I don't need willpower to eat the apple anymore. I'm motivated to eat the apple because I'm now hungry. I have this internal biological drive to do something, and I have this apple in front of me, so I feel hungry, my blood sugar is dropping, and I've got this apple, so it becomes easy to eat, even if I don't like apples. You can imagine that if I don't like apples and I wait 8 hours, it's still going to require some willpower for me to eat the apple. If I wait 24 hours, I'm going to be way more motivated to eat the apple because I'm going to be starving. If I wait 48 hours, my motivation to eat the apple is going to be gigantic. So the first thing to understand is that motivation is not actually willpower. Motivation is an internal drive that you sort of don't have control over. Your body has these different circuits in your brain that create a desire to do something. And that's kind of what we call motivation. The second thing to understand about motivation is that whether you actually do something, engage in a behavior or not, is not just based on the biological drive. It also has to do with availability. So if I'm starving, this apple is really easy to eat. But if I'm not very hungry, I still may eat an apple if you put it in front of me. So our ability to actually engage in a behavior actually depends on the availability of what's around us. So if I want to eat healthier, a simple thing that I can actually do is just keep healthy food around me and make it easy for me to eat healthy food. If I'm a lazy fucker like I am, and I just have like healthy food laying around, there's a greater chance that I'll eat it, because since I'm lazy, I'm not going to leave the house to go pick up a hamburger when there's an apple right here. Actually, I probably will still do that. But the chances that I eat food that's healthy is going to be greater if it's around. So the first thing that we've got to kind of summarize here is that motivation is a combination of an internal drive and availability. And this sort of makes sense for you guys if you stop and think about it. Because one thing that a lot of gamers tell me is that it's easy for them to do something if they have an external pressure to do it. It's easy to study geometry if you have a test on Friday, but it's hard to study geometry after you've taken the test. And so if we think about that, that motivation to study comes from the environment. And that's kind of like having an apple available. A part of our motivation is actually based on our environment and what's available around us, and a part of it is based on our internal drive. So what does that mean for gamers? How do you create motivation? Well, you may not be able to do a whole lot, but we can talk a little bit about managing the internal drive. But one of the big things that I tell gamers is that a lot of motivation is based on your environment. So if you hang out with people who go to the gym 3 times a week, there's a much greater chance that you'll actually go to the gym. Your motivation will go to the gym will be increased by the kind of people that you spend time with. And so one of the biggest things to understand about your motivation, the first thing to understand, is that it's not willpower, and that it's actually based on a combination of internal drives and availability or environment. And so if you think about it that way, you can start to problem solve a little bit about, okay, what is it that I want to do? What do I want to change? Do I want to go to the gym more? Do I want to eat healthier? And then you can structure your environment to sort of prompt you to move in the direction that you want to go. So for example, if you want to eat healthier, go to the grocery store when you're not starving and buy some healthy food and keep it at home. Keep an apple on your desk next to your PC. And then when you feel a little bit hungry, it's easier to eat the apple. Make it easy for yourself to do the things that you want to do. If, for example, you want to go out to lunch, try to ask the buddy that you're going out to lunch with, hey, why don't we go to the gym first? We'll like work out from 10:30 to 11:30 and then grab lunch afterward. The more that you can structure your environment to support your behavior and move you in the direction that you want to go, the better off you'll be. And the funny thing about that is that you don't actually need willpower. All you need is to just structure your environment in a way that it prompts the motivation that you want. We've talked some about the neuroscience of gaming. We've talked some about emotions. We've talked about a couple of introductory topics around gaming. And what I'd like to talk about now is how you start actually getting control of your gaming and how it is that you can activate your motivation, you can overcome some of that laziness, you can sort of get your emotions in line. There's some concrete things that you can do to get control of your gaming. And the first of those is to understand that you can't overcome an addiction without a competing interest. If we think a little bit about, so I mostly work with people who have problems with other addictions like alcohol or opiates or things like Xanax or marijuana. And for a lot of them, the substance that they use serves a very important purpose in their life. It helps them manage stress, it helps them kind of decompress a little bit, it helps them manage their negative emotions, and it's really hard to just get them to quit. It's not enough to tell someone, hey, you know, if you keep on drinking, you're gonna get liver cancer and you'll die early, or you'll have an increased risk of heart disease. In order to really get them to stop drinking, and this is especially true, actually less so of alcohol, but the most true of marijuana, you have to help them develop a competing interest. And so what I mean by that is, let's take an example of someone who smokes marijuana. That person is going to be smoking and they feel like marijuana helps them deal with their anxiety. It makes them feel like they're themselves for the first time, like they're not so much in their head, and it makes them feel really good. And so for something that's so awesome, like something that makes you feel comfortable, it's really hard to just give that up. And so in order to help that person give that up, what we have to work on is finding what I call a competing interest. So I'd like to tell you guys kind of a random story. So when I was studying public health, I heard a really interesting story about a real estate development project in New York. And this was kind of in the Upper West Side of New York, like 30 or 40 years ago. There was a real estate developer that wanted to come in and sort of buy up a bunch of property and then turn it into like a high-rise. And so the people who lived in that community didn't want that real estate developer to come in and buy that property. And so what they did is they went to these town council meetings and stuff, and they protested and they said, we don't want that real estate developer to develop this land. We don't want it to happen. We don't want it to happen. We don't want it to happen. And despite all of their protests, the real estate development started moving forward. And then finally, one guy came up with the idea, or girl, I think actually it was a woman, but one person came up with the idea that instead of saying no to the real estate development, what they started doing is saying, we actually want a park instead. Instead of actually opposing the real estate development, what they did is create some competition. And they said, we want to devote this area of our part of New York City to building a park. And something magical happened when they started advocating for a park instead of trying to block the real estate development. The more that they advocated for the park, it seemed to get traction. And other people in the community were like, wow, wouldn't it be awesome to have a park here instead of a high-rise? And they were able to get a lot more support for it and ended up blocking the real estate development and building a park instead. And so if we look at that story, I mean, it sounds like it's completely unrelated, but I think it speaks to this basic human psychology that in order to block something, you actually have to replace it. You can't just stop it. And so for gamers, the first thing that you guys need to do is come up with a competing interest. So you have to have a reason to not game. And I would argue that most of you guys, when I ask you guys, do you want to stop gaming? You'll say, yes, I want to stop gaming. And I'll ask you, why do you want to stop gaming? And you'll say, well, because I need to get a job, or because I need to move out of the house, or because I'm not moving forward in life. And all of those things are true, but they're not really a competing interest. Getting a job and being financially independent are just things that you want. You don't actually care about them. They don't drive you to do things. They don't affect your behavior. They're just desires. And desires and motivators are actually different things. A competing interest is something that you actually care about. It's like earlier when I was talking about the guy who's smoking. If I want him to stop smoking, I can't tell him about lung cancer. So if I have a guy who's smoking and I try to get him to quit smoking, I say, oh, if you smoke, you're going to get heart disease. You're going to die of a heart attack. You're going to die of a stroke. You're going to get lung cancer. You're going to be wheeling around an oxygen tank. You're not going to be able to breathe. You're not going to be able to climb stairs. And all of those things are absolutely true, and he doesn't want any of those things to happen. But none of that information actually changes his behavior. He doesn't actually stop smoking, irrespective of how much he wants to avoid lung cancer. What gets that person to change is actually something that they care about, a real competing interest. What I ask that person is, do you ever want to see your daughter get married? Do you want to ever meet your grandkids? Do you want to see your grandkids go to college? Those are things that that person cares about. And those are things that are competing interests. And when you develop a competing interest, that helps you actually fight against the gaming addiction. because then you have something that actually gets lost if you choose to continue gaming. You have a real cost to gaming, whereas right now you don't really have a cost to gaming. Sure, you don't move forward in life, but tomorrow is not going to be any different. You're not going to be out on the street if you play video games all day today. You're not going to die of hunger tomorrow if you play video games all day. You're not going to die alone if you play video games all day. Now, you will die alone if you play video games for the rest of your life, but for tomorrow, there's actually no cost to playing video games all day. And you guys really have to understand that in order for you to stop gaming, there has to be a cost today. There has to be something that you lose today by gaming today. And understanding that requires you to develop a competing interest. And once you develop a competing interest, then you actually have skin in the game. You've kind of gone all in. You're putting chips on the table. You're actually betting something. You have something to lose. And the interesting thing is that once you have something to lose, that's going to change your behavior automatically. If I were to tell you, if you play video games tomorrow, I'm going to shoot you in the face, and here's a handgun, you're not going to play video games tomorrow. You're just not going to do it because it actually has a cost. If I tell you, here's $1,000, if you play World of Warcraft tomorrow, I'm not going to give it to you. But if you don't play World of Warcraft tomorrow, I will give it to you. That person is not going to play World of Warcraft because there's a tangible cost. There's a competing interest. There's something that they actually gain by not gaming. And the subtle problem that gamers face is that they think they have a competing interest because what they really have is desires. They have a desire. They're like, yeah, I want to be rich. That's like, I want to be rich too. Like everyone on the street wants to be rich. It doesn't actually cause them to change their behavior. So if you actually want to get control over your gaming, the first thing you need to do is develop a competing interest. And we'll take a short break, but when we get back, we'll talk a little bit about how to go about doing that. Now we're going to dig into a little bit of how to find that competing interest. So one of the problems that a lot of gamers feel is when I talk to them, they feel powerless, like they feel like they can't get control over their lives. They feel like they have things that they want to do in life and they're just not able to do them. But the deeper thing that affects a lot of gamers is that a lot of y'all actually feel not just powerless, but directionless. You feel like you're not moving anywhere in life. It's not just about not being able to move, it's about not even knowing where you want to go. And feeling directionless is one of the worst feelings that a gamer can possibly have. And one of the problems with gaming is that gaming gives you this sense of false direction. If you think about a video game, there's a sense of progress, right? You go to this world, and then you do this level, and then you go to this other world, and you do this level. You level your character up. You go to the later stages of the game. So there's this sense of progress. And as human beings, we're wired to want to progress in some way. The problem is that that sense of progress that you get through the game, while it sort of scratches the itch of progressing in a temporary way, when you go to sleep at night, you feel like you haven't really done anything. And I mean, that can be one of the most terrifying feelings in the world, and that's why gamers play to the point of exhaustion before they go to bed. So how is it that you can start to develop a direction in life? I think the first thing that you have to do is understand the difference between doing something with meaning and doing something that is a desire. So what I mean by that is if I ask a gamer, like, where do you want to be 10 years from now? Most of the answers that they come up with are actually desires. They're not actually true interests. They're not things that they value. So I'll give you an example. So if I ask someone, you know, where do you want to be in 10 years? They'll say like, oh, you know, I'd like to be a millionaire. Like, I'd like to have my own house. You know, I'd like to be married. I'd like to, you know, travel internationally and go to video game tournaments. They'll say like all this kind of stuff, and those are just kind of desires. They're just like, it's just like stuff you want, right? You can go down the street and you can ask anyone, like, what do you want? And they'll be able to tell you all kinds of stuff. But desires don't actually really drive your behavior. They don't motivate you. And you may think that they motivate you, but they really don't, because If they did motivate you, then you'd be moving towards those goals, right? So by definition, that random stuff that's kind of ephemeral and out in the ether, that stuff that you want, those kinds of desires are the kinds of things that it would be nice if I had that. That's really what that thought is. It's not really a true desire. Stuff that motivates you, stuff that actually gets you out of the chair and gets your ass moving in a direction, is what I call a competing interest. And those competing interests depend on values. And so what is a value? Values are something that when you move in that direction, you feel fulfilled. So the first question that I would ask gamers is, what makes you feel fulfilled? What is it that actually gives you a sense of like, wow, I really did something good today? What is it that makes you feel like you've got the biggest dick on the planet? What is that thing that really makes you feel like, man, I am awesome? And the funny thing is that a lot of the gamers that I talk to, what they actually value is performance in the game. And that may not be what you want to value, but let's just be clear. Let's be honest with ourselves about what you care about. A lot of the gamers that I work with are actually competitive gamers. And they want to be like on the top 100 of the ladder. And they want to like compete. And they want to be the best in the game. And that's actually what they care about. That's what they value, which is why they practice so hard day after day after day. You can see how when you really understand that the value is to be the best person in the game, it drives behavior on its own. And you may say, well, then I'm fucked, because like if I value playing video games, then how can I move forward in life? Doesn't that just mean I'm going to play a bunch of video games? Yes, that's kind of true. But the good news is that gamers a lot of people actually have a lot of values that they're not even aware of. And this is where introspection comes into play. This is where, as a gamer, what you can actually sit down and do is a series of exercises to figure out and clarify what your values are. And when you start to recognize your values, when you start to say like, oh, actually, this is something that I care about. I want to do this. This is something that's really important to me. The motivation will follow that clarification of values. The motivation actually kind of comes automatically. For example, let's say that here in this hall, you know, like someone walks in with a gun and then starts like shooting at people. Like that's awful, and that's been happening in a lot of schools, which is absolutely crazy. If you look at what those people do, they actually value their lives, right? Like the students in schools that get shot up value their lives, which is why they try to preserve them. It's something that's really important to them. It sounds kind of silly and stupid, but if you think about it, what motivates that person, what motivates someone to escape death is just a value for life. And that's a really powerful motivator. And it's one of the most powerful motivators you can have. The neat thing is that if you can figure out values outside of just the preservation of life, which most biological beings have, you can also find motivation that'll make you move forward in life. So the way that I'd say it, so let's talk a little bit practically. How do you figure out what your values are? So I'd start by, grab a piece of paper and write down, like in one page, like write 500 words about a time where you felt fulfilled. Actually sit down and do the exercise. And this is really important because gamers tend to think a lot, but they actually aren't good at reflecting or criticizing their own thought process. And if you think about this, this is a little bit tangential, but when you play a gamer comes up with an idea of what's going to work. And then they go into the game and then they get told based on the game whether the idea works or not, right? Like let's say I have a strategy to take down a boss. And when I go in with that strategy, the reason I know the strategy works or doesn't work is because the game actually tells me. I don't have to reflect on my thought process or my strategy myself because the game is going to provide me with the feedback. And since gamers spend so much time coming up with strategies but have an external source of feedback on what they come up with, they don't develop the capacity to reflect and objectively look at their strategies. Even though you guys think you're able to do that, you're actually not very good at that. So what you need to do is get some external source of feedback by putting it on a piece of paper. So write down in 500 words on one piece of paper what makes you feel fulfilled. And when you do that, then you'll have the ability, it'll be on a piece of paper, it'll be external, and then you can look at it, you can read it, and then you can reflect on it. And when you do that, try to figure out, okay, what is it that I really care about that I've written here? Why did I feel fulfilled? what is it about me why does this make me feel fulfilled? And then you'll start to get a clarification of what your values are. And once you start clarifying what your values are, the neat thing is that the motivation will come kind of on its own. And we've talked a little bit about motivation and how motivation is not willpower, right? Like when I really need to take a shit, I'm motivated to find a bathroom. That has nothing to do with willpower. It's not like I'm forcing myself to use the bathroom. In fact, you need willpower to restrain motivation. Because to not shit in my pants right now, I actually need to use my willpower to keep my anus puckered tight and not shit myself. And so that requires energy, but the motivation to find a bathroom is automatic and is going to drive my behavior. So when you find your values, when you clarify what your values are, you guys will be amazed. The motivation is going to come on its own, and then your life will start to change. But don't fall into the trap that most gamers fall into, which is that I don't need to do this exercise. I can just think through it in my head. I'm telling you guys, you can't do that. You actually need to externalize it on a piece of paper because of the way that games shape your brain. Because games are the ones that give you external sources of feedback on your thought process. So you really have to actually sit down and write it out on a piece of paper. You'll be surprised at what actually comes out, because the first 5 sentences you can think of in your head, but the rest of the stuff, I guarantee you, is going to be something that you have not thought about before. So just to kind of recap, the way that you really get control of your gaming is through developing a competing interest. And the way that you really figure out what a competing interest is to clarify your values. And you have to understand that your values are very different from your desires. Stuff that you just want, like, yeah, I want to be president of the United States, or I want to own 50% of Amazon, or 50% of Google. Like, yeah, sure, you want that, but that's not actually going to cause you to change your behavior. Whereas understanding what your values are is going to evoke motivation. And that motivation is going to come automatically, and your behavior will start to change on its own. But you've got to clarify your values first. We're going to take a short break, but when we come back, I'm going to tell you guys a little bit about something from kind of the Eastern side, and we'll talk a little bit about this word called dharma, which means duty. So we're going to talk a little bit about dharma, and dharma is the Sanskrit word which means duty. So just to tell you guys, to track back a little bit, when I was 21, I was kind of failing out of college and ended up spending some time at an ashram in India. And an ashram is kind of like a monastery. It's a place where people go and do like yoga and meditation, and it's kind of where monks live and where they kind of do their thing. And it was a really transformative experience for me, and I realized that a lot of the values and ways that we look at life, which are based on Western philosophy, leave something to be desired. And I'll explain a little bit about what I'm talking about. So in psychiatry, we tend to try to move people away from suffering. So if there's someone who's depressed or has anxiety, as a psychiatrist, it's my job to make them undepressed and not feel anxiety. In the West, we have this general idea, which makes perfect sense, that what you want to do, if you're in a bad spot, that you should move out of the bad spot and move into a good spot, right? Like, we make people better, and we want to move away from suffering and move towards pleasure and move away from pain. In the East, they say something a little bit different. So Buddha said that all human beings are entitled to 2 things. The first is suffering, and the second is death. And that's all you're entitled to, which is kind of like a grim outlook. But it turns out to be true. And what Buddha found is that it's not enough to just run away from suffering, and that actually a lot of times as you try to run away from suffering, you actually create more suffering for yourself. And if we think a little bit about gaming, how many of you guys would say that by running away from your suffering through gaming, you're actually creating more suffering for yourselves, right? Like, everyone agrees with that. Like, it's common sense. But it's crazy to actually think about that the way that you cope with a problem actually makes the problem worse. But it's absolutely true of most gamers. So how do we get around that? what we do is we go back to Buddha, right? Because he's a smart guy. He knows what the fuck he's talking about, right? Like he's Buddha. So what he says is that the way to live life is actually not to avoid suffering, but to live your dharma, which means to live your duty or your responsibility. And what Buddha discovered, which actually is kind of common sense once we kind of talk about it, is that if you are living in service to your duty, if you're trying to do something for a higher cause, or if you're living up to your responsibilities, that there's an immense amount of strength and tolerance that you'll get access to. If you think about parents, so like most parents can sacrifice immense amounts of, personal comfort or satisfaction for the sake of their children, and they do it in a heartbeat. Like if a parent could trade their life to save their child from cancer, they do it in a heartbeat. Interestingly enough, gamers are very good at actually sacrificing for other people. And if you think about it, where does that strength come from? How is it that you can sacrifice so much for the sake of someone else? And when you sacrifice, you're the one that suffers, right? I mean, that's how it works. That's what sacrifice means, is that you give something else, you give up something, and you're the one who's worse off. And so what this all comes back to is dharma. If you as a gamer can figure out what your dharma is, if you can be sort of rooted in your dharma and grounded in it, if you can say that this is my duty, this is my responsibility in life, this is who I commit myself to be, you'll be amazed at how much strength you get out of that. You'll be amazed at how much you can withstand and how much of an energy reserve you'll have to move forward in the way that you want to. And when I work with my patients, I actually don't try to help them, I don't try to alleviate their suffering. Sometimes I'll start out that way, but over time what I find is the best treatment for depression is to actually have people living in accordance with their duty. And that sort of taps into this weird like higher power bullshit, which like I don't quite understand. But sometimes human beings, when they serve a cause that's greater than themselves, they're able to accomplish things that are superhuman. And if you look at history, you'll see this. All of the people who have accomplished really amazing things, like you look at people like Mahatma Gandhi, you look at people like MLK, on the other end of the spectrum, you even look at people like Adolf Hitler. Why was Hitler able to change Europe so much and turn Germany, which had been a shithole after World War I, into this ultimate powerhouse that threatened an entire continent? It's because he was living in service to this greater idea. And when you tap into that as a gamer, if you can figure out what that is for yourself, you'll have an immense amount of energy. So how do you find your dharma? How do you actually do that? How do you tap into that? This actually kind of goes back to what I was talking about earlier. I mean, you have to reflect. You really have to externalize it. And I'd say that stick with the same exercise I told you about earlier, which is write something on a piece of paper. So put down on a piece of paper, what are your actual responsibilities? What is your duty as a human being on this earth? What is your actual duty? Like, what is the meaning of your existence here? And a lot of you guys may say, like, when you actually sit down and try to put it down on a piece of paper, it's going to be hard, because what is your duty? I mean, what the fuck are you doing? Like, what's the meaning of your life? You sit there and you play video games all day. Like, where is there meaning in that? And that's exactly the fucking problem, right? Because you guys don't have meaning in your life. And so you have to figure out what your meaning is. And the second you figure out what your meaning is, you're going to start to get more motivation. You're going to start to get that fuel. You'll start to get energy, and then you'll be able to overcome that video game addiction. You'll be able to overcome your gaming and get some control in your life.
I have a question.
Yeah.
How do you find meaning in your life?
So there are a couple of ways. The first is, so like I said, you can sit down with a piece of paper, and I'd start by actually writing down on that piece of paper, what is your duty? Who are you responsible to as a human being? Whose life depends on you doing something? And you may find that actually there's no one in your life that depends on you. That's actually the case for most young people. So then what I'd say is take one step forward and ask yourself, actually don't ask yourself, well, let me just, so the other way you find meaning is by actually engaging in experience. So sitting at home, you're not going to actually learn what your responsibilities are because you actually don't have responsibilities. So what I encourage you to do is just get some experience. Human beings are designed to crave and want experiences, and we learn a lot through experience. So I'd say get out of the house and just do something. It doesn't matter what it is. Just go somewhere and do something, volunteer or find a job or go to an art museum. It doesn't matter what you do. Go somewhere, but in the back of your mind, whenever you do that thing, go for a hike, go meet friends for drinks, it doesn't matter what you do. In the back of your mind, have this thought and look at this room. Like, let's say you're sitting at a table and you're meeting people for drinks. And just like pause and look at the people that you're with and ask yourself, do I have a duty here? Do I have a responsibility? And you may find yes, and you may find no. And when you go for a hike, do the same thing. And ask yourself, like, what am I doing here? Like, is there any kind of duty or responsibility that arises here? What is it that I want to do? What is it that I need to do? What is it that I was put on this earth to do? And the more places you go, and you may say, and this is where gamers are going to be like, well, I mean, how the fuck am I going to know what I'm supposed to do if I go for a hike? How is there any duty or responsibility there? And you're right, and that's a rational explanation. That's an analytical answer to your question. You know, sure, there's no duty that you're going to find by going for a hike, but the problem with gamers is that the only thing that you use to learn is your analytical mind. And there are parts of yourself and parts of your mind and parts of your brain that are more intuitive, that are more emotional, and you have to give them space for them to actually have thoughts that come up. And so it's bizarre, but like, why do people go for retreats out in the wilderness? Like, people go for retreats out in the wilderness, right? Like, it happens all the time. Like, how the fuck does that help? How do like trees and leaves and streams help you get perspective in life? Honestly, I have no fucking idea how that works. But the truth is, it does work. That's how people find meaning in life, is they go and they like sit under a tree for a while, and they like breathe fresh air, and they hike for a while, and their muscles are sore, and they go to sleep at night, and they wake up in the morning, and somehow they've found meaning. I have no fucking idea how it works. But I do know that it does work. So I think what you've got to do is get your ass off of the chair and go do something. It doesn't matter what it is, and in the back of your mind, try to ask yourself, like, what am I supposed to do? What's my responsibility here? Do I have any responsibility? And the more that you create space away from your analytical mind, which comes up with logical answers with your limited set of data, which you guys get from playing video games, which is like all the data that y'all have. And so you come up with these logical conclusions, but those logical conclusions, while they may sound like they make sense, don't actually improve your life in any way. So you got to get your ass out of the chair and go do something else. And you will be amazed at what your brain is capable of when you give it a diversity of experience. Your brain is going to take in that fresh air, and it's going to listen to the stream, and it's going to look at the piece of art, and it's going to listen to the music and listen to your friends. And somehow something is going to happen in your unconscious mind, and you're going to come out the other end. The sausage is going to be made, and you're going to have meaning. And it's just, I don't know how the fuck it works, but that's how it works. One of the things that it's really important to understand is that everything that we do in life...
Hold on, I just had a great idea.
Our experiences get planted in our brain, and then our brain learns from them and changes the way that we interact with the world. So one of the things that it's really important for gamers to understand is, how does playing games shape the person that you are? What does playing games teach your brain? And then how does your brain use that information or that knowledge from playing games and approach the real world? So one of the things that I think it's really important for gamers to understand is that they're very good close-ended problem solvers. And I think this is a big problem for a lot of gamers, is that they're good at a certain kind of problem solving, but playing a lot of games actually puts them in the direction or makes them better at a certain kind of problem solving, and actually makes them worse at a different kind of problem solving, which I call open-ended problem solving. So I guess the first question is, what do I mean by close-ended problem solving and open-ended problem solving? So let's think a little bit about what happens within a game. In a game, we have a particular objective, and we're given a set of tools or assets. Like you have a character has certain kinds of abilities, or if you're playing something like an RPG, you have a team of characters. If you're playing like a sport, a game like NHL or a football game or something like that, you've got a team of different assets. And you have to figure out how to use that team of people or that group of assets to accomplish a certain objective. If you think about a game, there's a particular goal and you're sort of given a particular set of rules and you have to use that set of rules to achieve that goal. If you're playing Mario, for example, you can't open a lemonade stand. It's just not something that you can do in the game. If you're playing World of Warcraft, you can't build a spaceship. There are certain limits that the game provides us with, and gamers are really good at coming up with an optimal solution if they're given a particular sandbox to work in. So I'll give you guys a prime example. About a year ago, I was taking this class at Harvard Business School called Value-Based Healthcare. This was a class that was for a bunch of physicians who were sort of trying to learn the business side of medicine. And in this class, we did these cases. So what happens in the class is they give you like this 20 or 30-page case. And this case was about optimizing flow through a urology office. So when a patient goes to see a urologist, they get checked in by the receptionist, they have to fill in some paperwork, they get taken to a room, they see a nurse for a little while, and then the doctor comes in, the doctor does a procedure, and then the patient like kind of goes to a different room where they get monitored for a little while, and then they get checked out by the receptionist, they pay their bill, and they leave. So there's a certain flow through the office. And this case was all about how can we optimize the flow through the office to sort of create the most value? And how can we sort of make it so that we're getting the most bang out of our buck? And so one of the things that I was kind of surprised about is I was working with a couple of gamers at the time, and I actually sort of told them about the case. And I said, so here's the scenario. We've got this urologist office. We have 3 urologists. We've got 5 nurses. We've got 2 receptionists. How can you optimize the flow through the office so that the most patients get seen in the shortest amount of time? And my gamer friends that I was kind of talking about this with came up with a couple of solutions, and then I went into class the next day, and when people were asking about, how you go about doing things, I offered those solutions, and it turned out that those were some of the best solutions in the class. I was a little bit surprised by this because here's a group of people, and this class was offered for only, it was at Harvard Business School and offered to Harvard physician trainees, so arguably some of the brightest people in the country. And how is it that a group of gamers who know nothing about urology and nothing about medicine were able to come up with optimal solutions when they really don't know anything about the scenario? And it's because games teach gamers how to do this kind of close-ended problem solving. This problem solving where you have a particular goal and a particular set of tools, and gamers are really good at optimizing from A to Z. And that's something that they're good at in other situations too. For example, some of the gamers that I talk to are really good at things like consulting, or they're the people in their offices that their bosses go to when there's a problem, because they're recognized for their problem-solving capability. The problem, though, for a lot of you guys is that a lot of the challenges that gamers suffer from are not close-ended problems. They're what I call open-ended problems. Open-ended problems are problems that don't really have a particular sandbox. So an example of an open-ended problem is like gaining financial independence. What does that really mean? Like, how do you get financial independence? Well, it may involve certain pieces like finding a job or moving out of your parents' place or things like that, but gamers really struggle with any kind of problem that doesn't have a particular set of tools or a particular end goal. They struggle with things that are really abstract. And that's, if you think about it, a lot of the things that you're able to do in life, if someone can give you a particular goal and give you a set of tools, you're going to be able to get from point A to point Z. When gamers run into difficulty, it's because they don't really know where point Z is. They have trouble with sort of this abstract idea of financial independence because those kind of abstractions don't exist within games. And when our brain spends a lot of time playing a game, it starts to optimize working within that kind of framework, within a closed-ended framework. So a lot of the problems that gamers have tend to be things like gaining financial independence, finding a girlfriend, getting in shape. These are all sort of broad, abstract things that gamers have a lot of trouble actually executing. And the funny thing about this is that you may think that that's because gamers are not motivated, or they'll say things like, I'm lazy or I'm not motivated. But the more that I've worked with gamers, the more that I've realized that open-ended problem solving is actually a skill set that can be learned and that can be taught. And that because gamers spend so much time playing video games, they actually lose out on the opportunities to learn this kind of problem solving. I'll give you guys an example. So if I tell a 4-year-old to clean their room, that's kind of like an abstract goal. It's simple for us because we know what a clean room looks like, but a 4-year-old has a lot of trouble taking that abstract concept of a clean room, which even though they understand what a clean room looks like, they have trouble actually figuring out how to get from point A to point Z. They can tell the difference between a clean room and a dirty room, they just don't know how to move from one to the other. So what you have to do with a 4-year-old is you have to tell them, okay, let's clean the room together. So let's take all of your books and put them together and put them on the bookshelf. Let's take all your stuffed animals and put them in the stuffed animal box. And let's take all your crayons and your papers and put them in your desk drawer. You have to actually walk them through the steps of creating a clean room. They can't do that they can't take the abstract problem and break it down into pieces. And that breaking down into pieces is what I call operationalizing. So it's the process of taking an abstract problem and creating an operation of moving from point A to Z. So for example, if we wanted to operationalize, like, let's say, financial independence, we start to break that process down. So financial independence involves having a bank account where you can pay rent and having a place to live. And so what we can do is break that down into 2 pieces, and then those 2 can be further operationalized. So finding a place to live involves looking for places to live first, and then making decisions like, do I want a roommate, do I not want a roommate, do I want to live downtown or do I want to live in the suburbs? There are a lot of different pieces to each of those things, and as we break down financial independence into lots of different pieces, that's the process of operationalizing. When we're talking about the 4-year-old, when we help them, what we actually do is operationalize the problem for them. And the reason that gamers have trouble, the reason that you guys have problems, is because if you think about it, video games actually do all of the operationalizing for you. They've figured out what all of the pieces are, and so gamers are really good at putting the pieces together, but they really struggle with figuring out what the pieces are. So a lot of the problems that gamers have are, they think they're lazy and that's the reason that they don't get a job. But the more that I've worked with you guys, the more that I've realized your brain actually has not been able to operationalize that problem for you. And since you can't operationalize it, you kind of don't know where to start. So I could ask you, like, how do you find a job? And you could tell me a couple of things. But even though you're able to rationally understand that, there's a part of your brain called your frontal lobes, which does your planning, which is the part of your brain that lets you plan and execute actions, which actually gamers have frontal lobes that are sort of underdeveloped. And the reason that they have frontal lobes that are underdeveloped is because the game does that work for you. It does the process of figuring out level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, level 5, and level 6. You don't have to figure out which order to do the levels. It's already sort of chunked up for you. And so this is why gamers sort of struggle a lot with abstract problem solving or open-ended problems, because those are the things that usually people require to move forward in life. In a little bit, we'll dig into another example of how, like another group of people, which is actually doctors, who also struggle with open-ended problem solving. And I'll show you guys that open-ended problem solving actually has nothing to do with intelligence, has nothing to do with laziness, but it's actually all a learned skill. So in the same way that we can teach the 4-year-old how to break down the abstract problem into pieces, we can actually teach you guys how to break down an abstract problem of financial independence or finding a girlfriend into pieces. And if we can transform an open-ended problem into a closed-ended problem, then your analytical mind will take over and you guys will have no problem whatsoever. Any questions? So we talked a little bit about open-ended problem solving and closed-ended problem solving, and how games shape them at being very good at analytical thinking with a defined solution. So they're very good at things like puzzles, where you sort of have a particular sandbox to work in, and a gamer's really good at figuring out how to get from point A to point Z if you show them where point A is and if you show them where point Z is. They struggle with open-ended problem solving, which is a problem that you kind of don't know where the endpoint is. For example, finding a job, like how do you know if the job that you found is good enough? Could you find a job that paid you a little bit more? Could you find a job that had a better boss? Like how do you know when that ends? How do you beat the game of finding a job? Because you don't really know what the endpoint is. A lot of gamers think that the reason they struggle with open-ended problems like finding a job or finding a girlfriend is because you guys think you're lazy. And if you weren't lazy, then everything would be easier in life and you're just someone who drew the short straw and you're lazy. That's actually not the case. In my experience, there are some kinds of people, other groups of people that struggle with open-ended problem solving. And there's a particular group that is very smart and not lazy at all, but still struggles with open-ended problem solving. And that group actually happens to be doctors. Crazy, I know. But in order to understand how a doctor and why a doctor struggles with open-ended problem solving, we have to track back to the mind of like the 15-year-old kid who decides that they want to be a doctor. So you've got this 15-year-old kid who's at a Christmas party that they're at their, their friends, their family friends have a Christmas party and they're going there and they see someone that they haven't seen in a year, and that adult asks them, what do you want to be when you grow up? And then that kid says, I want to be a surgeon. And then everyone's like so impressed. They're like, oh my God, like you're going to be a surgeon. That's amazing. Like you're so smart. And they sort of, the kid, just by telling people that you want to be a surgeon, somehow that makes the kid more respected. So the kid decides, I'm going to be a surgeon because everyone thinks that that's awesome and I'm a good person and I'm going to make a lot of money and I'm going to perform surgery on people and I'm going to save lives. And so what does that kid actually do? They go to their school counselor and they say, I want to be a doctor one day. And so the school counselor is like, okay, so you have to like take a bunch of AP classes. You have to do really well on your SAT. Here's like the Princeton Review or the Kaplan course that you should take. And so the kid sort of gets this script to how to be successful and how to get into a good college. So they study really hard. They take the AP classes. They study for the SAT. They work really hard and they kind of do everything that they're supposed to, and they end up with a good GPA, a good SAT score, and then they go and they talk to their school counselor, and the school counselor says you should apply to Ivy League universities. You should apply to Harvard and Yale and Stanford and UCLA and UC Berkeley, and you should apply to all of these wonderful institutions like Cornell and Columbia. And so the kid goes to those websites and downloads all those applications and then fills out a bunch of applications and then writes a bunch of essays and then writes exactly, the school tells you what to write. They say, write 500 words about a challenge that you faced in your life. And it's all scripted. So they don't actually have to think about what they're doing because everything is laid out for them. So they get into college, and then when they're getting oriented as a freshman, they meet their academic advisor, and they tell their academic advisor, I want to become a doctor. And so the academic advisor tells them what to do. And they say, okay, you've got to take pre-med courses, you've got to take biology, you've got to take physics, you've got to take chemistry. In your third year of college, you have to take the medical college admissions test, which is like the SAT for medical school. And then you also need to do some kind of volunteering, you need to do some kind of leadership experience, you need to do some kind of research. So they once again get a script of like A, B, C, D, E, F, and G of boxes they need to check. And they start plodding along and they work really hard and they do all of those different things, and then they apply to medical school. And the medical school invites them for an interview. And so the medical school tells the kid, okay, now that you've sent us all this paperwork, this application and these essays and things like that about why you want to be a doctor, come to our medical school on this day and make sure you wear a suit, and then we're going to ask you why you want to be a doctor. And then based on that and your MCAT scores and your GPA, we'll either accept you into our medical school or we won't. So the kid gets accepted to medical school. They go to medical school. And then once again, it's like you don't sign up for particular classes in med school. You sort of have to learn everything. So you go to class every day and you study really hard and you take a bunch of tests and then you kind of do what you're told. And then third year of medical school rolls around, and that's when you start doing these things called rotations. So the first 2 years of medical school, you're kind of a student, you're sitting in a chair just like in college or in high school. But the last 2 years of medical school, you're actually working in a hospital. And so you're following doctors around and you're doing things like learning how to tie sutures and learning how to give injections, and you're kind of in the hospital actually doing the work of a doctor. So they do that for a little while, and then after that, you do this thing called apply to residency. So after medical school is when you really learn how to be a doctor, and that's during residency. So you do different kinds of residency. There's a surgery residency, there's a psychiatry residency, that's the one that I did. I'm a psychiatrist. And so when you go, but once again, it's just like college applications or medical school applications. You fill out an application. I write an essay about why I want to be a psychiatrist or why I think that the field of psychiatry is exciting. And I didn't write about video game addiction back then because it wasn't really a thing and people didn't really know what that was. And it's even still sort of just becoming a thing, at least within the academic community. And so you end up sort of applying to residency, and then you interview, and then you get matched. There's a computer program that tells you where you end up going for residency. So you go to your residency and you train there for 4 years, and during residency they tell you, they're like, okay, so on day 1 you need to show up at this hospital at this time and work on this unit, and then on day 31 you're going to be on call overnight in the hospital, so you have to show up here and do this kind of work. So every step of the way they tell you exactly what to do. And then you finish residency. And most people finish residency somewhere between the ages of 30 and 35, depending on what you do, or 29 and 35. And that's when, just pause and think about this for a second, that's the first time that this person applies for a job. So like you have a 34-year-old guy who's like a neurosurgeon who has never applied for a job. Never applied for a job. He's just been, he boarded the train, and the train has its tracks, and he just goes along the track, goes along the track, goes along the track, and then he gets off the track. And the guy has never applied for a job. So a lot of doctors actually struggle with like job negotiations. And a lot of doctors, the first couple of years after they finish medical school, get chronically underpaid because they actually don't know what they're worth. They feel embarrassed asking for more money. So they go to their chief, and their chief says, well, why don't you work here, or why don't you work here? And they apply for different jobs, but they actually don't know, like they've never worked anywhere. All they've ever done is fill out applications, take tests, go to class, and do exactly what they've been told to do. So doctors actually struggle a lot with like basic life skills, like paying taxes and stuff like that, because they haven't done that. I mean, you've got a 34-year-old guy who's, I mean, they have paid taxes, but you know, their taxes are really simple. They've never found a job. They've never thought about, you know, where they want to live or buying a house or anything like that. They're like hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt. They've never had a paycheck. And that's a doctor. And if you ask a doctor, you know, how do you find a job? It's really hard for them. They really struggle with like negotiating and struggling with like finding benefits and like, you know, asking for paid parking, and all these like tiny things come up that cause doctors all kinds of grief. And it's not that they're smart. I mean, it's not that they're stupid, and it's not that they're lazy. It's that finding a job is a skill that you actually have to learn how to do. And if you don't do it until you're 34, you're not going to be good at it. It has nothing to do with being lazy or being stupid. It's just, it's a skill. It's a part of your brain that you've never had to use. So gamers are kind of the same way, because if you look at a game breaks down all of your problems for you. It gives you a script of this is level 1, and this is level 2, and this is level 3. And in order to unlock level 4, you have to beat levels 1, 2, and 3. But it's kind of like a very close-ended system. In medical school, and people who become doctors are kind of the same way. They just go from A to B to C to D. You know, you do high school, and then college, and then medical school, and then residency. It's like level 1, 2, 3, and 4, and each one has an application, and each one has an essay, and most of them have interviews. And so how is that different from a gamer? it's actually kind of the same thing. In both of these situations, you have problems which are very close-ended, and you're told what to do. So both of these populations actually struggle with kind of open-ended or abstract thinking. A lot of doctors also struggle with finding relationships, by the way, but that's kind of a separate issue. So now let's compare that a little bit with someone else who's, let's say, doesn't go to medical school, and let's look at how they get better at open-ended problem solving. So let's once again start with our 15-year-old kid, but this kid doesn't have aspirations to be a surgeon. So when they turn 16, they're not quite sure what they want to do. They apply for their first job. And so how does a 16-year-old find a job? They probably start working somewhere where they know someone who's working. So they have a friend who works at a car wash, and so they fill out an application and they end up getting a job at the car wash. Or they have an uncle who has a paper supply company. And so they work at the paper supply company answering phones. Basically, the solution space for where they can find a job is basically kind of like what's already in front of them. If they know someone, they'll kind of apply for a job, or they'll be driving down the road and they see like a hiring sign at a restaurant, so they'll start to become a waiter, or they'll fill out an application at a place like McDonald's, whatever. They sort of start to find a job in kind of a pretty narrow area. And then what happens is they apply to college. And so in college, there's also kind of a particular solution space because, do you want to go to college? But this solution space grows a little bit bigger than finding your first job. So do you want to go to college in-state or out-of-state? Do you want to go to college, do you want to go to a state school or a private school? Do you need to apply for scholarships? Do you need to go someplace do you need to kind of stay close to home because you can't afford an apartment so you can stay at home? So now there are a lot more, going to college becomes sort of this abstract problem that has a bunch of different variables, and people start to learn how to navigate those variables. And so that person goes to college as well, and now they have to think about, well, what do I want to major in? They haven't decided to become a doctor already at the age of 15. So they talk to their advisors and they're like, okay, I'm going to be like an undeclared major or unspecified major or something like that. And they have to figure out, okay, do I want to be an engineer, or do I want to study finance, or do I want to study philosophy or biology? And so they have to think about what they want to be when they grow up. And that's kind of an abstract problem. And so they try it a little bit and they decide to pick something, and then when they finish college, they start looking for a job. And so that too becomes kind of like now the net is even wider. So do you want to work in the same town that you went to college? Because now you have more options because you're actually going to be getting a paycheck, so you don't have to live close to home. So now the number of things that you can do actually increases, and you have to think, do I want to work in the country or out of the country? Do I want to live in California or live in New York or stay in Texas? Do I want to be close to family? Where do I want to live? What kind of job do I want to find? And so they start the job hunting process, and then they end up getting a job, and let's say they went to the University of Texas at Austin and they decide they want to move out west to California. And so they go to California, and then after a couple of years later, let's say they ended up working in finance, they decide that they want to go back to school and they want to get their MBA. And so once again, they're kind of faced with this question of, when do I want to get my MBA? Do I want to get it after 2 years or 3 years or 4 years? And do they want to take the promotion, or do they want to go to business school? So these problems become more and more abstract. And let's say that they go to business school, and then after they leave business school, do they want to go back to the old company, or do they want to move to a new company? Do they want to move out of finance into, let's say, investment banking or private equity or marketing, or do they want to work in the startup world? So these are all really abstract problems. But in the case of this last person that we're talking about, you can kind of see at each step of the way the number of variables they have to deal with grow. 16-year-old finding a job has 10 options. Applying to college has 20 options. Choosing what to major in also has 10 options. Where you first find a job has 50 options. When you decide to go to graduate school has 100 options. And so at each step of the way, this person, their brain is actually learning this skill of taking an abstract problem and breaking it down into individual pieces. And so this person, when a gamer looks at the person who's successful and 30 in their age and says, wow, that person is motivated because they now are a manager at an investment bank, they look at that and they say, that guy's got to be smart and he's not lazy. But it's more subtle than that. It's not that they're lazy, or not lazy. It's that they have learned how to manage this broader and broader set of abstract problems and have gotten better at open-ended problem solving. Whereas the guy who's a gamer, instead of getting a job at 16, he plays video games for 6 hours a day. When he goes to college, he doesn't spend a whole lot of time going to different club activities and figuring out what to major in. He just picks computer science or like graphic design because he wants to be a video game programmer. He spends a lot of his free time just playing video games. When he finishes college, he applies for a narrower set of jobs and spends most of his time just playing video games. When he may not even go to grad school, because at that point he's sort of like, his abstract thinking stops. It stops growing. And so then he ends up being 30 years old and comparing himself to his buddy who's a manager in an investment bank, and he says, wow, that guy's really hardworking and I'm lazy, and that's the reason I am where I am. The fascinating thing is that's just not true. It just isn't true. It's not about laziness, it's not about intelligence, it's about developing a particular cognitive skill of taking an open-ended abstract problem and being able to chunk it up. And what I found when I work with gamers, when I work with you guys, is that if we can sit down and actually do this, consciously take a problem that you have and operationalize it, break it down into its component parts, and figure out what you need to do at each step of the way, then the gamer suddenly starts moving forward in life. They suddenly start getting better. They start becoming more financially independent. They find better jobs. They even find girlfriends. Because we talk a little bit about getting into shape and upgrading your wardrobe and figuring out what to, like getting rid of the fedora and then like shaving that neck beard that you've got. And like gamers start to like do better in life if we chunk down why they can't find a girlfriend. It's because of the fucking way you dress, and it's because of the way that you smell. And it's because you're so fucking socially awkward because you spend the whole day in front of a computer screen. So before you do that, you got to go and take an improv class. And once they take an improv class, they feel more comfortable socially. And they feel more comfortable around women, and then women don't think that they're creepy because they know how to interact with women. And so even something like finding a girlfriend is like an abstract problem, but that can be chunked down into like fashion and hygiene and social skills and getting physically into shape and not living in your mom's fucking basement. Like that counts for a lot when you're trying to find a girlfriend. So you can break that down into pieces, and once you start working on the pieces, it's amazing how much better your life is going to get. But in order to do that, you have to learn how to actually break down that problem. Because your brain right now hasn't needed to do that. It hasn't needed to do it because you spend so many hours playing video games where that's been done for you. So one of the things that I invite you guys to think a little bit about is, do you actually know how to achieve the goal that you say you want? If you want to be financially independent, do you know the steps around doing that? And if you sit down and you start writing those steps on a piece of paper, I am almost certain that you're going to come up with like 6 or 7, which are going to be pretty abstract in and of themselves. And that's when you're going to stop, and that's when you're going to have trouble. And so what we need to do if you want to start moving forward in life is teach your brain how to take that abstract problem and turn it into a concrete one. Because the neat thing about gamers is if I give you a concrete problem and I give you a concrete set of tools, you'll figure it out on your own. So the first step is taking an open-ended problem and turning it into a closed-ended problem. And we'll talk a little bit more about how to do that. Any thoughts or questions? We've talked a little bit about why it is that gamers have trouble moving into the world. And now we're going to, and where that comes from. Now we're going to dig in a little bit further and look at how a gamer's mind is organized. So gamers tend to be objective-oriented. And if you think about this, whenever you're playing a game, there's always some kind of objective. If you're playing something like Assassin's Creed, you're supposed to go assassinate this guy. If you're playing World of Warcraft and you're trying to do some kind of quest, it's like collect 6 pig tusks or something like that. There's always a goal in a game. And so gamers, when our mind does something for a long time, it gets used to doing things in that way. And so since gamers spend so much time with their mind focused on an objective, their mind learns how to be very, very objective oriented. And that's not actually exclusive to gamers. I'd say that most of our society tends to be objective or outcome oriented. If you think about school, in school they actually don't care what you learn. They care what your grade is. And the grade is an outcome, which is actually a little bit different from how much you know. If you look at something like the stock market depends on things like, did you meet your quarterly expectations? Were your profits higher than expected or lower than expected? Our society is built around the idea that outcomes are the important thing. And the funny thing about that is that focusing on outcomes can actually get in the way of gamers moving into the world. When a gamer tries to do something, if they know that the outcome is not going to be good, or there's a decent chance that the outcome isn't going to be good, they actually avoid doing the entire thing. For example, if a gamer thinks that, oh, I'm not going to find a great job, so there's no point in applying, or other things like that, like there's no point in asking a girl out because she's just going to say no. And so since they're so focused on a particular outcome, it actually prevents them from even trying. And that has a lot of different kind of complicated psychological stuff associated with it, things around ego and feeling hurt and feeling rejected. But for now, we're just going to focus a little bit on what it means to be outcome-oriented. And so since gamers are actually pretty analytical and they're pretty good at predicting things, if they believe that there's a chance that something won't work, they actually avoid the entire phenomenon. And that is actually a really damning way to go through life, because a lot of times you have to try something a couple times in order for you to get it to work. And a lot of times gamers don't try stuff because when they do try stuff, it doesn't work out and they feel worse and they feel rejected and they say, oh, I knew it wasn't going to work anyway, why did I even do it? And then the next time around, they're not even going to do something. So if you find that you have this kind of thought process, there's a good chance that this isn't going to work, so I'm not even going to bother. If you find yourself thinking that kind of thought, then chances are that's part of the reason why you're not able to move forward in life. Because you don't even give yourself a chance to try. You don't even roll the dice, right? You just sort of say, oh, fuck it, I'm not going to do it. Because the chances are it's not going to work. And a lot of my personal success is because I took these really, drastic Hail Marys. I'll give you guys a quick example. So when I graduated from the University of Texas at Austin, my GPA was 2.6. And that was after doing really well my last 2.5 years. I mean, after the first 2 years, I had like less than a 2.0. And so after I finished graduating with an undergraduate degree in neurobiology, I applied for a research job because that's usually what people with biology degrees do. And I applied to 130 research labs for a research assistant position. And out of those, I got one interview. And the interview was, I lived in Houston at the time, and the interview was in Dallas, which I wasn't even sure if I was going to move there. And so then I was thinking, well, screw this. Like I've applied to so many positions, fuck it. And then I saw that there was one position opening up of, at all places, Harvard University. And I was like, you know what, it's a neuroscience lab on Tai Chi, that sounds pretty cool, I'd love to study that. And so I applied to the position, and I ended up getting an interview, and I was really surprised, and I was like, wait, how did this happen? How does a guy with a 2.6 GPA who's applied for 130 research positions end up getting an interview for a position at Harvard, of all places? And so I went to the interview, and I interviewed there, and it turned out that they liked me and I liked them, and I ended up getting the job. And that's when I realized that I was the only applicant. Of all of these other places that I applied to, there were like dozens of applicants because no one thought, and no one had applied to Harvard. And why was that? Because they didn't think they were good enough. And so that's when I learned a really important lesson, that you've actually got to try, because you don't literally know what's going to happen. And gamers think they know what's going to happen, which makes sense because you guys are super analytical. If you think about it, a game trains you to make analytical decisions, like to make an analytical read of the situation and then make a decision about what's going to happen. And that capacity is actually far above the average population in gamers. But the problem is that in the real world, you actually don't know what's going to happen. It's not like a video game where the rules are set in stone. The real world is way more nebulous. So one of the things that you guys need to do if you feel like if you're not moving forward in life, and if you have this kind of thought process that, oh, it's probably not going to work, so I might as well not bother. If you fall into that category, this is what you need to do. And this is another cognitive reframe. And it's to shift from being to being outcome-oriented to action-oriented. So don't focus on the outcome of your action. Don't focus on the grade. Try to focus on what you actually learn. Try to focus on what you're doing, not what you're getting. So I'll give you guys a prime example. So a lot of gamers say that I need to get in shape. What does that even mean, get in shape? Like, you can't get into shape. Like, that's not a thing. What is that? Like, does that mean having washboard abs? Does that mean losing 10 pounds? Does that mean being able to bench press 300 pounds? Does that mean chicks turn around and look at your butt when you walk by? Like, what does that mean, getting into shape? It's not a thing. It's not a real thing. And this is the way that gamers think. They tend to think in really broad, kind of abstract terms. They think about these goals like, oh, I need to get rich. Like, what is rich? Is that $10,000 a year? Is it $50,000 a year? Is it $1 million a year? Is it $10 million a year? We don't actually know. It's not a real thing. So what they need to do, instead of focusing on getting into shape, is be action-oriented. So change that from a goal, from an objective, like getting into shape, to even you can look at something like a more concrete goal. Like you can say, okay, getting in shape means losing 10 pounds. But even that, I would say what gamers need to do is don't focus on the goal, focus on the action. So instead of telling yourself, I need to get into shape or I need to lose 10 pounds, tell yourself that I need to go to the gym 3 times a week. And it doesn't matter what you do at the gym, just focus on the action. And the more that you're able to focus on the action, the better off your life will become. Because at that point, you're just going to the gym 3 times a week. Whether you get into shape or you don't get into shape actually doesn't matter so much. The more that you focus on what you're doing, the better your chances are of being successful in life. So instead of focusing on getting a job, why don't you focus on applying to 10 jobs a week? You guys see the difference there? It's subtle, but it's actually gigantic. One is something that is absolutely under your control. You can apply to 10 jobs a week. And the other thing is something that's actually not under your control, which is finding a job. Because maybe all those jobs are filled, maybe they're not filled, maybe there are more competitive candidates, maybe the people there don't like you, maybe they don't like your name, so they're going to throw your application away, maybe the mailman gets the application lost. There are a lot of things that can happen in terms of outcomes, which are actually outside of your control. And the more that gamers get hung up on outcomes, the more problems they run into. And if you guys want to really start getting control of your life, if you want your life to start moving forward, then what you need to do is focus on the action. Don't try to get in shape. Go to the gym. Just go to the gym 3 times a week and do whatever the fuck you want to. Sit on a bench if you want to. I don't care. But you'll be surprised. You'll be amazed at how much focusing on the action and ignoring the result actually moves you closer to the result. And that kind of paradox is something that we'll talk a little bit more about. But just to sum up, if you feel like you're not moving forward in life, and you are having this kind of thought in your head that what's the point of even trying? There's no way it's going to work. That is paralyzing. And that's what's keeping you guys stuck. And the reason that you think that way is because games have trained your brain to be objective-oriented. And games have also taught you that you are really good at analyzing a situation and predicting the outcome. But that analysis and prediction only holds true in the game, and the real world is a different place. But your brain actually doesn't realize that. Your brain just has a certain kind of machinery or algorithm, and it tries to use that algorithm as much as possible. And so what you guys need to do in order to move forward is reframe from being objective-oriented to being action-oriented. Don't try to find a job, just apply to 10 jobs a week. Don't try to get into shape, just go to the gym 3 times a week. And the more that you can change from a goal to an action, the better off you're going to be. Any questions? Now we get to actually my favorite part of the lecture series, which is relationships. I think relationships are absolutely fascinating, and I think the relationships that we form online and how gamers connect to other people through the internet is just an absolutely fascinating topic. So just to give you guys a little bit of information, I started playing StarCraft with this guy when I was 15 years old, and then like over the next 10 years of our life, we were like gaming together. Never met the dude. And then when I ended up getting married, I actually invited him to my wedding, which all of my like my bosses and professors and stuff, when I tell them that, they're stunned. But I think you guys will understand what I mean, because like the relationships that we form through online gaming can actually be really authentic. And I'd really like to start there, talking a little bit about the authenticity of online friendship. So one of the things that's really interesting about when you meet someone online is that the internet really blinds people to all the kinds of things that we tend to judge people for. So when you talk to someone on the internet, you don't know if they're black or they're white or they're Indian or Hispanic or Asian or any of that. Well, maybe you do depending on their name or their voice or their accent. But generally speaking, the internet is blind. You don't know if that person is rich or they're poor. You don't know if they're attractive or unattractive. You really don't know anything about them. And if you think about the real world is incredibly judgmental. And if I walk into a room and, I have this fleece which has like the Harvard logo on it, I get treated differently. People give me respect that I don't actually deserve just because of the institution that I'm affiliated with. That says nothing about me. I mean, like, even so, for example, my sister-in-law, I gave her one of these fleeces for like just to wear because I had an extra one. And so she walks around and she kind of, wears this fleece, and people think she's affiliated with Harvard Medical School, which she's not. But so people just judge other people based on all kinds of kind of shallow criteria, right? If you're a pretty girl or a good-looking guy, you're more likely to get better service at a restaurant. And so the real world can actually be incredibly racist and shallow and unfair, whereas when you meet someone online, they're going to go tell you to go fuck yourself because of who you are, not because of the color of your skin, right? They tell you that they want to fuck your mom because of who you are, and it's not blinded by race or ethnicity or gender or anything like that. Actually, gender's an interesting exception, because a lot of times gender does create a lot of really bizarre and sometimes toxic mechanics online. So I'll steer a little bit clear of that. So the interesting thing about relationships over the internet is people sort of see you for who you are. They judge their friendship of you based on what you say and how you act and how you play the game. And so in a sense, you're judged on a more authentic level than based on the color of your skin or how attractive you are or what kind of car you drive, because none of that matters on the internet. So the internet is amazingly, kind of like they say, justice is blind. The internet is blind. And people tend to get valued for who they are instead of some attribute of their birth or their parents. And so I think that's really powerful. And I think that's one of the things that I like the most about relationships that form on the internet, is they feel more authentic to me. The other interesting thing about relationships that are formed on the internet is that they tend to be, in a lot of senses, stronger than the relationships that you form in real life. And that has something to do with, that has everything to do with just simple things like geography. So I'll give you guys an example. When I was in high school, I had a particular set of friends, and I'm sure you guys are, whether you're in high school or college or working or whatever, you have your group of friends, right? And then if you think about it, like when I left my small town in East Texas and went to the University of Texas at Austin, I sort of left my friends behind. Some of my friends came with me, and then I made a new group of friends. I sort of stayed in touch with some people from high school, but I had this kind of new set of friends, and I thought that those guys were going to be like the best friends from my life. I joined a fraternity. It was awesome. I had a fantastic time. And then after I finished college, I actually moved to Boston, where I ended up as a research assistant. And so I sort of left all my friends from Texas behind, and then went up to Boston and made a new set of friends. And then I ended up leaving that job and going to medical school. And so I made a new set of friends in medical school, and then I left medical school and went to residency and made a new set of friends when I was training to become a psychiatrist. And so at the end of the road, when I'm making friends with people who are also going to be psychiatrists, I've gotten so far away from the people that I hung out with in high school that those relationships have basically ended. The interesting thing is that the friends that I made online through gaming were the friends that I took with me at each step of the way. So even after I left high school, I still was playing StarCraft with the same group of people, and then we started playing WoW together, and then we started playing FF14, and then we started playing Dota and LoL and other MOBAs, and like now we play some Overwatch. But those same set of people are the people that I've been hanging out with on Friday nights for the last decade of my life. And so those are the people that I actually feel the closest to. And that's why it's so crazy when you think a little bit about inviting this guy to my wedding who I've never met before. It's because he was there when I started dating my wife. Like I distinctly remember, we've been playing games for like 6 years together now. And, I disappear for a month or two, and then I log on one day, and he's like, dude, where the fuck have you been? Like, you haven't been online for 2 months. And I was like, hey, man, I met a girl. And so, like, he gave me shit about it, and then he was kind of there before my relationship started. He was there when my relationship started. I remember talking to him about my wife and, like, sort of, thinking that it wasn't going to last and it wouldn't work out because I was junior and she was a freshman and all this kind of stuff. And so he was kind of there as I decided to move to Boston, and then she decided to move to New York, and then when she moved in with me. So he was kind of there at the start of my relationship, before my relationship, and as my relationship had grown and progressed, he was kind of aware of the whole thing. And so he was actually a really true and authentic friend of mine. And so I think that we have to start off by understanding that gaming isn't all bad. That gaming actually offers us a lot of things that are really positive and really powerful in our life. Not just in terms of coping mechanisms, but that it's amazing that there's this part of the world where you can go and not be judged for how rich or poor you are, not be judged for the color of your skin, and that you can form authentic connections with people that will stay with you no matter where you go in the world. And so I think that's really powerful. And the first thing that we have to understand about relationships in gaming is that there are very real relationships that are formed through gaming. And that those relationships can be authentic and important and actually be a big part of your life. And so I think it's just important for us to stop and acknowledge that for a second. And I think later on we'll get a little bit into how gaming negatively impacts your relationships and whether gaming sort of keeps you from forming friendships in the real world because you have this set of really authentic friends that you spend every weekend with. And that can be part of the problem, but I think we have to first understand that gaming offers us something, and unless we know what functions it serves for us, we're never going to get control over it. And so the way that we start with relationships is simply by acknowledging that the relationships we form through gaming are blind and actually not based on and are permanent. We talked a little bit about how relationships that are formed through the internet are actually really authentic. And I think that that's a really amazing thing, but it also shapes what gamers become comfortable with. Since they're used to being kind of seen for themselves and not judged based on their appearance or how much money they have or the color of their skin, when they do move out into the real world, they start to get exposed based on those qualities. And they can feel like they get judged very easily, and that can become really problematic. So a lot of times when people don't have a lot of friends online, they get used to kind of moving into a public area and being kind of scrutinized by other people. And you kind of get used to that scrutinization and that judgment. I think what happens with gamers is since they spend so much time online, that scrutiny starts to become really uncomfortable for them. And they start to lose confidence in who they are as a person. And I know that, we've talked a little bit earlier, but I know that a lot of you guys have trouble moving with confidence in the real world, whereas you feel so much more comfortable and so much more confident when you're behind a computer screen. And so the more time you spend behind a computer screen, the less confident you become in the real world. And that can really cause problems for relationships, especially romantic relationships. And one of the biggest problems that gamers have with romantic relationships is that gamers tend to give in order to get. And I'll explain what I mean by that. So let's say that you're a gamer and you spend a lot of time online, and then you're also a college student and you meet a girl and you think she's cute and you like her. But since you kind of don't have confidence, you sort of feel like, oh, you're not as attractive as some of the other dudes in the college, or you don't have quite as much money, or you don't dress as nice. And so you kind of see these deficiencies in yourself, and you're attracted to this girl. So what do you do as a gamer? You end up trying to level that playing field. In your mind, when you're dealing with the girl, you tend to think, oh, I mean, she's not going to, if I ask her out, she's going to say no. So what I need to do is I need to get her to like me more so that when I ask her out, she's going to say yes. So then what happens is a gamer usually starts out sort of being friendly, right? He doesn't ask her out at the beginning, but you start hanging out with her, and then you start doing stuff for her. Like if she needs a ride because it's raining or something like that, you give her a ride. When she has trouble like studying for things, you tutor her, you buy her meals, you start to be like this really nice guy. And you start to do things because you don't feel confident enough to ask her out. You start to do things for her. And all the while in your mind, this is towards this goal of getting her to like you. And so you're investing all of this stuff into this relationship with the hope that you're going to get something out of it. And so the help that you give her, the kind of kindness that you show her, has this ulterior motive, and if you guys are really honest with yourselves, you'll see that that's the case, of getting something back. And what happens then? She ends up dating someone else, and then you resent that guy, right? And then she calls you up one night, and she's like, oh, like, the guy that I'm dating, he's such an asshole. And then you listen to her talk about her boyfriend problems. And then this thought pops up in your mind, well, all of those things that are wrong with him are right with me. I wouldn't treat you like that. I'd treat you like gold. I'd respect you. And you start to think that, how can she not see that I'm the perfect person? Because I do all of this stuff for her, and her asshole boyfriend doesn't. And so then what happens is, at some point, all of this stuff that you've invested in the relationship and everything that you've kind of put into this relationship, all of the sacrifices you've made for her are kind of building up, building up, building up, and then you want something in return. And then what happens is you ask her out, right? You finally, you reach this point where you can't take it anymore, and you ask her out. And then what does she do? She says, no, I think of you like a friend, right? That's the line. I think of you like a friend. And this pisses gamers off to no end. It pisses the shit out of you, right? Because, you've been friend-zoned, and you guys hate that. And why is that so resentful? It's because you never wanted to be friend-zoned. And you invested so much into this relationship because you were afraid that she was going to turn you down at the beginning. And then you invest all of this time and this effort and this money into getting her to like you, and then she rejects you. And that rejection is so much more painful because you've invested so much. You spent the last year of your life taking care of this girl, and then she turns you down. And then that makes you really, really angry, hurts your self-confidence, causes a lot of gamers to be really resentful towards women, and causes a lot of the toxicity that we see online. And that toxicity, that hatred of women, comes from a sense of betrayal and a sense of regret and a sense of an investment that you've lost. And so that's really, really toxic and really dangerous. And the worst thing about that is, after this happens to you one time, you feel less confident in yourself, and it becomes harder to ask out the next girl. So then what happens is you repeat the whole pattern. Because whereas before, she had a 20% chance of saying yes if you asked her out, now the next girl has a 10% chance because you've already been rejected once. And not only were you rejected after you did so much for that girl. So the second time around, you're like, okay, now I have to do even more to get her to like me. And so the second time around, gamers invest even more. And what you guys do is then, you buy her flowers for Valentine's Day as a friend. And when she gets dumped by her boyfriend and stood up, you're there, you're the knight in shining armor, and you do everything for her. And so you invest and invest and invest in this relationship. But you're investing in it with sort of the idea of her being your girlfriend, but you never make that clear to her. And so she kind of thinks of you as a friend because you actually don't ask her out at the beginning, right? You're just like this nice guy and you want her to see your value. And so that's really dangerous because you have to be careful about whether you're someone who gives to get. And if you're giving to get something in return, chances are that's going to end poorly and you're going to resent that person for it. Because in a sense, they don't know what you're doing, right? They just think that you're a nice guy. And that doesn't entitle you to anything, but it makes you feel entitled because in your mind, it's an investment and you're looking at for a return. If you're doing something out of the kindness of your heart, that's fine. But if you're really doing something out of the kindness of your heart, you shouldn't be expecting something in return. So one of the most dangerous patterns that gamers can fall into is this pattern of giving to get. And take a look at your interactions with women and see if that's actually what you do. Why are you so nice to them to begin with? Why do you buy them dinner and buy them gifts and spend so much time like finding this perfect piece of jewelry for a female friend of yours? It's because you've got feelings for her. If you've got feelings for her, why don't you ask her out? It's because you're terrified she's going to say no. And since you're terrified, you invest all this stuff, but that just leads to regret and it turns into hatred. And over time, the more that this happens, and I've seen this happen with a lot of you guys several times, each time it happens, it gets a little bit worse and a little bit worse and a little bit worse. And then it's just really catastrophic. So one of the things that you guys have to understand about relationships is be honest with yourself about the way that you feel towards another person and be honest with them and do it from the get-go. If they're going to reject you, they may reject you, and that's okay. But the chances that you invest something and then magically they're going to wake up one day and love you are actually really small. And I know it's painful to think about, but see if you fall into this pattern. Are you someone who gives to get? And if you are, does that have to do with confidence? And if it does have to do with confidence, the solution is not to give more. The solution is to work on your confidence. And a little bit later, we'll talk about how to do that. OnlyFans has created a situation where there's essentially like, it's not just a passive consumer anymore, right? You're actually like forming some kind of relationship with the content creator. So I'm addicted to Findom and OnlyFans. I'm a 27-year-old virgin male. I've been addicted to porn since I was 13. I just recently found out about NoFap a few weeks ago and have been trying to turn my life around. But I'd say 4 months ago, one of the girls I subscribed to on OnlyFans said I should try Findom to see if I liked it. And long story short, I somehow got addicted to Findom and I can't stop. I've probably wasted over $3,500 on Findom and OnlyFans since then. I sometimes feel like I can't get out of this addiction because it's so easy for me to get triggered and lose control. I'm not sure if many of you are familiar with Findom, but it's basically humiliating men for money. I'm not sure how I got into it. The few girls I have interacted with in the past over text and in real life kind of laughed and made fun of me because I'm short and still a virgin. I've had a bad experience with women in my life, and sometimes I feel like no woman would ever want me. I'm thinking these reasons could be the root of this addiction. What do y'all think? I know this might sound weird, but I just wanted to inform people to do not try Findom. It's way worse than just porn addiction, and it's depressing. I really need someone to encourage me to abstain from this. and I'd appreciate it if someone could. Okay. So the first thing is that this is a post from the NoFap subreddit, which I think can be a good subreddit for people to kind of get support. So we also want to, it's not from our subreddit. But there are a couple of things. I really like this post because I think it highlights a couple of really important issues that we're facing right now. So the first is that pornography is evolving. I know it's kind of scary, but so what used to be simple pornography is now evolving to take advantage of so many other psychological vulnerabilities and neuroscientific niches. So we had pornography back in the day, right? And we know that there's different kinds of pornography that people would get into. But what we've started to create now in sort of the realm of pornography are some of these other evolutions. And the reason that these things are evolving is because it's almost like a Darwinian situation where someone kind of comes up with a particular idea and then the market basically selects for the things that are the most successful. And why are these different things successful? It's because they're taking advantage of certain psychological needs that people have. So one example of this is OnlyFans. So why is OnlyFans so incredibly successful? I think a big part of it is simply that if you thought about pornography, all you could be in pornography was a passive participant. You could be a consumer, right? You couldn't actually participate. You could just consume the pornography. So you can watch it, but there's no interaction. There's no kind of relationship that develops. Or if a relationship does develop, it's wholly within your head. And along comes OnlyFans, which takes pornography and then adds an element of a real relationship to it, right? It adds an element of parasocial relationships. So now it's not just a random person that is triggering some kind of neuroscientific response to erotic pictures. Now it's I can interact with this person, and even in this person's case, the person on OnlyFans is making recommendations to me. So I'm able to form a relationship. So when you take all of the things that are addictive and reinforcing about pornography, and what I mean by that is just visual imagery and sounds of sexual things, which activate our brain and release dopamine and all that good stuff, allow us to do things calm down our amygdala and numb out our negative emotions and internal pain. So that old school porn could do all that. Now, when you have OnlyFans, you have the capacity to form some kind of real relationship with this person. You can interact with them. They'll respond to you. You can request things. Sure, there's a price tag for all that stuff, but OnlyFans has created a situation where there's essentially it's not just a passive consumer anymore, right? You're actually forming some kind of relationship with the content creator. We see that parasocial relationship on Twitch as well, right? So this is the way that the internet is evolving, where people are starting to form relationships with people online. Now, do I think that that's wholesale a negative thing? Not really, because I do think that this is a good example of we can use this tool, at least in my opinion, you're welcome to disagree, for good or for evil. The fact that you can connect to other streamers, so I still remember, a lot of people when we do interviews or when people watch streamers, they'll connect with the streamer in some way, even be inspired by the streamer in some way, interact with the streamer in some way. And sometimes that can actually lead to positive impacts, right? So one thing that I really appreciate, the whole purpose of this stream today is that people are posting questions that give me the opportunity to weigh in on things that are important to you guys. So I don't think that this phenomenon is by definition bad. I think most things in humanity and most scientific advancements are tools that can either be used for good or evil. So let's talk a little bit about Findom in this person's particular situation. So this person kind of says, for all of you out there, don't try Findom because it's way more addictive than regular pornography or even OnlyFans. And so then the question becomes, what determines whether a particular kind of pornography or pornographic thing is more addictive or less addictive than something else? And what I've sort of found after, working with a bunch of people is that there's a set of psychological vulnerabilities that any given human being may have. And now what we're sort of discovering is that there's an array of different sexual or pornographic products that can tap into each of those vulnerabilities. And the same is actually true for like video games, because not everyone plays the same kind of video game, right? And so there's a lot of interesting research that's coming out of the University of Toronto. So they developed this model called Brain Hex, which basically looks at a personality analysis and how certain personalities of people will actually prefer certain kinds of video games. And so this kind of thing is also true for like other things on the internet. So some people get addicted to YouTube. Some people get addicted to Reddit. Some people get addicted to TikTok. Some people get addicted to Facebook, right? So there's something going on where there are a lot of different products and services out there. And depending on your individual vulnerabilities, or not even vulnerabilities, it could be personality. That's, you know, your individual characteristics, let's call it that. You're going to get addicted to a particular thing. So what's going on in this situation, and why is it that people get addicted to Findom? So I'm not sure about this person because I haven't really interacted with them. But in my experience, you know, there are a couple of really, really important things at play here. And the first thing to understand is that a fundamental tenet of human psychology is that validation matters more than reassurance. So let me explain what that means. So when I'm a psychiatrist and I'm working with someone who's suicidal, what the default human idea is that if someone is suicidal, you should say, if someone says, I have no reason to live, the default response is to say, that's not true. You have so many reasons to live. Look at how awesome you are. You've got this, 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 and this. And what we know from a scientific perspective is that that is not very effective at reducing that person's suicidality. What is more effective than that is actually validation. So I know it sounds kind of weird, but as a psychiatrist, what I've personally found to be more effective is to, you know, when I sit with a person who's suicidal, is to understand, okay, like really listen to them and say, I can see why you're suicidal, because the truth is that there is a lot of stuff in your life that isn't going well. And I have to actually validate that. I have to start by meeting them where they're at. I don't start by assuming that they're wrong and incorrect. I start by assuming or trying to understand what is in their mind that helps them come to that conclusion. And the cool thing about offering a validating perspective is then that actually makes it more effective when I say, hey, I understand that you don't feel like you have a whole lot of reasons to live right now, but I'm going to respectfully disagree. And I do think that you have a lot of reasons to live. Is it okay if I make my case to you? And so that's actually far more effective, because human beings on a very fundamental level are looking for validation. And this isn't just about suicidality. Like, we actually know that this is a very fundamental part of like human emotion and like the way that our human brain is wired. So as an example, if you look at studies on kids, okay, and if you want to freak out a child, the easiest way to freak out a child is to have a completely neutral expression. And neutral expressions like really, really freak people out. I know it sounds kind of weird. What does a neutral expression have to do with validation? Because a neutral expression validates nothing. So I know it sounds kind of weird, but we know that, you know, when a kid stumbles and falls down, if they start crying and they're sad about it, and as a parent, what do? We pick up the child and we say, oh, no, did baby get hurt? Oh my God, poor little baby. It's okay, baby. I'm so sorry you got hurt. Oh, show me where the boo-boo is. Let me kiss the boo-boo and make it better. So if you look at that kind of response, it's a very validating response, and it works really, really well. When kids grow up with non-validating responses, they tend to end up with attachment issues. So we have a couple of videos about that. There's some stuff about that in Dr. K's guide if y'all are more interested. So these kids grow up to be anxious. And if you look at so there's a video on the anxious personality. And some people just have anxious personalities, and those personalities come from a lack of validation when growing up. There's also another really interesting thing about, so there's just kind of a side note from medicine. So one of my mentors was once telling me that, you know, you can have psychosis, which is like hallucinating and things like that. But psychosis is not a diagnosis, it's a symptom. So sometimes psychosis can be caused by schizophrenia. Sometimes it can be caused by depression. So how can you tell whether psychosis is caused by schizophrenia or whether it's caused by depression? There's a complex diagnostic process. But there was a really interesting thing that one of my mentors told me. And they're like, there's a simple limbic test. So it's kind of a way to test your gut to determine whether the psychosis you're seeing is due to depression or schizophrenia. And so what my mentor told me is, ask yourself this question if you're sitting across from a patient. If they were on the subway and there was a seat open next to them, would you sit down next to them? And I know it sounds kind of weird, but it's actually a very, very good limbic test. because people with schizophrenia, I know it sounds kind of weird, but like even when you see them on the street, like you kind of like, you can sort of tell. And so how is it that your brain can tell the difference between like someone who has schizophrenia and someone who doesn't? It actually comes down to flattened affect. So affect is the facial expression of emotion. And so when people have schizophrenia, their affect gets blunted. So their like face becomes really, really neutral, and it sets us on edge, because what happens in our brain is like, we don't really know what to expect from this person. So when some like, you know, when you can read someone's emotions, it actually makes you like reassured in some way. And so blunted affect, flattened affect, and like there's something about them that just sort of like triggers alarm bells and makes people uncomfortable. It happens with kids too. So if you look at a kid with a neutral expression, it's going to be very like invalidating for what they're feeling, right? Because if they're happy, you're not validating that. If they're sad, you're not validating that. And it's going to freak them out. So this is the key thing to remember, is that validation is a very, very core thing that human beings are looking for. So now circling back to the FinDom, why is it that this stuff is potentially more addictive than OnlyFans or regular pornography? And if we look at that person's post, we see that this person already has a confidence issue, right? I'm 5'4", women will make fun of me, I'm a virgin. They even identify in the first sentence of their post, I'm 27-year-old virgin, right? It's like the second attribute, even before male. So like this person identifies with the idea of being a virgin. So this person identifies with sort of being someone that is like going to be rejected by women. And along comes FinDom, which are paying women to humiliate him, right? So why would someone do that? Why would someone spend more money than maybe they have or they feel comfortable with to have someone treat them like crap? Like, what kind of reinforcement are you getting there? Because it's like, it's creating a negative emotion in them, but it's also highly, highly addictive or reinforcing behavior, right? So what's going on there? And I think essentially what's going on is that it's incredibly validating, right? Because if we have a particular view of ourselves and someone else like takes that view to the extreme, and they're offering an extreme form of validation. Because if you're a 5'4" virgin and you don't feel like you're a good person and you don't feel like anyone will ever treat you well, you will actually pay money to someone to reinforce that idea with you. It's the same reason why we have cognitive biases for people who are narcissistic, right? So people like who are narcissistic will seek validation from wherever they can, because finding concordance with the outside world is really what our brain craves. And so if you have a self-esteem problem, be really, really careful, because if you find something that will reinforce your idea of low self-esteem, you will actually gravitate towards it. We also see this in people who have had abusive relationships, because a lot of people wonder, like, why on earth does this person keep on getting into relationships with abusive people? And the short answer, I mean, I'm oversimplifying stuff. It's obviously more complicated than that. But the short answer is that when people have been abused, especially when you have childhood abuse, you develop an identity of being not worthy, right? And then something really bizarre happens if you have that identity of not being worthy and that like you're not a good person, and you enter into a relationship with someone who treats you with respect. The bizarre thing is that people don't feel good about that. It actually creates a ton of anxiety. They don't actually like it. What happens in the mind of someone who's been abused, who enters into a healthy relationship, is like they get really confused and they become paranoid. They're like, why is this person treating me this way? Like, what is going on? Like, when is it going to change? Like, why are they saying this to me? What's their game? What are they trying to get? I don't understand. This doesn't make sense. Because our brain has developed this idea of what to expect from other human beings. And when things don't line up, it makes us deeply uncomfortable. The flip side of that coin is validation, right? So like if you think about, I don't know if you guys have been in this situation, but you know, I remember when I was in school, like, and I got bullied, like there were times where I would engage in being the recipient of bullying because it like made sense to me, right? Like, because that's my job, is to be bullied. Like those are the people who are like the jocks and the captain of the football team, and I'm the loser. So I'll even engage in situations that replay that kind of idea. There's also research on this from the psychotherapy. So there's this idea called the repetition compulsion, which is like, there's some really interesting papers written about that if you guys want further reading. But I think that it's kind of interesting because essentially what's happening with like these evolutions of pornography is that there are these kinds of vulnerabilities. And if you have the vulnerability where you feel like you are unworthy of a woman's attention, and then you start paying a woman to give you the kind of attention that you feel you deserve, it's going to be incredibly validating and incredibly addictive. So then the question becomes like, what do I do about this? I don't think abstinence from the thing is sufficient. So is it a step in the right direction? Absolutely. But trying to abstain from an addictive behavior without understanding the roots of the behavior tends to be the recipe for relapse. And we've seen this time and time and time again. Like, I've seen this as an addiction psychiatrist where people will say like, okay, this is the last time, like, I gotta quit. But they don't actually do the work to figure out, it's not the fact that you need to quit. What you really need to understand if you want to overcome an addiction is not the fact that you need to quit. It's to understand what the addiction does for you in the first place. What is the addiction doing for you? What is the purpose it serves? What is the advantage that you gain from engaging in this addiction? And once you start to explore that, once you get to the roots of where the addiction is born from, where it comes from, and as you start to address those things, the actual addictive behaviors will start to like wither. They're like leaves on a tree where once you take out the roots, the leaves themselves, that's what you see, that's what you experience. They will all start to automatically wither once you take the root of the problem out. So if y'all are struggling with some kind of, new addiction, and I've seen so many of them, you got to understand that like this is happening for a reason, right? That like the internet is a place where it allows for a lot of Darwinian selection. We see this for video games, we see it for content distribution platforms, and we even see it for pornography. And the kind of pornography that you get addicted to, it's not just pornography addiction, right? It's not one thing. There's actually a different kind of psychological process, whether you're addicted to pornography or you're addicted to OnlyFans or you're addicted to Findom or you're addicted to another thing. All of those things are going to be working on your brain in slightly different ways. And so if you want to overcome those specific addictions, it involves understanding what is this particular manifestation of pornography doing for me? What is the psychological vulnerability that it's kind of exploiting and take advantage of? What is it doing for me that other kinds of pornography don't do for me? And once you understand what those fundamental psychological needs are, then you can start working on them. And as you work through those fundamental psychological needs, the need for pornography or whatever you're into will actually start to reduce. Questions? So how do you figure out what your needs are? So that's a really good question. So I'd say that, so the first thing is you can definitely work with a therapist. I saw a couple of posts that people were saying like, my therapist was like, just masturbate less. I'm sorry you got a therapist like that. Sucks. You can absolutely work with a therapist for pornography addiction. There are people that sort of specialize in it and things like that. But I'd say that you can even do a lot of this work on your own, right? So like you can just ask yourself like, on a given day, like let's say you've got Findom versus OnlyFans versus like pornography, and you'll notice that you're gravitating towards one versus the other. So when you gravitate towards it, I know it's kind of weird, but just ask yourself the question, like, how does this make me feel compared to something else? So if, let's say, your problem is like OnlyFans versus like, let's say Pornhub, okay? And so then ask yourself, like, what is it about OnlyFans? What do I feel when I watch OnlyFans that like, what do I feel? How is this different? And this is where like meditation can actually be really helpful. I'm not saying meditation for the purpose of just meditate and then it'll get better. The purpose of meditation is to learn a systematic way of introspection, right? So you like kind of close your eyes and like you kind of think about Pornhub for a second. And then like you kind of like think, okay, what is this going to do for me? What feels unsatisfying about it? And then if you look at something like OnlyFans, and then like you can kind of ask yourself the question there too, what feels so satisfying about this? What is it about this that really draws me in? And what you'll find is probably something along the lines of like, I feel noticed here. I feel like I have a relationship. I feel a connection to this person. And then what you kind of tunnel down into is that, okay, so like, it's not just pornography. It's like pornography plus connection. So what I really want is like some kind of sexual relationship in which like I feel connected to the other person. And once you become aware of your own needs, that's the first step to actually overcoming them. I do think that this is where, like, you know, a systematic approach and also working with an individual like a therapist, I don't know if this is really, I want to say that this is probably outside of the realm of coaching. So coaches do have a lot of experience with people who are, you know, addicted to pornography. It's like a big part of our community. And at the same time, I think really at that level, you may be better benefited by a therapist as opposed to a coach, but you can always give coaching a try. But I think it's just doing good introspective work, right? It's like really looking at yourself and asking yourself, what is it about this that really attracts me? Are all addictions bad? Yes, I'd say so, because I'd say the definition of an addiction is something that impairs function. So a lot of people in the early days of Healthy Gamer would ask me, back when we talked primarily about video game addiction, how do I know if I'm addicted? And the short answer is, if it causes a problem, it is a problem. So how do you draw the line between like a healthy amount of pornography use or an unhealthy amount of pornography use? If it starts to cause problems in your life, like it prevents you from engaging in relationships, if it prevents you from doing other things, if you become dependent on it for emotional like suppression or emotional coping, then it's a problem. So if it causes a problem, it is a problem. Does the addiction go deeper than I'm lonely and want a girlfriend? Maybe, right? That's not something that I can answer. So this is like what we try to do at Healthy Gamer, is like there isn't a answer to this question. So this is why like our approach at Healthy Gamer is not like, and this is what the internet does, right? So like the internet will have like a blog. And in the blogger, the person is like, here is how you fix this problem. Or you'll have someone who's like, you know, one of these success gurus who's like, here's the formula to success. It's a video course that you can purchase that's going to be the same for every single person out there, because it's a guaranteed formula for success. If you don't like it, your money back guaranteed. Here's how I make 18 figures a month. You know, it's the formula for success. So everyone out there is asking for what's the right answer? So our approach at Healthy Gamer, and this is a big reason why Dr. K's guide was created the way that it was, is Dr. K's guide is not linear, right? It's like, because the idea behind Dr. K's guide is that one answer is not going to work for every person. So if you're struggling with depression, there's going to be clinical aspects of it and non-clinical aspects of it. What does your depression manifest as? Is this a sense like, are you depressed because you've fallen behind? Are you depressed because you have protective hopelessness? Are you depressed because you grew up in an environment with conditional love, where your sense of worth is tied to your accomplishments? So you can't learn how to be happy unless you're successful. So what is the origin of your depression? Because for different people, it's going to be different. And this is why what we try to advocate, this is why we answer questions like this. This isn't just like, here are the features of pornography addiction. We'll sometimes do that as well. But we try to answer these specific questions because the truth is that pornography addiction is not monolithic. It's not one disease. It's actually a plethora of different diseases that affect people in unique ways. It's the same reason why addiction is not one disease. People have a drug of choice, right? Some people get addicted to alcohol. Some people get addicted to cocaine. Some people get addicted to marijuana. And each of these substances interacts with us in a different way. The substances are also a little bit different because it does appear that there's a genetic vulnerability to particular kinds of addiction. Unclear whether that's true in pornography or not. But what I really have seen is that if you want to like overcome your pornography addiction, you have to take an individual approach. You can use these general principles, but that's why like in Dr. K's guide, like a lot of his exercises, right? That's why we have a coaching program. And we started with the coaching program and then did Dr. K's guide second, because what we really found is that to create substantive change in your life, you need a personal approach. There isn't a formula to success. There's just your formula to success. Your challenges, your genetic makeup, your circumstances, your living conditions, your traumatic experiences, your strengths, the things that you're good at, the things that you're passionate about, the things that you're inspired by, all of those are highly individual. So if you want to put your life together, it involves understanding all of those factors. You know, a walkthrough only works if everyone has if everyone is playing the same game and starts from the same location. You guys get that? The only reason we can have a stock walkthrough on the internet is because everyone spawns in the same place in a video game. You can't create a walkthrough when there are 1,000 different spawn points. It's impossible. So this is the big problem, is that like everyone out there is giving stock solutions to shared problems, but it's been my experience, and I may be heavily influenced because I'm a clinician, right? So I tend to work with individuals. is that if you want to put together your life, you can't use a stock solution. You have to use an individual solution. So going back to, does the addiction go deeper than I am lonely and want a girlfriend? It could, right? But for some people, getting a girlfriend will be enough. For some people, engaging in a relationship that offers authentic connection and has a sexual component will definitely help reduce the pornography use or whatever. And for some people, it may be insufficient, right? Because for some people who get a girlfriend, we've heard this a lot, by the way, that once you get a girlfriend, like the pornography becomes really weird and you get filled with guilt because you're watching pornography because your brain is habituated to it, right? So it's not just like, it's not a psychological vulnerability. At some point, it becomes a habit. So now if I'm habitually addicted to pornography and I start having a relationship with a woman, I will feel guilty because like I have this habit circuitry that causes me to still watch pornography because you can't drop it like you can't drop it like that. And then once I feel guilty, then what that guilt does is pushes me more towards pornography because there's good evidence that pornography is used as an emotional coping mechanism. So the more guilty you feel, the more pornography you watch. The more pornography you watch, the more guilty you feel because you've got a girlfriend. And then you don't want to tell her. And then at some point she finds out and then you're embarrassed and she feels upset. She feels like she's not enough for you. She gets concerned that she's not enough for you. And then she starts crying and then you feel even guiltier and it's back to the porno. It's like, it's a whole vicious cycle. Right? And it comes down to understanding what is the pornography doing for you? Is it a source of emotional coping? And once you understand that, then you can hopefully have a conversation with her and you can have a conversation with your girlfriend. And it's like, hey, like I've been doing this for a long time. Like I really value you. I care about you. I find our sexual relationship to be gratifying. And, it's something that I'm working on. And then it's also about like communications and asking questions, right? It's about asking your girlfriend, how do you feel when I watch pornography? How does it make you feel when I do this? Are you okay with it or are you not okay with it? Is it okay that like, I don't like it actually? Is it okay if I share that? Right? So it's about communication. It's about understanding. These are the bedrocks that we try to like instill in people in Healthy Gamer. Okay, this is a good one, chat. So how do I stop lusting over a streamer I work for? Hi, Dr. K in chat. I have a crush or lust for a very attractive streamer. I'm leaning more towards lust as most of my thoughts for her are sexual rather than fantasy of being in a relationship. This infatuation has led me to constantly wanting her attention and getting jealous when I don't get it, or she gives it to someone else, such as her boyfriend. I know usually in this situation, you step away and distance yourself and use other activities to distract yourself. But I'm her editor, so I'm quite literally exchanging DMs, editing and photoshopping images and videos of her hours every day. It's not something I can just quit or focus less on, as she pays me significantly more than average since she is a successful streamer, YouTuber. I mean, sorry for the alt account. Had to use it since a lot of community members would recognize my main account. So let's just kind of quickly review what this post is sort of about. So there's someone who seems like they're a successful YouTube editor or Photoshopper or whatever, they're editor, and they have a work relationship with a very attractive streamer who seems to be female, and they're having kind of lustful thoughts for this person, and they're trying to figure out how to stop lusting for this person. So there are a couple of important points here to think about. So first of all, this is very common, right? So the first thing to understand is that parasocial relationships are a growing factor in our society. So what I mean by parasocial relationships is, like these like relationships to a certain degree with streamers, YouTubers, etc. But it's not just a parasocial relationship, right? This is like older than that. Like people have been lusting over their work colleagues since, there has been work. Since the dawn of time. So there are a couple of important points here. The first thing is that, if you're in this situation and you find yourself lusting over someone, the first thing that you need to do is be honest with yourself. So this person is saying, all I experience is lust. I'm not interested in a relationship. But if you really pay attention to some of the posts and stuff like that, it seems like they also feel jealous when said streamer is like spending time with their boyfriend. So it seems like if you really are honest with yourself, there's more there than lust, right? So if you're feeling like jealous or like upset, if this person is doing more than potentially, fucking, then you have to be a little bit careful about that. The second thing to think about is that, if all you feel is lust, jealousy is not necessarily like an appropriate emotion. And what I mean by that is that, like, if all you feel is lust, it shouldn't theoretically matter to you whether, like, this person is engaging in sexual activity with other people, because all you want is sexual activity with the person. So if you, are concerned that this person is, like, having sex with someone else and you don't want that to happen, then the truth is that you probably feel more than just lust. So then the question becomes, like, why is lust the primary thing that you experience? And that's because I think lust is the safest feeling for people in this situation to have, right? Lust is the feeling that is the most justifiable. It's the one that actually hurts the least, right? I'm just horny, like, that's all. It's just like, it's a physical thing. So it's actually like a very protective diagnosis as opposed to I'm in love with this person. So sometimes remember that the mind will tell you a lie to try to protect you. And one of the most common lies that it tells you is like, when you feel like there's no opportunity for you to have a relationship with someone, your mind will tell you, oh, you're just horny, that's it. And because that becomes like a lot more like internally tolerable. So the truth is that you may actually have more feelings for this person than just lust. It's a little bit unclear to me, but I would seriously explore those, and that'll become important in a second because, so the next thing is that unless you really understand how you feel and the spectrum and depth of your feelings, dealing with them is going to be difficult. Because if you diagnose this as a problem of lust and you try to fix a problem of lust, but the truth is that there's like suppressed feelings that go beyond lust, your solutions may not work, right? So if you misdiagnose the problem, you're not going to be able to treat it well. So the first thing that you need to do is be honest with yourself. The next thing that you need to be careful about, so this goes for everyone out there. So a lot of times we know what we need to do, but there's a reason that we can't do it, right? So this person says, I know that the right answer here is to distance myself, but I can't, right? And that's a very, very dangerous way of thinking. So anytime our mind is resistant to something, what it actually does is provides us with a very good logical reason that gives us an excuse to not do what we need to do. So when I really need to do something and I really don't want to do something, my mind will subconsciously give me a really good excuse so that I don't do it, right? And what this person is saying, I'm a successful editor, I get paid above average, and so I can't leave my job, right? I have to stay. Oh, that's too bad that you have to stay. And then internally, some part of you that wants to be closer to this person, that wants to like, there's probably some amount of gratification that this very successful and attractive YouTube streamer is like sending you, like you have such an intimate relationship with them. They rely on you. You're a part of their life. You're responsible for their success. They owe you in some way. You also get to see slices of this person's life that other people don't see. There's a certain intimacy there, right? There's all the plebs who get to see the photoshopped images, and you're the one that gets to see like the real images. So there's a lot of like thoughts there that are kind of interesting. There's a lot of actually intimacy and closeness in the relationship, which there's a part of you that probably doesn't want to give up. And so, because like there's a lot of logical answers here. Even if you get paid above market rate, like if you work with this streamer, and I'm pretty sure you apply for jobs with other streamers, like if you're a successful editor for a successful streamer, that probably allows you to, do that kind of work for other people at a comparable pay. But what I'm sort of noticing in this situation, and this is for all of you guys, is like, if you know what the right answer is and your mind says, but I can't do it because of this other reason, and it provides some kind of justification, be careful, because that's a sign of resistance. Remember that the mind, when it has a secret desire, and this is where like you have to properly diagnose it, as long as that desire is secret, it will fight against you in terms of like creating some kind of artificial resistance. I mean, maybe this person is right, and maybe they get paid an inappropriate amount, and it is sort of a challenge for them. But that too, I would encourage you to think long and hard. Like, just because you get paid less somewhere else doesn't mean that it isn't like a bad idea for you to switch jobs, right? So remember that what you pay for with financial security can sometimes be like mental health or stalling in other parts of your life. Like, sure, you can get paid more if you work 80 hours a week, but is that actually like a trade that you want to make? So the first thing that you need to do is be honest with yourself and recognize, is this just lust or is it more than lust? And the challenge there is that accepting that it's more than lust will probably be more painful because the actual opportunity for a real relationship may be smaller than like just lust. The second thing to do is be aware of your internal resistance. And if you know what the right answer is and your mind says, but you can't do the right answer because of XYZ, be careful about that. Can you really not do that? Is the resistance really real? Like, that may actually be true, but you can probably still, exert some degree of influence or change or switch your jobs. And the third thing to consider is like space in your life. So oftentimes, the reason that people get stuck in a particular relationship is because they don't create the space in their lives for an alternative. So I'd be really curious whether this person is in a relationship of their own, right? So are you single? Are you in a relationship? This is where we kind of get into issues of like emotional affairs and stuff like that. Or even like, having persistent sexual thoughts about someone who's like outside of who your relationship is with. So I'd really be curious about like the empty spaces of your life. So generally speaking, when we have some emptiness in our life, we tend to fill it in with some kind of like approximation of the real thing. Right? This is like one of these, like, when I'm super lonely and like I buy like a pillow that's shaped like another human and I cuddle that pillow, it sort of like is an approximation of the real thing and it can bring me some kind of comfort, but it never really fills up the void. So we also see this in like substance use, right? So when I feel like lonely and bad about myself, I feel like empty on the inside. And so I can seek oblivion through drugs. And like, it'll sort of fill things up kind of, right? So like if let's say I like do a lot of coke and I go to a party and I like have a blast and I get laid and stuff like that. And so like I fill up, the emptiness in my soul with like dopamine and enjoyment and pleasure, but it never truly fills it up. And what I found a lot of times is when we're empty on the inside, it can be really, really hard to actually get rid of the thing that like is holding us back. So when I feel super empty inside, like getting sober is actually the hardest thing. When you feel like very lonely on the inside, sometimes stepping away from some of these like parasocial or work relationships is actually the hardest thing. And this is unfortunate, but we're going to kind of take a quick tangent into like yogic thinking. But anytime we feel empty inside, we try to fill that emptiness through the indriyas or the sense organs. So this is where like if you feel like alone or you feel like you're not loved or that you want a fulfilling relationship, or even if you want to get laid, and you bombard your senses with like images of this particular person, your brain is going to be like, oh, we're empty over here. We're getting all of this like sensory input. Let's try to fill up that input over here. And this is where, if you really want to fill this thing up, you actually have to get rid of like the sensory inputs. So this is where sometimes, people that I'll work with, like they keep on breaking up with each other and then getting back together. And the reason for that is because there's not actually space in their life for a new relationship, right? So when you break up with someone and then you're kind of like then you're broken up and then you start like texting them again and stuff like that out of habits and you kind of hang out with them and stuff like that. As long as you're socializing with that person, there's not going to be space in your life for another person. So it's really important to be careful about the way that, you have a void and the way that you fill it up through certain sensory organs or experiences, and try really hard to create the space in your life for someone else to move in. Because what I'm kind of noticing in this situation is that there's like that thoughts of this particular streamer or YouTuber, like you have so much sensory input, they're like entering your life so much that there isn't space for you to like lust after someone else, right? Because all of your lust is already occupied by this person. And as long as your sense organs are being bombarded by these Photoshop images for hours and hours and hours a day, then you're like, that's going to like occupy your lust. So I'd say, and the last thing to kind of think a little bit about is just acceptance and grief. So this is hard, but one of the skills that we're never taught, which I think is one of the most important skills to learn, is how to grieve. So the last thing that this person could do is like grieve this loss. And what do I mean by this loss? It could be the possibility that you'll never have a sexual relationship with this person, so you have to kind of like let that go, like accept, hey, it's never going to happen. The other thing that you could do is grieve the loss of the lack of a true relationship, that you have a professional relationship and that maybe you want more than lust. And you just have to like learn how to grieve, right? Like you can't ignore it. You have to accept that it's there. And this goes back to number one, which is like be honest with yourself. And then like grieve it. So you have to like mourn it, right? So you have to like sit there and think about all the things that you want and accept and think about how you're never going to get them. And as you go through that process of grief, even though it's really, really painful, because you're going to be uncovering all of your coping mechanisms and you're going to feel like naked and like terrified and pathetic. As you go through that process, the good news is all of that negative energy, all of that negative emotion that you're suppressing is actually going to like come out. It'll overwhelm you for a while, but then it'll actually start to subside. And then hopefully you'll have the space to take kind of the right steps forward. So unfortunately, this is something that we see very commonly. So this is a case of, someone who's close to like a streamer or YouTuber or something like that, has something of a professional relationship, maybe a parasocial relationship. And it's really challenging because it's happening more and more and more. So like basically, how do you deal with, lusting over someone that you may not be able to have a relationship with? And it comes down to, first of all, being honest with yourself, because there may be more there than lust. And sometimes what our mind does is like tries to give us the most manageable version of our feelings. So it would be really, really hard for you to say, I'm in love with this person. So instead your mind is like, you're just horny. Don't worry about it. Just horniness. It's like a physical thing. It comes from the scrotum. No big deal. The next thing that you have to do is be careful about your resistance, because a lot of times in this situation, we know exactly what we need to do. But then our mind, since it really doesn't want to leave, will tell us, oh, you can't do what is good for you because of this reason. But the more that you look at that reason, the more you realize actually like you can do something about it, right? This person could try to apply for being an editor for like, they're like literally 10,000 streamers or YouTubers out there that are relatively successful, right? There's so many different platforms. There's Instagram, there's Facebook, there's YouTube, there's Twitch. And if you have a resume where you've helped this person, like, and you put on your resume, I started editing when this person was this big, now they're this big, I'm very professional, like I help people like succeed and put forward the best content, there will be people who will hire you. You just have to apply for enough jobs. But this person says, but I can't. So be careful about your internal resistance, because chances are there's a subconscious feeling that's driving you and telling you logically you can't leave because it doesn't want to leave. So it'll provide for you the best argument that it can to keep you there. Next thing to kind of think a little bit about is making sure that there's space in your life. So sometimes when we have these kind of relationships with people that are sort of like infatuations or lust or parasocial, the reason that we can't get free of them is because we don't have something else in our life to lean on. So, be a little bit careful about creating the space in your life so that you can kind of move from this unhealthy relationship to a healthy relationship. And a lot of times when we feel like an emptiness inside, we'll fill up that emptiness through our sense organs. So as long as you feel empty inside and you're editing these pictures, that's going to be like a really bad combination. The last thing you have to learn how to do is you have to learn how to mourn. You have to learn how to grieve. And grieve this relationship, because there could have been something that was super awesome, right? Like if you like really sit down and think about the fantasy, how awesome would it be to be this person's editor and to be in a romantic relationship with her, right? To be like an integral part of their success, for y'all to be working together to create this brand. And how awesome would it be if like you guys like worked together and like had a personal relationship, right? There's a reason why a lot of people engage in personal relationships, like in the workplace. You have power couples. I'm speaking from kind of personal experience in terms of there are like a lot of advantages and a lot of attractive things about working with someone who you're engaged in a personal relationship with. I think 90% of the time it's a mess and usually unhealthy, but that doesn't make it any less attractive, right? It's so awesome to be in that 10%. So if you are in this kind of situation, my condolences. I think you also may want to think a little bit about working with someone to kind of work through these feelings, because it can be really hard to manage on your own. Your mind is a tricky thing. And so we'll do its best to keep you from understanding like what's actually going on, right? It's doing that to protect you. So working with a coach or working with, a therapist or something like that, even having like a long talk with someone that you can really confide in is really, really important. That's part of what I think is the advantage of like a coach or a therapist, is that, they're not invested in anything except for you, right? They're there for you. You can be honest with them about the deep and embarrassing thoughts. They may pick it up and may ask you questions that are like hard for you to like figure out on your own. So you can always do something like that. Make sense? Oh yeah, sorry, the notification is wrong for Squid Game. Is it good to address this with the streamer? I would say you shouldn't address things with the streamer yet, right? So when you it's a really good question. So like if I'm lusting over someone that at work, like what should I do? You should settle your own feelings first before talking to them. So you have to understand exactly what you feel, and you also have to understand the kind of position you're putting them in. I think that generally speaking, like honesty and authenticity is like a good thing to have, but you also have to recognize that like that may place a burden on someone else. And part of the reason there is that like the reason this is so bewildering for the other person is because you've constructed like you've spent 1,000 hours thinking about this, whereas like the streamer will have spent maybe 0. So when you kind of like present them with a conversation, they're going to feel like really shocked, and generally speaking, it's going to be hard for them to respond in a positive way. So, you're kind of like, it's hard to describe, but you're sort of like, you've got one leg up on them because you've been thinking about it for a long time, and it may be like completely new to them. So I think a good example of this is I saw a post recently in the polyamory subreddit about, someone was kind of saying like, one partner had been like working with poly feelings for like 5 years. And then like the other partner, they'd been in a monogamous relationship. And so then like, the partner who thought they're poly was like, hey, this is how I feel, and then like a month later, they're like, so can we open up the relationship? And then like the other person was like, you've been thinking about this for 5 years. I've been processing it for 1 month. Like I need more time. And so you have to remember that you can do a lot of processing internally, but anytime you have a conversation with someone, you have to give them time to process. I do think in a perfect world, it's actually okay and maybe even professional to share with the streamer, why you're leaving. And when you ask for like a reference or something like that, you can say, hey, it's kind of weird, but like for some reason, like my mind is going into weird places about this relationship. It's not genuinely how I feel about you. And like, I respect you a lot as a professional colleague, and I'm just having trouble dealing with these things. I don't expect you to do anything about it. And I definitely don't want to put you in an awkward circumstance. So I think the best thing for me to do is actually leave. Like I'll help you find a replacement. Absolutely. I'd really appreciate a reference. I'm still like, I still care about you a lot as a professional colleague. I hope you do really well. But just for personal reasons, I think I have to, step away from this job. Is that cool? And just be like kind of professional about it and say like, hey, like it's just getting weird to be like editing your pictures all the time. So you can always have a conversation like that, but I'd say be careful about it. And then the other thing is that if you want to go for love, you can always confess your feelings and see what happens, but that's probably not going to end well. So what you're saying is that we need a healthy gamer OnlyFans? No. That's not what I'm saying at all. All right, maybe one day. I was thinking about the inundation of porn and graphic sexual content in today's culture. I was wondering what would be Dr. K's thoughts on how this is affecting the human mind and mental health. I feel that genuine human intimacy is going down in this day and age, but it could just be me. Sexuality is something so common and frequent to humans naturally, however, that it just seems natural that in the internet age it would be everywhere. However, I feel that, as I said, this is affecting human intimacy, and it, at least in my eyes, seems to be making sexuality and sexual experiences not as special or exciting as they should be. Just some thoughts from the community. Would love to hear people's ideas. Okay, let me think about this. Oh man, so I think this is such a complicated question. So the simplest questions actually have the most complicated answers because it depends on what level you want to talk about, okay? So if we want to try to understand the inundation of porn and sexuality and sexually explicit, not even sexually explicit, sexually implicit things on the internet, right? So if you look at things like the hot tub meta on Twitch, that's not sexually explicit, but sexually implicit. So we are absolutely being inundated and bombarded with sexual stimuli. And so then the question is, what does that do to us? And the short answer is like, no one really knows, but I suspect it ain't great. So here's what we do know. If we look at content on the internet, what I have come to realize is that like the content that does well is the stuff that from an evolutionary or sort of takes advantage of like the evolution of our brains. So our brains have evolved to be attracted to particular things. And though that attraction in our brain led to survival benefits. So a good example of this is like we're attracted to high calorie density food. So we're attracted to food that is like, you know, sugary, fatty, delicious, right? We call it delicious. Like food that is like low calorie is not usually considered delicious. And so then what happens is our body has evolved to have a preference for this one thing because it used to be a survival advantage. And then we started making like, you know, Twinkies. And then suddenly people are now dying of diabetes because their body has evolved to tell them to like eat this unhealthy food. And what we have is we have industries that have adapted to this evolutionary preference, like fast food, right? So like we have calorie dense pizza, all this kind of stuff. I had pizza last night. It was delicious. I hadn't had pizza in a while. And I ate like 1,000 calories. And like so we have entire industries that have adapted to meet this need. And then what happens is like the industries is sort of like, we're just making the pizza. Like we're not, you know, people can choose to eat it or not eat it. It's like, we're just making pizza, right? And so there's like personal freedom arguments and all that kind of stuff. But I think industries are adapting to fit the existing architecture of our brains. And I think this is essentially happening with the internet, dopamine, and like sexuality. So, you know, the last big revolution that was predatory on the way that our brains and bodies have evolved may have been like the food industry. And now what we've got is this whole cognitive, like technology, like predatory kind of stuff. I don't think some of them are trying to be predatory. Some of them aren't trying to be predatory, right? So if like you're a game designer, some of them are like, you know, sitting there like as CFO and trying to think like, how can we extract more juice from this sweet, pudgy gamer? And then like some people are like, you know, how can I make the game that I want to play? How can I make a game that's more fun than anything I've ever played before? And so both of those things will end up with arguably like things that will be predatory on our circuitry. And so I think we're seeing this in sexuality as well, where like content, people are sort of figuring out like, you know, Instagram is a good example, right? So like everyone is like editing Instagram photos. And I saw that there was recently legislation in Norway where you have to like let people know that your Instagram is edited. And so like what everyone is doing is they're like gravitating towards like these, people aren't really sure, they're not neuroscientists, but if I'm an Instagram model, I'm going to figure out from a Darwinian sense, right? I'm going to try this post and it's not going to work. I'm going to try this post. It is going to work. Oh, what did I do there? Oh, I was wearing something skimpier. Okay, now I'm going to try skimpy, but this is too skimpy. And now people think that I'm kind of like, you know, hoish. So like people didn't like that as much. So I need to be like just hoish enough, right? So that's sort of like the idea behind like, and they figured this out. They figure out like how the brain is wired and what leads to the most kind of like pull. So some of the impacts that we're seeing are, you know, we're seeing things like pornography addiction. So we're seeing that, for example, the more likely you are to get addicted to pornography, like depends on how early you were exposed to pornography and also the intensity of the pornography that you were exposed to. So we are seeing real like psychiatric consequences. We're also seeing, as this person suggests, like some confusion around intimacy and expectations. So a lot of people who, you know, grow up watching porn will have particular expectations of what the appropriate response is. So I one time had a patient who told me that they were unable to have an orgasm when they masturbate. And as I talked to them, I realized like actually when they masturbate, they are having an orgasm. It's just in the pornography, there's like, so they used to say that I can get to the first part of orgasm. I was like, what do you mean the first part of orgasm? And they're like, well, I get like a small amount of ejaculate, but I don't get to the full ejaculate. I was like, what do you mean the full ejaculate? And then I realized that like when you watch pornography, there's such a copious amount of ejaculate that like this person had what I assumed to be like a normal ejaculation. I still remember I looked up I still remember like after an appointment, I looked up what is the average amount of what is the median amount of human ejaculate in milliliters. And so pornography had given them this idea that like orgasm is this like just explosion of like buckets of ejaculation. And they just didn't understand that, right? So like they would actually masturbate and they thought they were like busted in some way. So like, you know, the impacts of pornography, is there pornography addiction? Absolutely. Is it affecting with intimacy? Like, I think so. And then there are all these other like unexpected outcomes that we're not going to know, right? Like you can't predict that if people watch a lot of pornography, like teenagers are going to get confused about when they have an orgasm. That's not like, you just can't make that prediction, but it's an effect. And so, you know, what effect is it having? The short answer is like, we sort of don't know. So we're certainly seeing some of these things like, you know, death grip syndrome and some of these other things where our brain is like wiring to expect a certain kind of stimulus. And then it takes some time for us to like rewire to like regular stimuli. And so, you know, there are a couple of things like this, but the short answer is like, is it affecting us? Absolutely. And the reason that we don't know is because pornography and sexually explicit and implicit material is evolving so quickly that we can't even study it. Like we can't study it fast enough. So if you think about, you know, 5 years ago, like OnlyFans didn't exist. But at least I don't think so. Maybe it did. But now what's happening is like, I'm sure that OnlyFans, the parasocial element of OnlyFans is going to create intimacy issues in real relationships. Because for a long time, partners have always been concerned about, what was I saying? Oh yeah, OnlyFans. So, you know, partners for a long time have been concerned that like, oh, if my partner watches pornography, like it feels like they're cheating, right? Like partners have all like been concerned about, you know, watching pornography and like, you know, whatever. And then like, I think that there's an emotional component, there's a parasocial component on OnlyFans, which is going to exacerbate those kinds of feelings in the people who are vulnerable to them, right? So like it's completely possible that, you know, the majority of the population or maybe the minority, I have no idea, will be totally fine with, you know, someone donating $100 or purchasing, I guess, you know, $100 or $1,000 of content a month on OnlyFans. Like some partners may be like comfortable with that, right? Because polyamory is also growing, like open relationships are growing, like everything's changing, so that could be fine. But at the same time, I think that like the reason that OnlyFans is successful is because pornography has evolved. And what people have figured out is that like there's an element to pornography that's purely physical. And it started off with a magazine, right? There's like zero interaction. And then like how much will it prey on our brain if I get like interaction with that woman? I can lust for a particular, I'm just sort of thinking about the heteronormative here and a masculine perspective. But, you know, if I'm a man and I'm lusting for a woman, like looking at a Playboy magazine, like that's fine. But then suddenly like I'm able to interact with the woman. I'm able to get the woman's attention. Like I'm able to like have more contact with her. And we just saw from a post earlier today that like, you know, people can get addicted to Twitch and stuff because of these parasocial interactions. So there's like you know, what effect is it having? Honestly, as a scientist, the right answer is I don't know, and no one does. And at the same time, we are clearly seeing signs of something is changing in our brains in the way that we interact with each other. Now, I'm not going to be quite as doomsday as many people will. Everyone's like, oh my God, the world is coming to the end. Like OnlyFans will be the death of all relationships. And I'm sure that someone out there believes that. But I also think that, you know, the reason we stream on Twitch is because we can sort of fight fire with fire, right? So like people can become addicted to Twitch, and people can hopefully watch Twitch, which I know sounds kind of weird, to like help themselves not become addicted to Twitch. It's bizarre. But I think that we can probably we can teach people how to have healthier conversations and relationships. I've done that before. in terms of like, you know, pornography and OnlyFans and stuff like that. Like, how can you communicate with your partner? Because that kind of communication education like hasn't been available for most of the history of humanity. So it's possible that we can just build healthy relationships despite all this stuff by just learning more about ourselves. So what you're saying is that we need a healthy gamer OnlyFans? No. That's not what I'm saying at all. Oh my god. All right, maybe one day. I'm happy on Twitch, chat. Can you... OnlyFans, man. Right, and so this is where like... Is this the same person that was asking, is this why Magneto is never depressed? Just to be clear, the world is changing. We don't know how it's changing. Is it causing problems? Probably, and or yes. And I don't think that that means that the world should stop changing, right? So like the whole goal of humanity is that new challenges arise, and like as the human race, like we have to figure out how to like unscrew ourselves from all the screwing over we've done. So like, you know, the Industrial Revolution happened and we started like using fossil fuels a ton. And now there's like concerns around climate change. So we gotta like fix that, right? So they're like reforestation projects and like, you know, all kinds of things that is the human race hopefully will, you know, start doing. And so that there's a cognitive revolution as well. There's like a cognitive change. There's like, you know, we're doing a lot of things that cognitively offer short-term benefits. And there's almost like a cognitive climate change happening right now with the human race. And I think the reason that we're seeing so much more mental illness and why mental illness is getting worse and suicide is getting a little bit worse, if not significantly worse, depression is increasing, anxiety is increasing. I think it's a sign of this cognitive climate change. So does pornography have something to do with that? Sure. Does OnlyFans have something to do with that? Sure. Does YouTube have something to do with that? Sure. Does Switch have something to do with that? Sure. And are these things evil? Do we want to stop advancing as a human race and like stop advancing technology just because it has some downsides? I personally don't think so. I think this is where like we can learn about ourselves and we can manage it. I love video games. Yeah, so when VR develops haptic feedback, that is going to eliminate the human race. I gave a talk about this at a video game developer conference a few years ago, that my biggest concern about the pornography industry is when you can have haptic feedback with VR. And like then like literally people may stop having children. And then like you incorporate things like AI and stuff. Like, and you have like a fully virtual girlfriend that will throw temper tantrums and frustrate you. And then, yeah, AI waifu with haptic feedback, then it's like GG, dude. So, you know, there's this idea right now that like people who are into waifus are like less than human. You know, people will mock them a lot and will denigrate them a lot and things like that. But I think as technology improves, like just like gaming has become, we used to do that with the gamers. You remember that, chat? You remember when gamers used to be the minority? And before everyone was doing it, and then as games got better, everyone started doing it. The waifu revolution is coming, chat. Prepare yourselves. Dr. K, how to manage trust issues with porn addiction. So I'm in a distance relationship. I found out that my boyfriend watches porn. Before we started to be together, he used to watch it very often. Then he promised to stop, but I found out it was a lie. He was telling me that the problem was solved, that he doesn't do it anymore. Yet after a few months, then after another year, I found out he kept lying to me. I wanted to break up, but he managed to convince me to stay, and he promised again that he won't do it anymore. It was very hard for me for a long time, and we've been together for a few years now, but the trust has never come back truly, and other issues have come along. I watched Dr. K's video about porn addiction on the YouTube channel. It did give me some more information about how the addiction goes and so on. Dr. K was very understanding towards the problem and brought some help to brave guys that decided to come on stream. Dr. K, could you bring some help for girlfriends of addicts? I believe there's many girls that are with gamers or even not gamers, but just regular guys that have the same problem. Things that I struggle with except for the trust are low self-esteem, feeling not enough, feeling not desired, feeling not comfy, and shy when being naked, obsessed with worries during intimate moments, as if he thinks of porn scenes, feeling very bad during any sex scene when we watch movies. At some point, I understand that the problem isn't about me, that it's about him, but still it brings all of the above. Will it ever go away? What do I do to make it go away? The situation between us is that we don't talk about it anymore. I used to try, but he was very ashamed many times. He was just nodding and agreeing to my point of view, but he wasn't really open to talk to himself. It happened only when I started the talk. And also the conversations about it were mostly bringing more pain and sadness. I wish to get better. I wish to help for myself. I wish to be help for myself and him, and I just don't know what to do. This is a fantastic post and unfortunately a very common problem. So let's try to recap, okay? So sometimes people watch pornography. Sometimes they watch a lot of pornography. Then they enter into relationships and the pornography becomes kind of an issue. So it's a little bit unclear how we get here, but at some point people who will be addicted to pornography will promise their partner that they don't watch porn. And then eventually they'll fail to keep that promise. And then time will go by, they'll promise again, fail to keep the second one, so on and so forth, right? So like this creates a lot of problems in the relationship. It damages trust. It makes it hard for people to communicate. This is a really classic situation. When someone watches pornography in a relationship, it can make the partner feel very insecure and insufficient because there they are having their sexual gratification, looking at a particular kind of beauty aesthetic, and my body doesn't match that, right? So like, is my partner truly attracted to me, or am I just like the best that they can get? Like, do they really want to be with someone like who's in the porno, or do they want to be with me? Are they just settling with me? It like creates all these issues, which are really common. So how do we approach this? The first thing to understand is that people make promises of abstinence out of fears and wants, not what they're capable of, okay? So what do I... Hold on a second. Where's my phone? There it is. Okay, sorry. So the first thing to understand is that when people make promises of abstinence in a relationship with porn addiction, they do so out of fear of the consequences and like what they want, right? So I'm going to be brave and I'm going to promise you something because I care about you and I'm afraid of what's going to happen if I don't promise it, right? But when we think about dealing with an addiction, keeping your promise is not like a good way to fuel motivation. It's an insufficient motivation to deal with an addiction. Just my general experience as an addiction psychiatrist. So if I swear to you that I'm never going to drink again, that doesn't actually lead to me not drinking. So if we think about promises are emotionally driven, right? They're like, I'm in this moment, I'm so like, oh my God, I'm so bad I hurt you. I'm so mad I hurt you. I don't want to ever hurt you again. I swear. That's an emotionally driven decision. When you have an emotionally driven decision, the motivation behind it is going to wane as your emotions equilibrate, which is normal, okay? So the human brain is designed to always return emotions to baseline. This is why, despite having the most awesome win in League of Legends 6 months ago, you are still not happy today. The happiness just doesn't last. The sadness just doesn't last. The emotions just don't last. It's the way that our brain is designed. So as the promise, so we have an emotion, we make a promise. As the emotion wanes, the promise is prone to fall apart. So the first thing to understand is don't make promises that are driven by like emotions in relationships around porn addiction, okay? The second thing is communication is key. So this is where what I would recommend to girlfriends of partners who are watching porn is that you ask them questions about why they watch it. You need to understand what their motivations behind the pornography is, because this in turn can help a lot of your insecurities. You may discover all kinds of things like, oh, like I wouldn't watch porn if we were able to be sexually active, but I just have sexual needs and I'd much prefer you, but we're in a long distance relationship, so I just like use it to get some degree of sexual release. It's sort of like more of a physiologic thing or a mechanical thing, as opposed to like I don't find you attractive, or other things like that, right? So there are all kinds of reasons that people will watch porn. Especially if you look at people who are addicted to pornography, a lot of the reason that they watch porn has nothing to do with sexuality or desire. It has everything to do with internal emotional regulation, coping with negative emotions. That's why people watch porn. That's why people get addicted to porn, right? If I'm having a bad day and I watch porn and I jerk off, then what happens is I feel better, and like that pain from earlier in the day, like that emotional pain goes away. I get that hit of dopamine, I get that rush from ejaculation, and then I kind of feel better. So in terms of like the insecurities that your partner may have, like once they understand why you watch porn, hopefully some of those insecurities will be dealt with. And the third thing to do is to have a conversation about the insecurities, right? So I think communication here is key. Non-judgmental communication is key. And for you to share with your partner, hey, I feel insecure about like being naked. I feel embarrassed, especially because you watch porn. Because my body does not look like the people's bodies in porn. And so when you share that with your partner, what they're gonna do is they'll say, they're gonna feel hurt. They're like, oh my God, I can't believe I'm hurting you. Like, no, I love you so much. I swear I'll never watch porn. That's a mistake. Don't do that, okay? Don't change your behavior. Don't make any behavioral changes at the beginning. Just have a conversation where you're listening, because at that point, the partner isn't even listening. They're trying to fix it, right? They're not even hearing you anymore. They're trying to make it go away. And if you're trying to make things go away, that's what's going to result in the promise. That's what's going to result in making a promise that you can't keep, and is going to decay the trust. So it starts with a conversation. It starts with very practically, can you help me understand what you like about watching porn? Can you help me understand why you watch porn? What does it do for you? Are you concerned about your porn use? Are you not? Are you okay with it? If I was okay with it, would you be okay with it? You know, here are my concerns about your pornography use. Here are my insecurities in the relationship. Let's talk about those. So I think that if you're thinking about rebuilding trust, it has to do with like people not reassuring each other. It has to do with people not jumping to conclusions, because the next time he promises, you don't know what to believe because you don't know what's in his head. You don't know what's in his head. You just know that what's coming out of his mouth, right? And you know some of his behaviors. That's not how you build trust. Building trust is about understanding where the other person is. Building trust is about recognizing what is in the other person's head and accepting what is in the other person's head. Even if we decide we want to change it, you have to start by accepting it. Okay, I understand that you're addicted to pornography. I understand that you don't want to be addicted to pornography. I understand that you do find sexual relationship with me to be gratifying, and that this is going to take time and that we should work on it. I don't want you to promise. I'm just curious, where do you think you can start? Do you think is it like a cutting back kind of thing? Like what's a reasonable place to start? Don't go straight for the 100%. Like, what's the first step we need to take? Not where we want to go. Forget about the goal. Where can we start? So it involves having a conversation about understanding why they use porn. Like, what does it do for them? Sharing your insecurities, understanding their insecurities, not jumping to solutions, not jumping to conclusions, and having conversations. And then the two of y'all together coming up with like, what can we agree on? You know, what's the foundation that both of us are going to be operating from? And that's how you rebuild trust. And it's also how you overcome negative behaviors in relationships. So a lot of times, there's a lot of stuff about mental health, psychiatry, understanding that we kind of talk about that oftentimes, there's a lot of stuff about mental health and psychiatry that we don't cover very much on stream. So what I'd really like to do today is cover a couple of other topics. So today we're going to talk a little bit, we have a great post from our subreddit about bondage, domination, and sadomasochism. And so we're going to take a quick look at that, and I'm going to explain some basics about how to understand like what is healthy and what is unhealthy, okay? So let's take a look. Is BDSM healthy? So I'm making this post because I'm struggling and I need some advice. I've seen a lot of conflicting evidence surrounding BDSM, kink, and mental health. I have a submissive kink and I feel shame for engaging with it. I have this cycle where I can manage to move my mind away from the thoughts for a while until I feel like I can't take it anymore and I take action. I don't know if what I'm doing is inherently bad or just part of who I am. I've read that these kinks could be due to childhood trauma related to sex. I can say this does map onto my experience because I was molested as a child. I'm not sure what Dr. K or the community point of view is. Thanks. Context, I'm a heterosexual male. So this is a fantastic post, once again, for a couple of reasons. The first is that this is like, I really like the way that this person is trying to figure out, okay, what is healthy? What is illness? What should I kind of do about it? Is this because I was traumatized? And I think these are all like really, really good, important questions to consider, okay? So we're going to do kind of a quick kind of run through of how I think about BDSM and what is like, you know, healthy and what isn't healthy and stuff like that. Okay, so what's an illness? What's okay? So the first thing to understand is that the psychiatric attitudes towards different kinds of sexualities have changed a lot over time, okay? And so, you know, like back in DSM-3, which was maybe in the 70s, homosexuality was considered an illness, okay? And then was a pathology. And then like in DSM-4, I think BDSM was considered an illness, was also considered pathological, okay? But the interesting thing is, as we've sort of started to learn a little bit more about BDSM, and this is one of the areas where there's actually like very little research. So we don't have a lot of we have like very few clinical trials, or I don't think I've ever seen a clinical trial on like treating people with BDSM. It's mostly things like case reports and like observational studies. So we don't really understand the science of it very much. But in DSM-5, for example, they sort of, I think they have an acknowledgement that, you know, BDSM in mild forms is okay. So let's try to understand, like, how do we think about the classification of like mental illness with BDSM? So the first thing so we're going to kind of explore a couple of terms, okay? So one is going to be like a paraphilia or fetishism, okay? The second is going to be, so how do we define this? So fetishism is the use of a non-living object or non-genital body part for sexual gratification, okay? So it's sort of like, you know, like shoes or feet, like these are things that are not generally considered like sexual organs. And so like when people are sexually aroused or use these objects for sexual gratification, then that's what we call a fetish, okay? So this is what's kind of interesting. So there was a study done in Quebec that sampled about 1,000 people, okay? And what percentage of them do y'all think had fetishistic thoughts? What do y'all think? Yeah, so it's 50 to 60%. Wild chat, okay? So this is, I think this was not self-identified people who had a fetish or paraphilia, but 50 to 60% of people were sexually aroused by a non-living object or non-genital part of the body, okay? So about 8 to 10% were like intensely aroused by a particular thing. So this is when we're probably getting into true kind of more fetishism, where like people were like super into feet or whatever. And by the way, quick question. Do y'all know, oh, sorry, this is wrong. I got these statistics wrong. This is actually 45%. And so here's the next question. Of people who have a fetish, oh no, it's not displaying. I'm lagging. So of people who have a fetish, do you guys know what percentage of them are into feet or sexually aroused by feet? I know the iPad's not updating. It will. It's just lagging. It's actually 50 to 60% have foot fetish. Isn't that wild? Okay, so we'll see if I can get this back in, but Om Nom Nom Desktop. Okay, so in the meantime, okay, here we go. All right, we're back. Okay, so 8 to 10% are intensely attracted to something, okay? And then 25%, actually 26%, tried it once, and about 3.5% do it regularly. Okay? So like fetishes are actually like remarkably common. And so like this is not considered really an illness, okay? So then there are a couple of other things. So let's talk about, yeah, so 50 to 60%, this is the Quebec study. So once again, we don't know if this is all people or just maybe people in Quebec are super into feet. We don't know, okay? So now, like, if we think about, how do we define an illness? An illness is really defined as something that impairs function. Okay? So this is where, when we kind of think about it, there's like there's a fetishistic disorder. So what happens here is like their fetish is so powerful that, and we'll get to this a little bit later, their fetish is like so dominating that, for example, when they have problems or when they have sex with a partner, their partner will feel like they actually are not having sex with like a partner. They'll feel like the person with the fetish is just like using them as like an object. It's kind of hard to describe. But, with patients that I've worked with, and we'll get to this in a second, but with patients that I've worked with, like what the partner will describe is like, they don't feel like, they feel like if I'm the partner and my partner has a fetish, what I'll hear people say is that, oh, the person with the fetish isn't having sex with me. They're just like using my feet. Like they'll use language like that. So at that point, for example, it's creating a problem within the relationship. And so therefore it can be qualified as a disorder, right? Because then it's impairing function. Other examples of fetishistic disorder is, if people are engaging in the behavior in a way that like is non-consensual or like, impacts other people. So for example, like rubbing genitalia against like people in public places, I think is called frauderism. And so that's another example of a disorder because, that's something that is like sexual assault. And if you like engage in that, or you have thoughts that you really want to do that kind of thing, then it's really going to get you in trouble. And so therefore we sort of classify it as a disorder. Okay. So next thing so then there's also sexual sadism disorder. So sexual sadism disorder is when someone is kind of defined as the recurrent and intense arousal to inflict physical or physiological suffering on another person. So this is like where the intent is to create suffering. And this is going to be really important. Okay? So it's kind of interesting. So if you look at statistics, the overwhelming number of people who get diagnosed with sexual sadism disorder are men. So it's male predominant. And, there are some associations with trauma, and we'll kind of get to that a little bit more. But like, so trauma is kind of tricky. Let's just talk about it now. So like, what's the relationship between, sexual fetishes and trauma? The short answer is like, we're not sure. So it does appear that people who are traumatized, I think, there is a link between trauma and some amount of like sexual stuff, but I don't think I haven't reviewed the evidence very well. I don't think the evidence is really that compelling yet. I think there are a lot of questions that we need to ask. The research is just poorly done. So for example, I haven't seen any studies that look at healthy members of the BDSM community and ask them how many of you were like sexually abused. I also haven't seen studies with people who are victims of like sexual abuse and ask them, do you have fetishes, right? So like, I'm sure y'all can understand, hopefully you can understand that those are like really difficult questions, or arguably even like inappropriate questions to ask a patient with trauma, right? Like if someone comes in and says, yeah, I was sexually molested at the age of 8, and as a provider, like it's very difficult to ask a question like, oh, what do you get sexually aroused by? Like it's a hard question to ask. And there's even evidence, for example, that like there are a lot of clinical considerations that come into play when treating like people who engage in BDSM. Some of them really demonstrate, like, so some of this paper talks about a lot of concerns that, you know, practitioners will judge people who are into BDSM. Practitioners will think that BDSM is a consequence of sexual trauma, which in turn is like incredibly invalidating, right? So if someone comes in and has a sexual preference, like let's think about homosexuality for a second. And if I as a provider say, oh, if you're gay because you were, you know, assaulted, like that can be like very, very like invalidating to the person. So there are a lot of like challenges in a clinical setting and in a research setting for us to really get good answers on this. But at the same time, I still think we can learn a lot today. Okay. So the people who are traumatized, the short answer is like, I don't know. So I tend to treat people with disorders and trauma. Like I don't really tie the two together. I may assess them with trauma just because because I assess all my patients for trauma, but I try to like treat them as kind of like their own unique thing. And I don't draw correlations with trauma. There may be evidence out there. I'm not an expert on trauma and sexual fetishes. So be it. Okay. So these are the two disorders that I sort of think about when it comes to BDSM. So then we get to actual BDSM. Right. So, and this is where, like, for example, the ICD-10, which is the International Classification of Diseases, actually classifies BDSM still as a disorder. We're up to ICD-11 now. And so I think it's changed a little bit. But I think generally speaking, this will classify it as a disorder. But it's kind of changing. So here's the key thing. So if you're interested in BDSM and you're trying to figure out, you know, do I have an illness? Do I not have an illness? Here's the key thing. So in people who engage in healthy BDSM relationships, they kind of inflict pain as a source of pleasure. I know it sounds kind of weird, okay? So when I have someone in my office and they're asking me literally like, am I ill? Like what I'll ask them is like, what's the goal of the BDSM relationship? Like, so, because usually what happens in healthy BDSM relationships is you've got a dominator and you've got a submissive person, and they both kind of agree to that, right? Because like the submissive person gets sexual gratification out of being submissive, and the dominator gets sexual gratification out of being dominating. And so you kind of pair up, and the goal of the behaviors is to pleasure both parties. Right? So like, I'm going to dominate you, you're going to be the submissive, or you're going to be dominating me, I'm going to be the submissive. And the goal of that, like the reason that we're engaging in this is so that both of us can have fun. So when I really think about BDSM, and we'll get to some statistics here. So it seems like, you know, so the way I'd kind of describe it is like they seek to provide pleasure along with the pain or humiliation, or the pain or humiliation is actually an avenue to like pleasure and satisfaction. Okay, so that's what I kind of think of in terms of healthy BDSM. And with sexual sadism disorder, the goal isn't to pleasure the person in the end, it's to actually like hurt the other person. So the goal here ultimately for BDSM, or healthy BDSM, I'd say, is pleasure. And the goal for the disorder is to actually to create suffering, like you're trying to hurt someone. Okay? And so let's go through a little bit of kind of statistics about the BDSM as a non-clinical entity. So the interesting thing is that men tend to have urges for BDSM starting at less than 15 years old on average. Women, on the other hand, sort of recognize their BDSM urges usually post-puberty. So once they're fully sexually mature, like women will start to have like more BDSM thoughts, okay? The average person who sort of recognizes that they're into BDSM and sort of fully sort of gets it actually happens in their mid-20s. So what we kind of see is that like real insight happens like in their mid-20s. So like what you'll see is, I guess statistically, you know, you'll have like a 14-year-old kid who sort of gets aroused, like maybe watches pornography that's like a little bit rough. And then for a woman, what you'll tend to see is that, you know, they'll start to have like more thoughts like that after they're done with puberty. And then like by the time you're mid-20s, like you kind of know whether you're into BDSM or not. And so then kind of, so that's kind of how I think about BDSM. So I think that I want to say that 1% to 2% of the population is into BDSM based on some natural surveys. It may be as high as 3%. We're not really sure. but it seems like it's a normal sexual variant is kind of how I classify it, unless it is crossing into the realm of impairing function or really has the intent to like create suffering. And people may be kind of confused by this, and they may say like, what does it mean to inflict pain as a source of pleasure? So the best analogy I actually have here, so if we think about negative experiences, right? So if we think about pain or fear, so let's like think about fear as an analogy. Generally speaking, fear is not desired, right? You don't want to be afraid. But every year at Halloween, a group of people pay money to get scared and find the experience pleasurable. And that's what we call a haunted house, right? So haunted houses are good examples of like willingly engaging in what appears to be like a negative experience for the sake of pleasure. And it's lots of fun. So hopefully I'm not offending anyone who's into BDSM or anything like that. But I think that we have to remember that like for some people who don't understand this, it can be really confusing that pain would be a source of pleasure or shame would be a source of pleasure, right? If you're a submissive person and you want to be humiliated, like how can someone have fun being humiliated? Like what's that about? And so I'd ask the question, how can someone have fun being afraid? And when I'm talking to people who don't understand that, I find that the haunted house analogy actually works really well because it explains to people, oh yeah, like I can understand how like being afraid is actually like can be fun. So in the case of BDSM, what we tend to see is that there's shame, humiliation, pain, domination, even like, controlling people. So these are like emotions or experiences that generally speaking are classified as negative. But when you engage in a consensual, healthy relationship that's like secure with another person, they can actually be like pleasurable and completely okay, right? And so haunted houses are an analogy of that. There are other examples I'm sure you can think of, where like, in relationships, like you and your partner may like try to scare each other, right? And that's like kind of fun, kind of not fun, whatever. So now let's talk a little bit about, like kind of clinical presentation and like as a psychiatrist, like what do I see? So the first thing is, if you guys are concerned about where you are on the spectrum, I would say by all means, go see a licensed mental health professional and have them help you sort it out. Because that's what we're here for, right? We're here to help you sort out, is this a problem? Is this not a problem? So I'd say that people tend to present to my office in a couple of ways. One is that unfortunately, they get into trouble. I unfortunately have seen my fair share of this, where people are coming in because either a court is mandating it or, like they did something at school that they weren't supposed to do, or like, they're just doing something that they really weren't supposed to do. So they get into trouble. And either some authority figure or some institution or someone close in their life basically like forces them to come. The second reason that people present, and so by the way, if it gets you into trouble, it's more likely to be classified as a disorder because it is causing you real life consequences. Second reason that people come in is partner is uncomfortable. And so like I mentioned earlier, so like a lot of this is like comes from the partner where the partner's like, you have this kink. They'll judge the person with the kink and they'll say, you need to go get mental health help because you are a sicko, right? So the partner's uncomfortable with particular things. Sometimes it'll be judgmental. Sometimes it won't be judgmental. Sometimes it'll be an actual problem, right? So this is a case where the patient has more interest in the fetish than the partner. So what that sort of means is like the partner of the patient sort of feels like objectified, and they don't feel like, they're having sex with a partner. They feel like they're being like used in some way. And then the third, I actually have never seen a case of this now that I think about it. The third reason is that, a patient could self-present with concerns. I've just never, I've never had someone with BDSM self-present. I've had people self-present with concerns about, sexual orientation. I've had people self-present with concerns about, sex addiction or porn addiction or things like that. But then the third, option is that someone shows up, which maybe some of y'all will do now if you're concerned. You'll go seek mental health help, and then you'll try to figure out, what's good and what isn't. when it comes to sort of trying to figure out, so once someone shows up in my office, there's a series of kind of questions that I'll ask, right? So I'll ask, like, when did it start? You know, is there any kind of trauma involved? You know, like, you know, how intense is it? Right? So these are like questions that, you know, will sort of help me understand, okay, so if you've got a foot fetish, like, are you able to engage in sexual activity without feet and you can still, and you're just kind of turned on by feet? Or is it something that, like, unless there are feet involved, you can't really engage in sex at all? So we'll sort of ask questions like, you know, the intensity of it. You know, is it disruptive in some way, either in terms of your relationships or things like that? Do you have trouble concentrating? So like concentration, relationships, you know, there are all kinds of ways that it can be disruptive. So has it negatively impacted your relationships? Do you have trouble like going about your day because you are obsessing about this? I have seen actually cases of OCD masquerading as sexual fetishes before. That's really interesting. So it's not really a sexual fetish, but it's an obsessive, intrusive, unwanted thought, which is actually OCD. It's not a sexual fetish at all. They're not actually aroused by it. They just keep thinking about it. And then a lot of times with the clinical presentation, we see a lot of stuff like shame, right? So like the person who posted, they feel ashamed for having these kinds of thoughts. And so in terms of how to work with these people, you know, I think a big part of it is like asking some of these questions and sort of determining, okay, does it negatively impact your life in some way? Yes or no? Next thing to kind of think about is this something that you can engage with a partner for the sake of mutual pleasure? And once you find a partner and you guys kind of talk things out and you sort of figure out, okay, what are our safe words and stuff like that, if you're in a healthy, secure relationship where you can experiment with someone and, you know, the purpose of engaging in these behaviors is for sexual gratification of both of the parties involved, then I would call that just a healthy, normal variant of sexual relations. It's kind of interesting because just as I was preparing for this, I looked at the Wikipedia page for BDSM, and it was really interesting to see, like, you know, cave art from like the 5th century BCE of like, you know, bondage and domination and things like that, right? So like historically humans have been into this stuff for like thousands of years. And so in terms of going back to this actual person, you know, this is what I'd recommend is that, you know, I have a submissive kink and I feel shame for engaging with it. So this, I think, is something that you should work on changing. So having a submissive kink is one thing, but remember that the goal here is not for you to feel ashamed about yourself for having the kink. It is for you to engage in the shame for the purpose of like enjoyment, right? So if you feel ashamed about a particular sexual practice, then I would encourage you to go see a therapist. This is something that I'm not sure that our coaches, you know, they haven't gotten any training in this kind of stuff. So I'd see an actual therapist for this. And so what I'm kind of seeing here is that I have this cycle where, you know, I can manage to move my mind away from the thoughts, but then, you know, they get control of me. So like, this doesn't sound healthy to me, right? Where you're pushing something out of your mind and then it forces itself back in. For the people who I've worked with who are in healthy BDSM relationships, it's like a part of their day or their week that they enjoy to engage in. You know, they're kind of like looking forward to it at the end of the week. Even people with a submissive kink who are into being humiliated, like, you know, before and after, they feel good about it, right? So they're like really looking forward to it and they'll engage with their partner and they'll, you know, like, you know, go down to the dungeon that they have in their basement. They'll do some like really solid BDSM and then they'll like, you know, go to bed and the next morning it's like pancakes with strawberries and chocolate chips. Right? So it's like part of a lifestyle that's like sort of like is healthy, right? So I'd say if you know, feeling shame is part of your kink and part of the way that you engage in pleasure, there seems to be, you know, the current prevailing thinking, in my personal opinion, is that is probably a variant of normal sexual activity. If you're feeling shame about the way that you feel, or, you know, what sexually gratifies you is not pleasuring another person through kind of shame and humiliation, but if your actual intent is to like hurt someone and you mean them like malice, right? Like if you're malicious and you really want to like hurt someone, then I really, you know, get more concerned about a disorder. once again, this is definitely a situation where like the goal of this is not to diagnose or treat anything. I haven't listed out diagnose for people who are curious, what does diagnosing this actually look like? For each of these things that I'm sort of sharing, each of these has diagnostic criteria, right? So there's like a set of questions that you have to check certain boxes, and then you will meet diagnostic criteria or you wouldn't meet diagnostic criteria. How people answer all of these questions, and I ask many, many more, will ultimately be how you form a diagnosis. So the goal of this stream is not to diagnose anyone, and what I mean by that is like nothing you learned on this stream is sufficient for you to diagnose yourself, because the process of diagnosis is actually like a more complicated, in-depth, and thorough process where you do have to talk about, okay, what's the role of trauma? Is this sexual sadism disorder, or is this the result of some kinds of emotions that have come out of trauma? So that's like a good example of like a good diagnostic process that you need to work through with a clinician. The real goal is just to explain to people, okay, so like, is BDSM healthy? Like, what's up with that? What is healthy? What is unhealthy? What do those buckets kind of look like? And if that seems kind of interesting to you or important to you, I'd really recommend that you go see a licensed mental health professional. Questions? Yeah, so I for people kind of saying interesting stream. So yeah, so there's actually there I saw a study. I thought I had a reference. Let me see if it's so maybe this one. I'm not sure if this is the study, but I think this one, in the background of this paper that I just linked, I think they actually do point out that there's evidence that couples who engage in BDSM are happier than couples who don't. Not saying that everyone should engage in BDSM, but, and I forget exactly what the population was. That may be like couples that engage in BDSM where one partner wants to are happier than in other situations. So that's something where you definitely want to look at the population, right? So remember, anytime you're looking at a scientific study, the result is not the only important thing. The population that you're studying is like just as important, right? So there are all kinds of results, and this is the problem with like media. Media will just share the results. They won't tell you what population you're looking at. So if I were to make the statement, couples that engage in BDSM are healthier than couples who don't, but the population matters. Are we talking about all people, or are we talking about people who are interested in it? So people because a lot of these studies, what they'll do is they'll ask people who self-identify as having a fetish, and then they'll sample them. So if you take couples who self-identify as having a fetish, then you look at which ones engage in behavior and which ones don't, what you find is that people who engage in behavior are happier than people who don't. But you're talking about everyone who wants to, right? So that's an important distinction. And at this point, I'm just rusty on because like these studies are like, there's no uniformity. So it's like really hard to remember which study was looking at what population. Are more people into the fantasy of BDSM than engaging in it? 50 Shades of Grey. So like we said, right? So I think the Quebec study was sampling everyone. And that's what's so interesting about that study is that 44% of people voiced a desire. So I think it makes sense why 50 Shades of Grey like took off so much, right? Because there's like nearly half of the population is like interested in kinks in some way. And then the person was asking, are more people interested in engage in it? And then like I said, so 44% of people seem interested in some kind of fetish. 26% of people have tried it once, and like 3% engage in it regularly. So it sort of makes sense, right? So like 50 Shades of Grey was like, there's 44% of people are like sort of into it. Yeah. So then the other thing that I really didn't get into with this conversation is, there are a lot of like theories of psychotherapy. Like Freud, for example, thought that, all kinds of sexual desires were like, manifest in weird ways, or weird childhood experiences early in childhood would manifest as particular sexual desires. Sexuality and like Oedipal complexes and like erotic drives and all that kind of stuff that's very well represented in psychodynamic theory. It's not something I'm an expert in, and it's not something that I've seen great data about. So, I think you can have all the theories you want. The question is what about the data? And so from a clinical perspective, I think those can be really useful. So I sometimes think that, a big part of Freud's emphasis on sexuality had more to do with Freud than it did with psychotherapy or psychoanalysis. Isn't Freud regarded as 99% wrong? I don't think that that's a fair way to regard Freud. I think what's happened, so Freud actually gets a bad rap. So here's what happened with Freud. The stuff that Freud was right about has become such a common part of thinking that we don't even credit it for him. So anytime that you use the word subconscious or you think about the subconscious as a concept, that's something that Freud should probably get credit for in terms of popularizing that idea. So what happened with Freud is his major contributions, and the reason that people respect him so much is because he's the first guy that really laid out the idea that we have a mind that has a conscious component and a not conscious component. And that some of the things that you do consciously are driven by things that you're not aware of. That central concept, which has been revolutionary for the field of psychology. You think about, everything that we talk about, you think about so much stuff about subconscious. Why do we tilt? Oh, it's because subconsciously this. Freud gets some props for that, right? Because he's the one who really popularized that concept. And the other thing is that Freud was quite prolific. So I don't know, percentage-wise, I'd say that probably most of what he wrote is not widely regarded. But the thing is, he really knocked one out of the park. He really struck the jackpot once with a major concept that I think we've all sort of internalized and accepted as a society. So if you're feeling jealous towards other people, if you find yourself sort of having this mental Frankenstein, then I'd highly, highly recommend that you sort of really think about where thoughts come from, where your own unhappiness comes from, understanding the relationship between your unhappiness, ego, and comparison, and then start to learn how to cultivate thoughts in the right direction. So we're going to talk, I'm going to move to a different prompt for a second, but, basically, I want you all to really think long and hard about, what is the influence of different things on the thoughts in your head? Okay? So what we're going to talk about now is where do thoughts come from? So I know it sounds like kind of a weird question, but I'd love to talk to you guys because I think it's really important to understand where the thoughts in your head come from. If you're a doomer, if you think that the world is going to hell, if you think you're going to be alone for the rest of your life, where do those thoughts come from? And how can you start to go about controlling your mind? So let's take a quick look at a case. I am more than my sex life. I compare myself to my friends all the time over everything imaginable. Relationship status, social media presence, physique, mental health, career goals, sense of humor, etc. The list goes as specific as you can imagine. I compare my friends' sex lives to my own non-existent one. This is the most embarrassing comparison I make, yet the one that affects me the most. As a result, I'm extremely jealous of my friends on basically every level. Everything I want, my friends seem to have so naturally, or they have more of it. It's leading me down a spiral where I hate myself the more I hang out with my friends. Then that jealousy makes me feel like a shitty friend because I want so desperately to be a good friend and be supportive of my friends without having it affect my self-confidence or self-perception. But feeling crappy doesn't stop my jealousy. So I keep feeling more jealous and then crappier. It's a terrible thought loop, and I've been struggling with a year now. Anyway, I'm making this post to remind myself that I am more than my virginity. I'm terrified of relationships, even though I want to be in one so desperately. So I'm extremely jealous of people who don't struggle with self-loathing to the point where they panic at just the idea of falling in love with someone and having them fall in love with you back. I have to believe that I'm more than my virginity, even though it feels like my non-existent sex life is indicative of so much more of being unlovable because I'm not giving up. I have to remind myself that my virginity doesn't define me unless I let it. It's really hard to, but I have to. It's really hard to feel like I'm living in my friends' shadows when I hang out with them, but I have to. I'm thankful I found this community and I have this outlet. So this is a fantastic post. So the first thing that I want to point out to y'all is, do you guys notice the war that goes on in the mind? So the mind sometimes produces particular thoughts, and sometimes we fight against those thoughts. And there's a lot of exploration of this in Dr. K's guide, and this is something that I think would be really good because there are a lot of points in Dr. K's guide that I would encourage this person to check out. One is the mental Frankenstein. So when our mind makes comparisons, what it always does is, since those comparisons tend to be fueled by insecurities, what our mind constructs is a mental Frankenstein. Anytime I make a comparison that proves my own insecurity. So I don't compare 10 dimensions against one person. What I do is I compare 10 people and I look at the best things that each of those people do, and I pick the best things from 10 people and I compare them to myself. So this person says, I compare myself to my friends in all aspects, careers, sex life, how they look, how social they are. And so if your mind wants to, if you have that feeling of insecurity, what you'll do is create this mental Frankenstein of how you are inferior all the time to everyone. And it's a very unfair comparison. So then the question becomes, okay, so like if you're having these kinds of thoughts, this person is trying to say, okay, I'm more than my virginity, etc. So what do you do in this situation? What do you do if you make lots of comparisons and you feel really jealous of the people that you care about, right? So there are two things that you can do. One is you can get to the root of the insecurity. So there's a very important yogic principle that sort of shows where insecurities come from and why we compare when we have insecurities. So we'll get to that in a second. The second thing that we can do is cultivate the right kinds of thoughts. So what is this yogic principle I'm talking about? So anytime that your mind feels negative emotion or feels insecure, there's a part of your mind called the ahamkar, which activates. And the ahamkar is your ego and is sort of like the bouncer of your mind. So anytime you feel insecure, the ahamkar will activate and will do one of two things. It'll either pump yourself up or put other people down, or it'll make comparisons. So if we kind of think about it, all kind of comparison is coming from the ego. So it's sort of like, anytime I compare myself to someone else, to make that comparison, I have to have an idea of myself and what I am. All comparison is driven by ego. So like if I look at someone else and I genuinely appreciate them and I don't think about myself, I'm like, oh, look at how happy my friend is. He got he found a new partner. It sounds like he's like crushing it and he's like really in love. Like that's fantastic. Notice that appreciation has to, in order for that appreciation to exist, there can't be any ego involved. The second that my mind produces, oh, let me compare that to myself, because all comparisons are going to have or at least ego comparisons are going to be comparisons to yourself. So that's going to involve ego. Ego steps in, and then I start thinking about who I am and my identity, because you can't make that comparison unless you have a particular identity. So what should you do about that? So that insecurity or that ego is going to come back to some kind of emotional experience or emotion that you're feeling. And as you work on the source of that emotion, what's going to happen is the ego will actually calm down, and then you'll be able to appreciate what your friends have, because then you have no insecurity that underlies that ego fuel. So then the question becomes, okay, how do I work on my internal emotions? So this is something that you can, if you have clinical concerns or things like that, this is something that absolutely, therapists can help you do. This is something that we train our coaches to do, which is sort of like help you understand your emotions and where those kinds of emotions come from. And it turns out that as you start to recognize the underlying emotion, the jealousy and the ego above it will start to fall apart. Because the only way that you can be jealous of someone is if you yourself don't have something. So this is the question that I would ask this person. If you were in a healthy, loving relationship that was positively sexual, would you still feel jealous of your friends? And the answer is almost certainly overwhelmingly no, right? And so if we really think about that, then what is the key to disarming jealousy? It has nothing to do with them. They haven't changed at all. Their situation is actually exactly the same. What needs to change is you. What needs to change is your perception of yourself. Because the other interesting thing is that you don't have to have a relationship that is loving in order to stop feeling jealous towards other people. That's what we think. So we always think that sort of fixing something in the external world will be the solution to our internal problems. But what you really need to do is work on that sense of being unlovable, work on that sense of being ashamed, work on that sense that you'll be alone forever, right? So this person even says, I'm terrified of relationships, even though I want to be one so desperately. I'm extremely jealous of people who don't struggle with self-loathing to the point where they panic. And this is what you need to fix, right? Why are you terrified of relationships? Why do you struggle with self-loathing? Like, why do you panic at the idea of falling in love? As long as these things are there, that jealousy will continue to exist, right? So then the question becomes, when did you start to feel when did you start to become terrified of relationships? How did your brain learn to fear relationships? And as you do that kind of work, as you ask those kinds of questions, as you work through those issues, then the jealousy will actually collapse. It'll just kind of fizzle apart, right? As your own insecurities start to get metabolized, as you start to build confidence, the jealousy will actually kind of it'll fall apart because it has no basis. Because the jealousy is based on an idea of what you don't have. And that idea of what you don't have is based on your fear, your shame, your sense of unlovableness. So the second thing that you can do is be careful about the way that you cultivate thoughts. So when we talk about cultivating thoughts, what I mean is that if you really think about it, and there's a lot of information about this in the guides, by the way. So if you think about where does a thought come from, right? So we were just talking a little bit about, how the world is going to hell. Where does the idea that the world is going to hell come from? It comes from external sources, right? It comes from the indriyas. And when I get exposed to things through my sense organs, either through sight or sound, that exposure will create particular thoughts. So I don't know if you guys, this is going to sound like kind of a weird question, but how many people do you think were looking forward to WoW Classic in 1979? Not a single one, right? No one was looking forward to WoW Classic in 1979. Why is that? Why did no one think about WoW Classic in 1979? Because their indriyas had never gotten sense exposure to it, right? When did people start to look forward to WoW Classic? When their sense organs encountered something. If you think about people who are addicted to video games, why are they addicted to video games? It's because their mind dwells in those thoughts all the time. When I play a game, I'm thinking about it, right? So the more time that my mind spends thinking about a game, the more hours it spends thinking about a game, then when I turn the game off, I've spent a lot of time growing those kinds of thoughts. So even when I'm not playing the game, I'm thinking about the game. And this makes a lot of sense if you look at games that actually aren't fun to play. If you talk to people who are addicted to video games, what they'll say is that I don't even enjoy playing the game anymore. Like you talk to LoL players or Dota players or like whatever, and they'll say like, it's frustrating to play, it's not actually fun, but I can't stop. And even when they're not playing the game, they like start thinking about the game. When they go to bed, they think about their game. They're like, oh my God, that game was so crappy, I hated it, that person fed so much. And so what it turns out is that the thoughts in your head can actually be cultivated. Right? So the more sensory exposure that you get to a particular thing, the more you will cultivate that thing. We also see this in cases of trauma, right? So if someone grows up in an emotionally abusive household where they're told that they're like a crappy person and that they're not worth anything, that sensory exposure will start to create thought-generating machines in the mind, and that's what they'll think to themselves all the time. Thoughts begin from kind of the outside world, right? They come in through our sensory organs. So you have to be very careful about what kinds of thoughts you cultivate. The second thing is that once a thought enters your mind, you can choose to engage with it or you can choose not to engage with it. And we see evidence of that here too. I compare myself to my friends all the time over everything imaginable. So as long as you are giving in to that desire,
I can't. Wait, calm down, everyone, Wait, I can't, ow, wait, what is this ending? Holy, Holy shit, who's joining my stream later? You later today? Ah! How many? 1K500! Red card! Red card! Why did you do this to me? Oh shit. Wait. Okay, this is not gonna end. Oh god, this is hurting my ears. Stop it, please stop. Stop. Oh shit. Help me. This is too much. How many did you? Is it over?
Desire to compare, as long as you are letting thought number one compare to thought, chain into thought number two and grow thought number three. What I want you guys to realize is that this person has a gigantic fruit-bearing tree, and the fruits that it actually grows are comparative thoughts. And we see that it compares to all kinds of stuff, right? Because at this point, this person has compared so much, has cultivated all of these thoughts of comparison, that the second they start to make one comparison, their mind, they'll give into it, and their mind will make a second comparison, third comparison, fourth comparison, fifth comparison. And then when they go see their friend, and their friend is like, there with their new girlfriend or boyfriend, that sensory trigger will activate this complex within the mind that has been heavily cultivated, fertilized, watered, and then the comparison train will begin. So then the question becomes, how do I stop cultivating a particular thought? So what you need to do is notice that when your mind starts to make comparisons, that you can indulge in that thought or you cannot indulge in that thought. You can start to change the way that you think. And we see that this person is doing that too, right? So as I'm making this post to remind myself that I am more than my virginity, right? So what this person is doing is like the thought comes up in their mind that I am based on my value as a human being is based on my sexual experience. And there's another possibility that you can sort of start to cultivate thoughts that actually, my value as a human being doesn't necessarily have to relate to my virginity. There are actually things that you can do that will cultivate thoughts in a different direction. So one recommendation that I'd have for people who experience a lot of jealousy is ask yourself, if you were in a happy place, would you still feel ill will towards the other person? And then if the answer to that question is probably no, you wouldn't feel ill will. So if you feel jealous of someone else's relationship, ask yourself, if I was happier in my relationship, would I be jealous? Then the answer is no. And then what you ask yourself is, okay, so what am I unhappy about in my relationship? And as you do that, what you're going to be kind of doing two things. One is you're going to be stopping the process of cultivating comparative thoughts. You're going to be sort of reining in the jealousy, because if you don't ask yourself that question, you're going to think about how jealous you are, you're going to think about how good they have it, and for the next 30 minutes, you're going to be fertilizing your comparison tree. So instead, ask yourself, what am I unhappy about? And then as you go through that introspection, not only are you stopping the cultivation of comparison, you are also introspecting about your own unhappiness. And as you sort of start to ask those questions and hopefully do it in sort of a productive way, where you start to try to remain a little bit objective, try to accept yourself for who you are, hopefully you'll get to the root of your unhappiness and you'll start to metabolize that as well. So if you're feeling jealous towards other people, if you find yourself sort of having this mental Frankenstein, then I'd highly, highly recommend that you sort of really think about where thoughts come from, where your own unhappiness comes from, understanding the relationship between your unhappiness, ego, and comparison, and then start to learn how to cultivate thoughts in the right direction. There are a lot of different things in Dr. K's guide that relate to this concept. And this is sort of like why it's hard, because there's not going to be one video about this, but there's actually half a dozen videos. So I'd recommend looking at the video on Sangha or community. That's a video that explains where thoughts come from. There's another video about, the mental Frankenstein. I think it's falling behind in the depression, the depression guide. But this concept of like, how do we make comparisons? There's a lot of stuff in the meditation guide about the nature of confidence versus ego and where ego comes from and what is ego. There's a long lecture, like almost an hour-long lecture on Vedic psychology that explains the relationship between your emotions and your ego and your intellect and how we make different kinds of comparisons. So there's a lot of good stuff in there. There's not a specific video about this, but I think as you understand all of those different concepts, hopefully you'll be able to like really get a good handle on sort of what we talked about today. Mary Shelley is raging in her grave. No, I think Mary Shelley shouldn't be raging. I think that she's done a very good job. I guess Frankenstein's monster. Maybe that's why she's raging in her grave. But I think she did a wonderful job of giving us a concept that we can then use. Because Frankenstein isn't the thing that was stitched together, right? It was the doctor. Fair enough. You have a muscle that you can use to have your penis flop up and down. Y'all know what I'm talking about? Penis flopping muscle. Yeah, so this is a meditation. Someone's asking a meditation that helps with NoFap. This will do that, okay? So what I'm going to teach y'all is a Muladhara Chakra meditation. So the Muladhara Chakra is the root chakra. And remember that in the Kundalini system, there's this idea that we have these 7 major chakras, which are like energy hubs, and that each chakra governs a particular like attribute, hormonal, psychological, spiritual, whatever. So for example, I do third eye or Agnya Chakra meditations. I've been doing them for about 17 years. I have like a consistent practice that I do, and I believe it helps me become a good psychiatrist. So my intuition, so the Agnya Chakra governs intuition and understanding. So my intuition is pretty good, and I lean on that pretty heavily when I'm talking to other human beings. Now, do I think that this is some kind of like mystical, like life hack or like spiritual hack, universe kind of stuff? Maybe, I don't really know. But I think that what's plausible, and we have good evidence of this, is that different meditation techniques actually create different changes in the brain. So we know that different meditation techniques will have different EEG readings. So the electrical activity is actually specific to the kind of meditation technique that you do. We also have functional MRI studies, which looks at blood flow to the brain. And we know from those studies that doing different kinds of techniques will actually send blood flow to different parts of our brain. So my understanding as a scientist is that essentially what people sort of figured out is that like if you meditate in a particular way, it probably stimulates a particular part of your brain in some way. So that's the best example. That's the best scientific hypothesis I can come up with. There actually is not any evidence to that. It's just a hypothesis, okay? So that being said, I'll give you guys just a couple of examples. So we do third eye practices like charging the laser beam. And then if you guys have emotional digestion issues, you can do Manipura practices, navel chakra, or Agni-oriented practices. Agni is our metabolic fire, so it takes things, it digests stuff. So for people who have trauma and are trying to like digest their trauma and move on, I'll teach them navel chakra or Manipura chakra practices, and they seem to work really well. I will not teach them mindfulness. Mindfulness is a bad idea for people with trauma. And so now what I'm going to teach you guys is some Muladhara or root chakra practices. And the goal of these practices is that the root chakra governs our impulsive behavior and our animalistic instincts. It also governs like sexual behavior and lustful thoughts. So we do know, there's actually good evidence of what I'm about to share. This is not what I would recommend. There's a particular asana or posture that I like to call the nut buster asana. which is one where you press your heel into the space between your, so you sit cross-legged, but you kind of press your heel into the space between your scrotum and your anus, the taint. And the interesting thing is that you meditate in that posture. And what that's supposed to do is like take care of your Muladhara chakra. So there's an interesting physiologic reason for that, is that the blood supply to your gonads, if you're male, is actually goes through the taint. So it's kind of like in the bottom. So when you press your heel there and you sit in that posture, what it actually probably does physiologically is restricts the blood flow to your testes, and then reduces, like it's almost like a temporary slight like castration kind of effect, right? So these are practices that you should absolutely not do. I'm just using it to illustrate that there is some physiologic evidence that these kinds of practices do appear to affect like lustfulness, right? So that's not the one that we're going to do. Vasectomy? Absolutely not. Vasectomy is a completely different part of the body. Completely different. So there does seem to be some physiologic evidence to support the theories that the yogis did. So we're not going to do that one. I don't recommend it. So instead what we're going to do is a very simple one, which is essentially, it's going to be hard to describe, but if you're a man, you have a muscle that you can use to have your penis flop up and down. Y'all know what I'm talking about? Penis flopping muscle? Okay. Yep. So Kegels, pelvic floor exercises for women. So what we're going to do is just flex that muscle. So what we're going to do is breathe in and kind of flex it, contract, hold, and then relax. Okay, so we'll do rounds of that, Kegels. So what you'll also notice is that it's usually combined with the same muscle that contracts the anus. So you'll sort of notice a universal tightening there. And then the muscle is also used to prevent or stop the flow of urine once it flows. Okay? I know. Look, chat, so this is, I know that things are memeish. You guys understand that, like, we're actually trying to teach y'all something, right? Like I don't know how else to say this. I'm not trying to be obscene, and if we get banned for this, I'll learn my lesson. But so I'm a medical doctor, and one of the things that you learn as a medical doctor is like we have a human body, right? And like the penis, vagina, scrotum are all parts of our body. They're just parts of our body, just like our fingers and toes and eyes and nose. And so there are practices that involve those parts of body, just like our stomach, and like we don't have to be like, kindergartners about penis. I personally find it funny too, so I get where y'all are coming from, but like let's try to do the practice a little bit seriously, okay? So oh my god, what have I done? Chat, oh my god. I just had a realization of what this stream has been like. Okay, whatever. Let's just focus. Let's focus on our penis push-ups, chat. Okay, so for women, there's contraction. You can also kind of think a little bit about what you would do when you are trying to stop the flow of urine through your urethra. And so you'll kind of have a contraction there. If you know how to do Kegel exercises, it's basically like the Muladhara practice. So what I tend to find is that so if you guys know the muscle, we're going to contract it. So we're going to breathe in and we're going to contract at the same time. And what I want y'all to kind of imagine is like when you contract, you'll feel it's like you're squeezing like the bottom of like, like a bag of fluid, and then like the fluid is going to go up, right? So what I want you guys to imagine is you're sending like the energy, you're going to feel that tension and energy down there, and you're going to send it up. Okay? So we're going to breathe in, contract, and then exhale and relax. Breathe in, contract, exhale and relax. Breathe in, contract, exhale and relax. Okay, so we'll go ahead and do 9 rounds with our eyes closed. So go ahead and close your eyes. Take a deep breath in. Contract. And exhale. In. And relax. So contract with the exhalation. That's round 2. We're going to do 7 more. In. Going for 4. Round 5. And out. Round 6. And out. Round 7. Eight. And out. Last round. And now we're just going to relax. Spend about 60 seconds. You can go into a different meditation practice if you want to. Or just observe your breath, chant a mantra, charge your laser beam. You can do another kind of breathing practice if you'd like. But take a moment to just notice the relaxation of your pelvic and genital area. We'll meditate silently for about 60 to 90 more seconds. And now go ahead and come on back. That sounds kind of weird, but in all seriousness, maybe Muladhara Chakra practices are what we're going to need to protect ourselves from the waifu revolution. Because don't get me wrong, chat, there's someone out there. I was about to use the word degenerate. Was dreaming up how to make the waifu experience more real. But instead of degenerate, maybe we will say visionary one day. Right? Because there's something about hostess clubs, OnlyFans, waifu, video games, virtual reality, haptic feedback. Some of that is going to come together. Gotta be careful. Let's go, chat! Chattars. So today, lots of fun. So we're gonna do, give you guys an insight into our coaching program. So we have one of our awesome coaches today who is going to be coaching Dr. K. And so I'm going to be the client and he's going to be the coach. What do we want to vote on a coaching scenario? Or are we going to wing it? Yeah, vote. Gaming addiction? You guys tell me, what do y'all want me to play? Okay, so let's oh no. I blocked him. So chat, meet Pax. Pax, can you just, or is it okay if I ask you a couple of questions about your experience as a coach at Healthy Gamer before we dive in?
Hell yeah.
So why don't you
Go
tell
for
us
it,
like
dude.
how you came to be a coach to start off with?
Think about it karmically. It's a long story. But I basically heard about Healthy Gamer through Bobby Scar, and then from there I was like, oh, this seems cool. And then I saw you guys were like looking for coaches, and I was like, maybe I can do that. And so I just applied for it like almost a year ago now.
This you should be familiar with, right? So you remember our coach role playing from training and how terrible it was to have me as a client?
Yes. Well, I was actually trying to remember that. I was like, I don't know if I ever did it with Dr. K, because I think I remember doing that with other coaches.
Okay.
And I was like curious. I was like, I wonder what Dr. K's version of like a challenging client is, because that's my assumption of what we're going to be working on.
Okay.
So yeah.
So I'm going to give you a choice, Pax. You can tell us a little bit about like, what clients you see commonly and what kinds of problems they have. And then we can kind of pick one of those, or, or maybe you can just share a little bit about that. And then like Twitch chat has given me some suggestions. You can give yourself over to the whims of Twitch chat if you want to, or why don't you tell us like a little bit about what you usually see?
I guess what I experience as a coach, what I see a lot is I see people who, they always are like, I just want to get unstuck. It's like, what is that? What is unstuck, right? And very commonly they know what they should be doing, but they can't bring themselves to do that stuff. So then they're like, well, now what? And then we talk about that and kind of go from there, and we end up getting into their past, and that tends to be helpful for reasons I'm sure hopefully everyone here understands. But I'd say that's like the biggest trend is like I know what to do, but I don't do it. What's happening? Am I broken? Like, yeah.
Great. Perfect. Okay. So we'll do that then. So
Okay.
let's I'm going to be a particular flavor of Unstuck. I'm going to combine. Have you been watching the stream? Did you see what chat wanted?
Hell no. I have
Okay,
not
good.
done that yet.
Yes.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. So let's get started.
Hello, Alok. It's Alok, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Yeah, so I'm Paxton. Welcome to coaching, or Pax, whichever, doesn't matter. I'm just gonna talk about some boring shit for like a few minutes, and then we can kind of like launch into like what we need to be doing. Coaching, like I don't know what your understanding of coaching is, but basically we kind of operate under the assumption that like if you understand yourself, then like you can kind of do what's in your best interest and kind of go from there. And what keeps people kind of in place is like they don't really understand much about themselves. And so I'm assuming that's like part of the reason what brings you here, and
Absolutely.
we'll get into that more. Cool. So
I think sometimes I understand myself too well.
okay, yeah, I want to get into that in a second. I've been coaching for since last summer. This is like what I do full time. It's like what's on my mind all the time. This is my jam. Just some expectations about how this is going to work. So we're going to show up at the same time every week for 50 minutes. Sometimes we go a little bit over that. That's usually fine. I try to avoid it because I have other clients kind of lined up after. Basically, what we're going to be doing in session is like I'm going to ask you questions, and you're just going to like answer me, and we're kind of just having a conversation. Sometimes I give assignments. I don't usually do that. It's not really my thing. Some coaches do more. Some coaches do less. I'm one of the ones who do less.
I'm not really great at assignments anyway.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. There's going to be surveys after every session, so like I encourage you to get those done as you get them. If you have trouble with assignments, and that sort of is one of them, then we could talk about that. We might have to do them in session, but I don't get any of that data. None of that goes to me, so you can be as honest as you need to. I don't see what you write. As for like confidentiality, like you already signed off on that. I'm not going to like tell people your business. Like me and the other coaches, we kind of talk about cases anonymously to kind of like get input on sort of like how to help people, like just like what my clients in this situation, like what should I focus on, right?
Okay.
And then yeah, medical disclaimer. This isn't therapy. I know this isn't therapy. It's not treatment of any kind. We're just two people having a conversation.
But I've never really been in therapy. I thought this was like, what's different about this in therapy? Isn't it just talking about your feelings?
It can be, but it not always is. Like it's not always the case. So like we talk about feelings here. That tends to be the natural progression. But some clients, we talk more about feelings than others. Therapy is very specialized. It's very specific. Whereas coaching is, I don't want to just say I'm just a dude, but like I'm kind of just a dude. And I just want to like help you figure your shit out. Whereas a therapist is like, they're not. I can't really speak for them, so maybe I won't. But I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, so like that sounds great, man. Like, how do we get started?
Why don't you tell me like what brings you to coaching? Like, what's your situation? What's like your deal? What's your vibe?
Well, kind of like you said, I kind of feel like I'm stuck.
Yeah. What makes you say that?
Well, I feel like, I kind of know what I need to do. It's just, I'm sort of like lazy. Like I was born with like the undisciplined trait on my character sheet.
Okay.
And so, you kind of mentioned that like we're here to figure things out, but I feel like I've kind of already figured everything out. Like I know what I need to do. I kind of know who I am and what my weaknesses are. It's just like I can't figure out a way to, I really want to get more disciplined.
Okay. So first thing, I apologize if I laugh. I laugh a lot, but it's nothing. If that bothers you, let me know. Second,
no, I get laughed at a lot. It's no big deal.
Fair enough. We will talk about that more.
Come on, Fax, you can't let that slide, bro. What would you actually?
Because it's your face, dude.
I know. It's my fault. It's my face.
That would not. That would not.
Yeah, that's not how you would respond. Sorry.
Sounds like you know yourself pretty well, and so it's like if that's the case, it's like what can be done.
Absolutely,
where do you go from here?
Yeah.
Right.
That's why I've been watching Dr. K's streams for a while, and I was thinking that like, by the way, when do I get to see him?
On stream this week later, I think. That's not like kind of how like you're not gonna like have a session with him. I mean, you can like apply for like his individual, like he's like a psychiatry website where like you can kind of sign up for that. I think they're at capacity right now because Healthy Gamer kind of blew up out of nowhere. But was that an expectation you had? Did you think?
No, I wasn't sure. It's just sometimes I think that like, I feel like he would really understand me. And he seems to like help a lot of people like get unstuck. So, that's why I signed up for coaching.
Right. Okay. Let me think about that. Yeah. So you're saying because he understands people, he could be helpful.
Yeah. I mean, I've tried help from a lot of people and it hasn't really worked. So, I sometimes feel like this is my like last chance.
Okay. What does that mean?
Well, I don't know, man. Like I've tried everything. I've tried like reading books and like I've tried like, I've watched a lot of Jordan Peterson's stuff and like no matter how important it is to clean my room, like I just can't clean my room. Like it's still a mess. And so I don't know. It just sort of feels like, like I was just born with that undisciplined trait, so I don't really know, Like I feel like if I could flip a switch in my brain, and I've seen it kind of happen.
Is there more to it?
I mean, I think it's sort of like, the difference is that with a leash, you can take it off. But like in my situation, it feels like it's like a leash made out of concrete. Like it's just the way it is.
Mm-hmm.
And, I've tried a lot of stuff and like people have tried to help me too. And it's been a waste of time.
Mm-hmm.
and you know, sometimes like it's also kind of like fucking annoying because like they tell me like they know what it's like to like be in my shoes, so they'll just like tell me stuff, right? They'll be like, oh, you should just do this, bro. Like, just go like just
Right.
go and do that, bro. And I mean, I would if I could.
Yeah, it sounds like they don't really get it, and like there's kind of a disconnect. It's like you know that stuff already.
Yeah.
It's like you don't need Captain Hindsight telling you what you should have done or what you should be doing.
Well, I mean, it's like their
you're already
brain.
that.
Their brain is different from my brain, right? Like they were born with the discipline trait, so they can do that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Alok, you've kind of said a lot of times now, like you've kind of made this allusion to like, you know, I'm just this way and that's just how it is, and like other people aren't.
Yeah. I guess what do you, isn't that, I'm confused. What is that? Yeah. What?
Yeah, so like, go on.
I'm just, yeah, that's because that's how it is.
Right. So, you know, when I think about that, like if that's just how it is, then it's like, I don't know if we can do anything. Right.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, that's why I kind of feel like this is my last chance because it's like, you know, I don't feel like I can do anything.
Mm-hmm.
Like it would be easy if I was like disciplined.
Yep. So what, I mean, you say like it's just how it is, but like what's underneath it? Like, how do you know that? How do you know that that's just how it is for you?
Well, I mean, because I have lots of evidence.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So I have like, you know, just for example, like I sometimes like am alone and like I want a relationship, but I can't get one. And, you know, I've kind of like, I've tried that in the past, but like women just find me unattractive. So, you know, there's just really nothing I can do about that. It's just truth, you know?
That you're unattractive.
Yeah.
So like you can't ask people out because it's just like you just know like you're unattractive and it's like there's no point.
Absolutely. You know, because like I was reading this website and they were talking about signals, like, you know, how to tell if a girl likes you, and like they don't give me any of the signals. Like, so I know they don't like me.
Oh, okay. So because you're not getting these signals that you researched on the internet, it's like you just know they don't like you at all.
Yep. Right, because that's how you know, like, whether they like you or not. And so I just know, because like I can also look in the mirror and I can tell. You know, I don't have the jawline.
Right. Because you don't have the jawline, you're not getting the signals. And so you can't ask anyone out.
Yep.
Okay. So
Well, I mean,
yeah, man, I feel like the way you're presenting. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I mean, I guess I could, but like it's not gonna go well, you know?
What makes you say that?
Well, because I'm not getting the signals, so like it's just not gonna go well.
What does it mean to go well?
I don't know. I guess like she'd give me her number.
Okay.
I guess I don't really know. I haven't really thought about that before.
Okay. What does it mean if you ask her out and she doesn't give you her number?
I think it just confirms what I knew before, right? That like she wasn't giving me the signals, so that's, you know, that I'm unattractive. Like I kind of know that already. It's just like, you know, it's just testing a hypothesis, like finding proof for your hypothesis.
So if you know it to be true, what's the harm in asking then? What's the harm in just trying and seeing what happens?
Well, I mean, I already know what's going to happen, so like what's the point in doing it?
Yeah, you sound like you you know what's going to happen a lot of the time. Like you sound very convinced. Like you know how things are going to pan out.
Yeah. Smart dude, super high IQ.
Right. Have you ever been wrong about that? Just curious. Have you ever thought you knew what was going to happen and then you were pleasantly or unpleasantly surprised?
I mean, very few times. Right? Like, sure, theoretically, I can be wrong. Like, sometimes I make posts on Reddit that get downvoted and people tell me I'm wrong. That's just because they're a bunch of noobs.
How does that feel when like a post gets downvoted a bunch?
That's a really good question. I never really thought about that. I mean, I think it sort of like feels like I'm, you know, like the world is all like telling me one thing and like I think something else, you know, and it just makes me feel a lot like, you know, there are like all the regular people out there who are sort of like living their lives and like that's their perspective of like regular people.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it kind of feels a lot like when people say, you know, just go do this. It's like they all think that and like everyone tells me this stuff like all the time. Like people tell me that like I'm actually like pretty good looking, you know, like, you know, and stuff like that. Like people tell me all this stuff all the time, but, you know.
That sounds like kind of very conflicting.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, it's just, you know, it's like people like my mom, though, you know? So it's like, it's her job to tell you that. And then also, like, some of my sister's friends and things like that. So it's just like...
Got you. It's your mom's job and your sister's friend's job to say that you're attractive.
Well, I mean, it's not really their job, but, you know, they're like making fun of me, you know?
What makes you say that?
Well, I mean, come on, dude. Like, do you think I'm attractive?
What would it mean to you either way?
What do you mean by that?
So, I mean, you're pretty certain that you're unattractive. That's what you're telling me.
Yeah.
And so whether I did or not, it sounds like it doesn't matter. It sounds like it means nothing.
Well, I mean, if you were like genuine about it, you know, that's kind of interesting because like, I feel like if you were to say, yeah, I do think you were attractive, first of all, that'd be fucking weird. And then secondly, like, you know, I feel like it'd be your job to say that. Yeah, but then I'm kind of realizing that I'm putting myself into like a logical fallacy, which is like, you know, no matter what, it's like I kind of ask a question, but like I'm just noticing that, you know, no matter what you say, I'm going to think the same thing.
Yeah, that's kind of what it sounds like to me. Is like no matter which answer I give you, I'm either doing my job and like patronizing you, or I'm weird, or you were right the whole time. At the end of the day, you're correct.
What does that mean?
I'm going to give that one back to you. Like, what do you think about that?
Well, I know what you're going to say.
What am I going to say?
Well, you're going to say it's like all in my head and like this is all self-fulfilling prophecy or like, and like, you know, that no matter what I see what you're saying. Like you're kind of like maneuvering me into this corner of like, you know, it doesn't matter, you know, I don't know, man. It feels like, you know, it feels like you're going to say that it's like all in my head.
What makes you think I would say that to you?
Well, because it is like, it's like, you know, like kind of like what you said, like you were like, you know, what would it mean to you? And I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of seeing that, you know, I can see like, it doesn't matter how you would respond to that. And so like what you would tell me is that, you know, maybe I'm doing that in other parts of my life. Like I've watched Dr. K's videos. Like I know how this shit works, you know?
Oh,
and then,
okay.
And then, you know, I don't know, man. This is not what I was expecting.
Isn't it? Yeah. How do you feel right now?
It's like different from what I was expecting. Like I thought that, you know, you would be like teaching me how to meditate and, you know, I thought like maybe you would ask me like bunches of questions about like my feelings, like what feeling is that and what feeling is that and what feeling is that. But I don't know. I just didn't think it would be so, I don't know, man. It's just different from what I was expecting.
You know, your expectation was not met. This is not what you were expecting at all, and so you're feeling a type of way. It's interesting because I've asked you twice now, kind of like about feeling, like how do you feel, and you've kind of never really given me a straight answer. So if you don't mind, I'm going to ask you again, like, how do you feel right now?
Honestly, like, you know, like kind of confused, but also like a little bit intrigued. Like I think you may be a pretty smart dude.
I don't know. But okay. So you feel confused and intrigued. What's intriguing?
I mean, it's just not what I expected. You know, I think that like I've watched so much stuff about this kind of thing, and like usually people are, you know, just like giving you, like, you know, people will say like, these are the 10 things you need to do to get your life in order. Like JBP's book about, you know, the 12 rules. And it's like, you know, and so it's different because we're not, I mean, you're not really like giving me rules, which is like what most people kind of do, right? So it's kind of weird.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like you've sought out a lot of those rules and nothing has really come of it.
Well, yeah, because I'm undisciplined. You know, so it's like like, how do I get undisciplined is the question. And I don't really know if we're working on that or not. I thought you would like give me like a, you know, like do this and then do this and then do this kind of thing.
Right. Let me think for a second. Remember when we were talking about attractiveness like 2 seconds ago?
Yeah.
Right. And like, it really seemed like for a moment there, you kind of like started to think a little differently about your assumption. Am I wrong there?
No, I mean, I think you know, I don't know that I was thinking differently, but like I was definitely thinking about it, you know? Like, I'm still pretty sure, like I've gotten mountains of evidence about how unattractive I am. So I'm, you know, that past is still real, but like, you know, I think it's definitely sort of a little bit different. I don't know.
What do you mean by that? How is it different?
I don't know, man. I just feel kind of, you know, confused.
What's confusing? I thought you knew that you like weren't attractive. You had like all this evidence, right?
Yeah, but then there's this whole other angle of like maybe it's all in my head, right?
What makes you think that?
I guess you. I mean, don't you think I'm stupid? Like I mean, like, it's dumb, dude. Like, I'm like confused. Like, you must think I'm an idiot because like you're asking all these simple questions and like I don't have good answers for them.
You say you don't have good answers. Like, what makes you say that?
Well, because like I could hear the words coming out of my mouth and they're not like you're asking me like why I'm confused and I can't even answer that. You know, it's sort of like.
Yeah, you seem pretty taken aback right now.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Like I said, this isn't what I was expecting.
How do you feel like physically right now?
Kind of uncomfortable, like just I got like a little bit of tightness in my chest. Like I'm not, you know, I feel like I need to take a deep breath and sort of sit up.
Do you want to try that? Do you want to like take a deep breath and like sit up?
Yeah, maybe. I guess.
I'll do it with you. I mean, I'm standing, but is that okay?
See, I should get a standing.
Acceptable?
Yeah, that's cool. I should get a standing desk too.
I'm not laughing at the client. I'm laughing at Dr. K. Sure. So let's take a deep breath. Yeah.
All right, Pax, let's pause.
Just like, yeah, please.
So Pax, how was that for you?
Familiar, but very extreme, I would say. I've never had a client who's like on that end, like so far on that end, right?
Absolutely. So Pax, I thought you did a fantastic job. I was trying to throw you as many curveballs as I could in one session.
I could tell.
Yeah. I thought you did a really fantastic job. I'm going to check. Chat, what did you guys think about that? No, so this is the thing. So even though I was trying really, really hard, Pax, to be so sure of my beliefs, You did a fantastic job of like confusing me, which is exactly what you need to do, right? So like, because when people have very rigid beliefs about themselves, what we want to do is like, we want to, it's sort of like they've saved a document that is only readable but is not editable. And so confusion is actually like the first step of moving from pre-contemplative to contemplative. So you did actually a really good job of that, of, kind of asking open-ended questions. I also threw out a lot of traps for you, which you dodged really well, right? You want to tell people what the traps are and what we explain about traps?
Yeah, I mean, asking me shit like, do you think I'm attractive? Like, do you think I'm stupid? Like, anything where like, if I say yes or no, I've essentially confirmed something that they believe, right? And so by kind of avoiding that, I'm not giving them what they want, because a lot of times when people are that pre-contemplative, like they just want to be right about what they feel so sure about, because like weirdly enough, that's like, it's kind of ego gratifying, and like it kind of makes them, even though they feel like shit all the time, it like makes them feel better because they're like, well, I'm right and no one can help me, so like there's nothing to be done, right? So the beautifully said. I don't want to give that.
So Pax, I thought that was a perfect summary of what I was projecting, which is I want to be right and fuck you, and so nothing can be done, right? I'm helpless. Exactly. I'm hopeless. I'm sure I'm helpless and hopeless. And there's no way that I'm wrong about being helpless and hopeless. And so like when you create confusion, that's actually really, really good. Because then like, what am I confused about? It changes the rigidity of me being hopeless. And so you also did a really good job of, I said like, oh, you think like something about when I was talking about the self-fulfilling prophecy, you did a really good job around that too, where you were like, oh, I said something like, you think that, what did I say? Do you remember what I'm talking about? Where like, you kind of, like I said that I felt confused and, oh, you must think this is all in my head. And you did a really, really good job of like not stepping into that trap too. Because you could have said, because it is all in my head and it's all in my head. And you could have said, it's all, yeah, like, sort of like I wonder about that sometimes. And so even though that would have, and so I for people watching, so like that was a really, really important point for Pax, because I was moving in the right direction. And if Pax had agreed with me, then I would have gotten super defensive and then like retreated. I don't know if you guys are able to follow that. But, so like, but when you didn't own that, when you were like, no, I actually don't, you didn't say yes or no, right? You did a good job. You were like, no, I don't think it's all in your head. No, it must be so hard for you. And like, yeah, maybe it is all in your head, bro. And so the more that you were, and there's a very like sort of Tai Chi kind of like manner to you, Pax, which is awesome, which is that I'm trying to push you like one way or the other. And I'm like, it's all in my head, right? And then you're like, I'm not going to take that bait. And the less bait you take, like the further I move in my own exploration. Because like I have all these patterns in my mind that are going to snap to judgments and close off kind of like free thinking. And so when you don't like let me do that, I'm trying to snap either way. Do you think I'm attractive? Oh, if he says yes, oh, it's his fucking job to say that. Like, oh, he's just lying to me, right? It's just like my mom. And if you say no, oh, see, I knew all right all along. In either case, I'm moving into completely explored territory that doesn't help me at all. And so when you avoid that trap, it like forces me to like think about stuff. And so confusion in this scenario is absolutely like, that's what we see in coaching, is like people get confused because we start to like work in a way where we don't let them go down like the same old track over and over and over again. And if you let me go down that same old track over and over again, it's going to be the self-fulfilling prophecy. Cool. Thanks a lot, Pax.
Thank you. Poggers.
Cool. Thanks a lot. Take care.
All right. Peace out.
Adios. Hi, I'm Dr. K. I'm a Harvard-trained psychiatrist, and we're doing something a little bit different from interviews today. Viewers from our Discord and subreddit submitted problems that they're going through, and I'm going to try to help them out. And today's theme is about relationships. If you guys want to join in next time, join our Discord and post scenarios in the channel #AskDrK. There's also cool stuff on the Discord, like a meditation group, people supporting each other's mental health, and also, people are crushing it in League and other games.
And for real, like we offer a ton of workshops. This is all community driven, from everywhere from baking to coding. We have like a room cleaning group that meets once a week to kind of clean stuff up. So it's really a place for people to work on themselves and acquire new skills and support each other. So feel free to join our Discord and maybe submit some questions. Okay, so good afternoon, Dr. K. I'm a guy and I'm wondering how I can get better. How can I better understand and communicate my feelings of attraction to another close guy friend? He's been one of my best friends for just about 4 years now, and we've even spoken about mutual attraction. It always ends up feeling like we've just missed each other. I care for him deeply, but it's been confusing and painful as well. As vague as that all is, I would love to hear your thoughts on what attraction is, what different forms are there, about the shame that so often can come with being gay, and all that can entail with a close guy friend. Really good question. Okay, this is a little bit tricky. So let's start with this. So the first thing that I like about this question is that I think it's a very well-framed question. So as we start to think a little bit about, how do we approach problems? As we say a lot on stream, good diagnosis precedes good treatment. And so how do you find the right diagnosis? By asking the right question or ordering the right test, right? So let's take a step back and think about how should we approach challenges in our life. So the first thing we should do is understand our challenges. But even before we understand challenges, we have to understand how to understand challenges. And so in medicine, they teach us the art of diagnosis, which is all about asking the right questions or ordering the right tests. So what I really like about this question is actually this first part over here, which is I'm wondering how can I better understand and communicate my feelings of attraction. So the first thing you've got to do is better understand your feelings of attraction. Okay? So, and then before you communicate them, you've got to understand kind of where you are. And you don't have to understand everything fully, but in order to communicate effectively, you have to understand effectively. And so let's think a little bit about this. So I also like that this person has multiple shades of feeling, which is probably closer to the truth than one directional. So we see this a lot where people will say, I'm deeply, deeply in love with someone. And what they'll say is it's all one directional and it's very intense. And that oftentimes gets people into trouble when all they sort of recognize is one shade of color in terms of their internal environment. And so, it's interesting because it sounds like you care about him a lot. It sounds like, you care about him as a friend. Frankly, it sounds like you could be in love, dude. And so, I think it's important to just ask yourself that question, am I in love? Do you know what it's like to be in love? If not, this really could be it. And that it's confusing and painful as well. So I think it's really good that you sort of understand all those different parts about yourself. And so, and it sounds like you guys have kind of even gotten into the discussion a little bit, right? So it says we've spoken about mutual attraction, and it always ends up feeling like we've missed each other. So that, I think, is an important feeling. So I wonder if what's going on here is that the two of you actually are interested or do have some kind of romantic feelings for each other, but that neither of you feels comfortable enough to put yourself out on a limb and risk ruining the friendship to see if there's more to your relationship. And I could sort of imagine that, your friend could be feeling exactly the same way, which is that you guys are really, really good friends. Your friendship matters a lot to you. It matters a lot to him. That it sounds like you guys have sort of talked about being attracted to each other. And then neither of you has been willing to sort of step into that vulnerable space and say hey, do you want to actually try something here? And so, I think the way to approach this is, first of all, to understand, what do you really feel about him? Are you, because it's possible to be really good friends with someone and physically attracted to them,
but like not have a romantic component, right? So like we see that in platonic relationships all the time, where like you may be attracted to, you know, someone of the opposite sex, assuming you're heterosexual, and you guys could be really good friends, but like you guys wouldn't actually like be a good relationship, or there isn't actually a romantic feeling. And so that's possible. So I think the first thing to figure out is, you know, just ask yourself, and it's like one of these gut checks, right? Like, am I secretly in love with this person and I'm just scared to admit it? And if the answer is yes, then I don't know that I would go about sharing that directly with the person, but I think probably the best way to approach this is to have a conversation and say, you know, hey, I care about you a lot as a friend, and I find myself being attracted to you, and I feel like we keep on missing each other, and maybe there's a chance for a relationship, but I also value your friendship, and I kind of don't want to risk that. And then ask an open-ended question. What do you think about that? So this is something that we often teach our coaches, which is that like they'll come to me with a question and they'll say, I have a client who, you know, it feels like I had a case the other day. So one of the coaches had a little bit of trouble with this, or was kind of talking it through. And they said that, you know, I have a client who kind of came in and wanted to work on a goal, but you know, the goal is like something that's really painful for them. So I'm not really sure like how to talk about it, because anytime we sort of bring it up, like my client gets emotional and I'm not sure like what to do. So it seems like talking about it is hurtful to them, but at the same time, that's what they're here to work on. So these negative emotions come to the surface and I don't know what to do. And what I would tell that coach, or what I did tell that coach, is that's exactly what you should say to your client, right? Say, hey, like, I know you're here to work on this, but every time we kind of bring it up, like it seems painful for you, which is exactly why you want to work on it. But at the same time, I sort of feel like I don't know if I should push you or not, because it seems like it hurts and I don't want to say anything that's going to be like hurtful to you. And at the same time, we have to work on it. So kind of enroll them in your decision-making process, right? So like too much about what problems we run into in relationships is like when one person makes all the decisions. Right. So what I mean by that is like a good example of this is like friend zoning, or girlfriend zoning, right? Where like one person all on their own builds up all these thoughts and feelings and hopes and dreams. And you're all like in your mind, you like create this whole world about who this other person is. And you fall in love with that person and all the wonderful, and it's like all in your head. And the other person doesn't have any like say so in what you create in your mind. It's not like a mutual relationship that you've created. And I know that sounds weird that we, you know, aren't all relationships mutual? No, right? Sometimes we create all these relationships in our head that are sort of like solo relationships. And you build up all these like ideas about who this person is. Like you meet this girl and she's nice to you and you're like, oh my God, she's the one. And so what I think you should do is like let your friend be a part of this process. Right? So like tell him like, hey man, this is what's going on with me. I value your friendship. I feel like I'm attracted to you. We've kind of touched on it before, but like, you know, I feel like we keep on missing each other. And I'm not sure if this is worth exploring or not. What do you think? Because the foundation of a successful relationship absolutely is communication, because it's like two people, right? So you've got to like work with them. And if you want it to work, I think a good way to start, like a good solid foundation for a relationship, is like the two of y'all sitting down and deciding, hey, do we want to try this or not? Is there something here or not? And recognize that you yourself are going to be afraid of rejection, right? And that you don't want to kind of notice that too. But it sounds like you guys have been close for a while, and y'all have been friends for 4 years. So, you know, a little bit of rejection can hurt, but hopefully it won't, you know, torpedo the relationship. That I've never really heard of, you know, I've never heard of a relationship where one person sort of explores their feelings with the other person and the relationship just crumbles apart after 4 years. I've certainly heard about relationships where you catch feelings for someone and then you are deeply in love, and I'll toss out a couple of different ideas, right? So one is like physical attraction, And that's just like you're physically attracted to someone. Someone's, the way that they look or something about them like appeals to you sort of like on a physical and biological level. Then there's also, more of like emotional attraction. So as you get to know someone, and this happens a lot with men. So, as you start to express emotional intimacy, men are rarely taught to express emotional intimacy outside of like very close nuclear intimate relationships. So you may express emotional intimacy towards your parents, maybe your siblings, and then like the other place that you express emotional intimacy is with romantic partners. So sometimes what can happen is emotional intimacy can get confused as attraction. And what I mean by that is that like if you have a female friend and you guys are emotionally kind of intimate with each other, and we hear this a lot from, bitter dudes on the internet where they say like, I was there for all of her emotional needs and then she friend zoned me. And it's like, yeah, that's sort of
I'm with you.
So many people.
No gun.
That one.
Look at the chargy. Oh.
Oh, I didn't mean to break that.
Don't forget
who hooked
you up.
Whoopsie daisies. I think there's someone in this building with me in one.
Yeah. I think they are.
Ow!
I'm in trouble. Frag out. Recharge my shields.
Yeah, we'll cop this.
Guys, welcome back to another Milch OCE stream. I'm your co-host, TJ Baggins. Today we have... TJ, this is your part.
We have some Epic Legends Pubs games where it's going to go fantastic and nothing will go wrong. Tune in. Stay to the end. You don't want to miss it. Yeah.
Back to you, Milk. Yes, it is me. It is me.
The interesting thing there is that I still don't know, whether it's real. But I think that if we're trying to understand the lenses to view attraction through, it's important to acknowledge that some people do have experiences where they feel like their attraction to another person is like destiny or fate or like whatever, that they were like destined to feel like there is only one person in the world for them. And we see that in our stories, right? Like there are like all these hopeless romantics out there. How do you understand what the difference is? And then the short answer there is that I think the more tranquil your mind, the more you'll be able to differentiate, is this some kind of attachment that I have that's out of proportion, or is this like actually like destiny that we're supposed to be together? And I think the more calm you are and the more detached you are, the better you're going to be at telling which one is which, and the more detached. And then the last thing, which I just want to touch on because it's like sort of a neuroscience take on it, is I just want to talk to you guys a little bit about oxytocin, because I think this is an important part of attraction. So oxytocin is a hormone that sort of deals with emotional bonding. So for example, there are a lot of hormones that lead to milk production for new mothers. And then oxytocin is the hormone that facilitates something called milk letdown. And what that means is that when a child is ready to feed, there's actually milk in the breast, and then like there's like a release valve when a child nurses that causes the milk to kind of like go, leave the breast, right? So to be consumed by the child. And so that hormone is actually oxytocin. So oxytocin governs milk letdown. And along with that comes a lot of emotional bonding. So oxytocin, I know that this is a terrible thing to bring up, but it's like, come on, chat, just run with me. Like, stay with me for a minute, okay? Like, let's not make boob jokes, okay? So oxytocin is also like the hugging hormone. So oxytocin is a hormone that facilitates emotional bonding and comes from things like cuddling. So oxytocin also improves our mood and like improves like emotional relationships. There are actually some trials which have tried to test intranasal oxytocin for people with schizophrenia to see if they can like form better social interactions. Turns out that the trials really didn't show a whole lot of benefit. But the idea is that, sometimes people with schizophrenia have trouble forming like social relationships. And so some people hypothesize that it's like kind of an oxytocin deficiency. So if we supplement oxytocin, will they be able to form relationships? Turns out clinically it doesn't seem to help much. But the theory is sort of there. And we know that oxytocin is sort of related to emotional bonding. And I don't know if you guys like cuddle with stuff, right? So I know there's going to be a lot of, Pepe hands here. But even like a cat or a dog or like kids, like, so I have kids and I enjoy like cuddling with my kids. And what happens is like when you do that, like literally you get, oxytocin. And I think I have yet to really see an open relationship that I would say is like very successful and lasts for a long time. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with open relationships. It's just, I've worked with a lot of people who have been in them. And I think something that happens when you start having like friends with benefits and stuff like that is that a lot of times things will get muddy. Like it's a really hard tightrope to walk. And I think part of the reason for that is that, when you engage in sexual activity with someone, your brain is going to be like, hey, like, let's bond with this person. Like this person, I'm going to start caring about them. So it's almost like a hormone mediated like boost in how emotionally invested you are in someone. And so, I think that there's also like a component of let's forget about physical attraction. Let's forget about emotional attraction or spiritual attraction. And let's just acknowledge that if you have, a sexual relationship with someone, or now I also hear that there are people who are professional cuddlers, that you're probably going to start to form emotional bonds with these people, even if you sort of don't want to. And on the flip side, if that's oftentimes what happens is even if you don't form the emotional bond, maybe the person that you're physically like
sexually engaged with could start forming bonds with you. And that's just, it's sort of neuroscience. It's kind of how we're wired. We're wired to be emotionally invested in the people that we have sex with. And the last thing is, so talking about the shame about that so often comes with being gay. And yeah, I mean, I don't mean to be insensitive, but like, I don't really understand that, right? Because like my experience as a heterosexual male was that like I don't really understand what it's like to have. I've worked with a lot of gay people. I've worked with a lot of transgender people. I've helped them sort of find their sexual identity and sort of like, I've helped them through that process. But I got to be honest with you, it's one of the things that I understand the least. Like I don't, I feel like I have a good understanding of a lot of stuff, but when it comes to sexual identity, like I've got a rubric that I sort of help people work through. So I've sort of figured out, like, from almost like a stimulus response kind of way, like from like a testing hypothesis way, how to help those people through those journey. And I feel confident in being able to do it. But I also want to acknowledge that I actually don't know what it's like emotionally, to have a sexuality or identity that is, generally speaking, faces a lot of judgment and a lack of acceptance and confusion by society. And this is where I'd say that, and I'm sorry to say, I just, this is not something that I understand. I wish I did. I really do. But I feel like I would be doing you a disservice if I wasn't honest about saying I don't know what it's like to be gay. I don't know. Like I said, I've helped people through it, but I still don't really know what their experience is like. It's sort of like I've helped deliver babies, but I don't know what it's like to be pregnant. I don't know what it's like to go through childbirth. Like, I just don't know. And what I would say is that, like, if you do have shame with being gay and stuff, like, try to find communities. We're actually thinking about starting, topic specific groups and at Healthy Gamer. And one of them may be sort of around navigating gender identity and sexuality. So, we'll keep you guys posted about that. But I think like it's really helpful to be with other people who are going through your journey. You don't necessarily need to have answers from someone who's gone through it and knows everything. It can be enough to be with other people who are just as confused as you are, and you guys kind of like work through it together, which is really what we've seen in group coaching. Okay. Dear Dr. K, my name is Amelia, and I'm a 23-year-old introvert who has never had a boyfriend, girlfriend, and probably never will at this rate. I feel so stuck in this constant loop of feeling like I'll never find love or even experience it. I look around me at my friends or even siblings, and they have never suffered from this problem. Is there something wrong with me? Is there something I didn't learn or miss out on? Why am I so out of the loop? Everyone around me is either in a relationship, they have kids, they are married. Almost everyone has at least experienced love once before in their lives. I feel like such a loser. It's so embarrassing to even think about. I've never even kissed anyone, and let alone anything further than that. It hurts when you realize you've been missing out on these things in your life. Things that everyone experiences. I want something real. I just want that feeling of being happy with someone, but also knowing that I make someone else happy. What is pulling me back so much? I feel like I just sabotage myself anytime I get any hopeful opportunity. See, good. Our community is evolving, chat. Like, they're starting to be reflective. So this is what I want to say. Like, I just want to pause for a second. This first half, we've heard a lot. Right? We hear this a lot. It's awesome that this person gives us the second paragraph. We haven't even read it yet. But, like, do you guys see how this person is setting up the question? And then they're already exploring a hypothesis. So this is awesome. I actually feel really hopeful for Amelia at this point. I know it sounds weird. But just the fact that, like, you're starting to... It's okay to have problems in life. It's okay to ask questions in life. And then taking that next step to start to figure out, like, let me at least think about this. Like, what have I observed? What have I noticed? That's ultimately the strategy that I think leads to success. So let's see what they have to say. I feel like I just sabotage myself anytime I get any hopeful opportunity. I've been asked out on dates, but I've never actually been or gone to one. Okay. I get so scared and anxious that something will happen to me, and I end up making an excuse or canceling. I feel guilty if I even think about accepting the date. I feel guilty that I would be wasting this person's time if I did accept and ended up not seeing them again. I'm extremely scared of even the thought of getting into a relationship with someone or even trying to. I feel like since I've gone this long without finding someone, if I did get into a relationship with someone, then it would have to be perfect, but I never even give it a chance or even try. I have this impending doom that I will be taken advantage of and be used. I just don't understand what makes me do this or feel this way. I yearn for a real relationship so much and wonder how it feels to experience, but my head automatically tells me otherwise, that it will never happen, and if it did happen, that it would go wrong. I tell myself that I'm happy being alone and single, but deep down I know I'm not. I just need help and guidance on how to love and trust again. Damn, this is a good question, chat. So this is interesting, right? So let's look at the language first. So I want you guys to notice the extremities of this person's thinking. So never had a boyfriend. Probably never. Constant. Never. Never. Everyone. Almost everyone. Never. Sabotage myself anytime. I've never. Okay. Have to be perfect. Never even give it a chance. Impending doom sort of qualifies, I think. Automatically. Never. So this is interesting, right? Because they say, I just need help and guidance on how to love and trust again. Now, I could be making a mountain out of a molehill here, right? So when I see all these nevers, I would imagine that the last sentence should say, I just need help and guidance on learning how to love and trust. Right? So that's what you would expect. Like if someone has never done anything before, then you would expect them that they don't, it's not that they lost something, it's that they never had it. But what I'm hearing here is that I just need help and guidance on how to love and trust again. And this sort of makes sense with me because I have a running hypothesis here that something happened to this person, right? So all these thoughts and feelings that they have that, they clearly want this, and yet something in their mind is telling them that they get really scared or anxious. They feel like they're not going to live up to the other person's time. They feel like if they did accept, they have to be perfect. They have to commit, that the first date is the person that they have to spend the rest of their life with. So then the question becomes where do these thoughts and beliefs and feelings come from? And my guess would be that there's something that happened potentially traumatic to this person early on where they got taught in some way, shape, or form that they're different, that they aren't worth it, that they're not good enough, that they have to be perfect. And the interesting thing here is needing to be perfect is about not being yourself, right? Why does someone need to be perfect? If you guys feel like you need to be perfect, if you really tunnel down into that, what you see is that needing to be perfect can only be true if what you are is not worth much. Right? So what this really comes down to is, where did this person learn that they're not worth much? Where did this person lose their self-esteem and lose their confidence in themselves so that they can't afford to be themselves, right? Do you guys get that? That what this person is saying is that I can't afford to be me. I can't be myself. It has to be this way that I see everywhere around me. People are in all these perfect relationships, and I'm not, because there's something fundamentally wrong with me. And we can kind of see it here because, they've never suffered from this problem. So first of all, I don't think that's true. Is there something wrong with me? That's what this person feels, right? This is a question that is born out of an emotion. Is there something I didn't learn or miss out on? Why am I so out of the loop? So that's the question you've got to answer, right? So the way I'd approach this, if you guys feel stuck with something like this in life. And this is what we do with people, by the way. So I think like this actually is a great person for group coaching. This is a great group coaching candidate. So concretely, what I'd say, Amelia, is that you should think about signing up for group coaching. Because here's why. So like the problem is that this person thinks that they're alone, right? Like that I'm the only one who's ever experienced this. Like this is only me. And so what happens is they show up and they say like, since this is a problem that no one else suffers from, you know, I want to do personal coaching. And I think one of the personal coaching is great, don't get me wrong. But I think one of the most valuable lessons this person can learn is when they show up in a group and they say this, everyone else is like, oh shit, this is exactly like me. And then you have 10 people who all feel this way, that there's something fundamentally busted with them, that the rest of the world is normal, and that like I'm messed up in some way, or I like missed that day of class where you learn how to have a relationship. And then there's a value to that. Like, sure, you can work with a personal coach about the origin of your feelings and stuff, but there's a value to realizing like, oh shit, this is actually like, there are other people who work through this. And then something really cool starts to happen, because then you guys can work on it together, right? And then you guys can kind of explore with each other. And Amelia hasn't figured this picture out, but she's figured out pieces. Do you guys get this? Like, here's the questions. Here's a hypothesis. And then when you get 8 people who form 8 hypotheses and you guys kind of work them together, then you get like an answer floats to the surface. And so my first thought, Amelia, is like, you should sign up for group coaching and bring this to your group and see what they have to say about it. Second thing is, I'll tell you like what I would do if I was running this group is I'd ask you like, when did you start? Like, did you always feel like you were different? Did you always feel like you were out of the loop? Or did your feeling of being out of the loop start at a particular point? And the really tricky thing here is that when I ask when did it start, a lot of people assume that it has to be like a large traumatic event. Like they just assume that like, oh no, nothing like super traumatic. No, that's not how it works. It's usually a very, very small and seemingly insignificant thing. But when you're young, when you're like 5 or 6, and like something happens to you, like you start this, like the seed is planted in your mind that you're different. And then what happens is that seed gets watered by like small experience after small experience after small experience. And then it even gets further watered when you look around and as a cognitive bias starts to form in your mind, and then you look around and you start making these statements like they have never suffered from this problem. That's not true, right? Like it's just not true, but that's what your mind tells you. And then what happens is you start to have a lens through which you look at the world. And the more that you look at the world through this lens, the more it reinforces your core belief about yourself. And then you're giving it a lot of water. And then it's growing and it's growing and it's growing and it's big. And it feels huge. It feels like this insurmountable problem. And then so what you have to do is you really have to go back and try to figure out like, where did you start to feel this way about yourself? Right? When did you start to learn that you are different? And that other people, you know, learned something that you didn't learn, that you're broken in some way, that some part of your brain just isn't working. And so I think the more that you kind of explore that, you'll begin to realize that like that feeling is like a holdover or an echo from a past experience. It's not necessarily true today, but what's happening is like each of these experiences forms a little bit of an echo in your mind. And then after 1,000 of these experiences, you've got this cacophony that feels really overwhelming in your mind and dominates your thinking. But the funny thing is that all of the energy for those echoes, if you stop feeding it, it'll actually all die out. Right? In order to have that sustained echo, you have to create new sounds. And so this is where you've got to kind of explore where that comes from. And the second thing is that, you know, I would really consider exploring your feelings when you do get asked out. Because like this is important. I get so scared and anxious that something will happen to me. And I end up making an excuse canceling. So when we approach problems, like my approach to problems, Healthy Gamer approach to problems, one is to find the root and one is to work in the present. So recognize that like you can ignore the root of this if you can learn a little bit more about how to not let your feelings control your behaviors. And so it doesn't matter what you think or you believe or you feel. The basic problem here, it sort of doesn't matter whether you feel like you're overweight so you're anorexic and you don't eat food, or you feel like you're overweight and so you refuse to socialize with other people. I had anxious thoughts about my growth today, and I was like, should I shave? And I was like, whatever. Right? So we all have thoughts and feelings that prompt us to things. I thought about canceling stream because I can't shave right now, and I was afraid of how I would look. And so you can have these feelings that can cause you to want certain behaviors. And then understanding in that moment, how do you, like, what is this feeling that, like, is so strong that you want to make up an excuse or cancel? And then in my experience, what happens is as you tunnel down into your emotion in the present, the more carefully you look at it, the more you realize that it's not based on a solid foundation. That it's sort of like this feeling in and of itself. It's like a self-contained entity, and it's not really based on like something real. Which I know feels really strange, because the feeling itself is real, but the more that you look into it, and the more that you tunnel down into it, the more you're going to realize that the emotion is like an entity of its own that's pushing you to do something, but it's actually not like reality. It's just your emotion. Right? That's what happens when you're, like, emotions make you feel like things are real even though they're not. And a good example of this for people who are severely depressed, they have this feeling that they're worthless and that they're like children would be better off if they weren't alive, which is a crazy thought and is absolutely untrue. But in that moment, that person feels like that thought is absolutely true. And you have to dig into that thought. You have to dig into that feeling until you begin to realize, actually, hold on a second. Of course my kids love me. Of course they would be better off if I was here. But you're not going to realize that until you dig into that feeling in the moment. And so I'd say is try to find the root. And the second thing is, you know, try to figure out like what's going on in these moments where you pull back. And as best as you can, try to let yourself not pull back and choose the kind of path that feels painful to you in that moment, right? Like even if you know, because there are a lot of thoughts and feelings here, which I think are really like cognitive distortions. Like if I did get into a relation with someone, then it would have to be perfect. No, it doesn't. There's no such thing. You know, like, and some of this stuff is, some of these fears are born of lack of experience. It's sort of like, you know, if you've never been in a swimming pool, you may be afraid that you're going to drown the second your foot goes into the water. And it's sort of a reasonable thought, even though it's like not true, but like you just haven't done it yet, so you're not really sure. And so acknowledge for a moment that like you actually are inexperienced, so a lot of your conclusions are likely to be wrong. And just kind of work through that stuff. But I think there's really two angles here. One is to, you know, really try to figure out where you got these thoughts or feelings. And the second is, fine, they're here now. How can you start to work on not letting them control you? And very practically, I'd say that meditation is a very good tool to start to explore yourself. I think if you want to see a therapist, I'd highly recommend cognitive behavioral therapy. In this case, like try that out if you haven't tried it already, because cognitive behavioral therapy helps you understand the relationship between your thoughts, your emotions, and your behaviors. Third thing that you can do is sign up for group coaching, because I think you'll be surprised to learn that you're not that alone. And that other people will help you work through this. And I think the other really important thing that I like a lot about group is that there's a lot of value, which I think we underestimate, to being able to help someone else. And so, you know, what Amelia really needs more than anything else is to have someone else in group who feels similarly to what she does. And Amelia needs to help this person, right? Help this person find confidence. And that in and of itself is going to give her the most confidence. Okay, two other thoughts. One is, but my head automatically tells me otherwise. So this is important, Because what I want Amelia to understand is that this is not actually you, right? So do you guys see how sometimes she uses the first person, and sometimes she uses the third person to talk about her head? And that's what I mean, that this emotion is like a separate thing. It's not actually the real you. It's like some samskar. It's a samskar, or like some automatic programming, some malware in your cognition that tells you otherwise. It's just like some fucking malware that's like sending you pop-ups. It's not actually you. And so that understanding, and the more that you begin to realize that, the more freedom you're going to gain from it. Okay? The second thing is, I want you guys to notice how future-focused Amelia is. Like, she's paralyzed in the present because so much of the future is determined by the now. If she goes out with someone, it would be a waste of time if she ended up not seeing them again. If she goes out with someone, she has to be perfect for the rest of her life. It's like the weight of a perfect future is being weighed in her mind against the present. And so how is she expected to act? Right? So I want you guys to be really careful when you do this. This is a really important point. Don't weigh the future against the present. Don't do it. Because when you weigh the entirety of a future against the present moment, the future is always going to win. So like we had a question or something, someone was talking about, being 27 and wanting to finish college. And they were like thinking about like how embarrassing it would, like in the moment when they're trying to think about, okay, should I re-enroll in college? I'm 27 years old. And in that moment, what they're doing is they're weighing all of the future of that, right? Like if I go to college, I'm going to be older than everyone. I may be the same age as like my teaching assistants. And they're like all of these future things that they're thinking about. I'm going to be like a 29-year-old college graduate. It's going to be so embarrassing. And they pile on all of these future possibilities. Pile and pile and pile and pile. And then like that gets weighed against the present, which is like, do I just ignore my problems for a moment, for one more day, and do I just queue up for whatever I'm playing? So anytime you weigh the future against the present, the weight of all of the future against the present, you're going to lose. You won't, it's absolutely paralyzing. And so start by acknowledging that like what you're doing today is just going on a date. That's all it is. Is there going to be another date? Who knows? Do you have to be perfect? Who knows? All you're doing is you're meeting with someone. That's all you're doing, because that's literally all you're doing. And to really let go of the expectation of everything in your mind about what needs to happen in the future or what is going to happen in the future, because you have no idea. You can't predict the future. Are you psychic, Amelia? But that's what your mind tells you. Your mind tells you, oh my goodness, I know exactly what's going to happen. If you say yes to this person, they're going to take advantage of you. And you won't like them. And you'll be stuck in a relationship, right? So there's another samskar here. You guys are paying attention about her being stuck. She's afraid of being stuck. You guys see that? Why can't she get into a relationship? Because she's afraid of being trapped. It may not be like low self-esteem. So one option is low self-esteem. The other route here is that she may have gotten stuck with something, with someone, a relationship that she didn't want. Ooh. Oh man. I'm so glad we found this one. I read this post on the subreddit, and I was tempted to respond to it there. I love this. This is a great post. And I think this is the kind of thing that we should really think about, having someone on stream to sort of talk about this sort of thing. Struggling between OnlyFans or love dating. I was lurker here for months. Awesome. Thanks for posting OnlyFans or GF. I'm seeking someone who can try to understand me. Cool. Welcome to our community, my dude. I've noticed very kind and compassionate replies here, so I figured I should post my story here. Hopefully you got kind and compassionate replies and didn't get a bunch of trolls, but I've been having a thing with OnlyFans girls for the last 3 years. It started after I was dumped by my girlfriend when I was 21. It felt like it filled a hole in me. That's what OnlyFans does.
Even though I'm aware the love is fake, it feels real. That's also a very good analysis. I can choose who will love me. I can choose to pause or leave my OnlyFans girl. It's so much freedom, and it felt real enough, but it has cost me over $10K, which is almost all I had in my bank after working a lot at my father's company during my childhood. I started dating a girl recently, and even though it's great, it feels icky. I want to switch her off sometimes. I want to be able to choose or date other women sometimes. I feel like I'd rather have the shallowness of OnlyFans than to feel like I'm in a cage with one woman for the rest of my life. I don't want to enter a relationship with her and at the same time have my OnlyFans thing going on. That wouldn't be fair for the girl IRL. But I just don't want to give up OnlyFans. I'm working a lot during college to be able to pay for it, and it's worth it. It feels shameful since no one seems to understand me. Okay. This is a fantastic post, okay? So, here's what I like about this post. So first of all, this is a real issue. I was about to say problem, but I'm going to say issue that a lot of people struggle with, right? So like if we think about why is OnlyFans so popular, right? It's because it makes people feel a certain way, which they control. It's a faucet of love. And all you have to do is pay for it, which is fine because that's what we do for things that we like, right? It's a faucet of love. So I really commend this person for coming out of the woodwork because I think that this is a far bigger problem than people realize, precisely because it is so shaming, right? So like if you try to talk to someone in real life about this problem, boy, are you going to get a ton of judgment. All you're going to get, like, no one's going to help you. They're just going to judge you. And what I really like about this, so first of all, incredibly courageous to post this. I think it's going to make the world a better place by posting this because this is a problem that a lot of people struggle with. Next thing that I really commend about this post is that there's actually a lot of really awesome insight in here, right? Like, even though I'm aware the love is fake, it feels real. You know what you like about this. I get to choose who will love me. It's a lot of freedom, and it felt real enough. And then, like, even this person's dating again. And then, like, you recognize, like, oh, like, your brain is sort of, like, comparing the real girl to the OnlyFans girl. And what it's saying is, like, we're getting some of the same stuff here, but I much prefer the situation where I get to turn it off when I want to. I want to be able to choose or date other women sometimes. Yes, or that's another thing about OnlyFans, right? It's not exclusive. You get to have multiple faucets. And then this is, I think, the really strong sentence. I feel like I'd rather have the shallowness of OnlyFans than to feel like I'm in a cage with one woman for the rest of my life, right? It's really hard to be really non-judgmental about your feelings here. And that's what I think this is really great about this post. Is the person is like admitting, he's like, I know this sounds really bizarre, and I know it sounds kind of like, you know, shameful, but I actually like the shallowness. I don't want to give it up. It actually means something to me. It's not like they're, because usually what we see is like a lot of self-judgment and blame and like, I can't stop. I really want to stop. You know, like, like people are very judgmental towards themselves. Whereas this person says, this does something for me and I actually really like it. And I'm going to admit to myself that I really like it. I just don't want to give it up. It's worth it, right? And this is what's really important to understand about like addictive and destructive behaviors is that like the reason we keep doing them is because the payoff is huge, right? When we think about an addiction, we think about it as a negative thing. But the one thing that has, I think, the one lesson that has made me an effective addiction clinician, an effective addiction psychiatrist, is the acknowledgement that the addiction isn't a bad thing. It's a good thing. It's a solution. It's not a problem, right? Like the reason that an addiction is so hard to kick is because it
takes your problems away. It's an escape. It's like imagine how OP it is. It's like God mode. It's like I have all these negative emotions and feelings, and I feel like I'm a waste of space in the universe, and I can drink this alcohol or I can play this video game, and boom, God mode, all those feelings go away. And so like this, it's hard to admit that the OnlyFans means a lot to you. But I think that's the first step, right? The first thing you have to do is like acknowledge your enemy. It's like back in the day when people used to like bow before dueling. Like, this is what you guys need to do. If you guys are facing the problem, the first thing you need to do is respect it. Bow. Because you're about to rumble. And it's like, it's going to be a tough fight, but respect it. Respect what the OnlyFans does for you. The next thing is that this person is also falling into the trap. So I don't know if you guys caught this, but we've already talked about this. So, what's the principle here, chat? I feel like I'd rather have the shallowness of OnlyFans than to feel like I'm in a cage with one woman for the rest of my life. What is this guy doing here? Absolutely. So, no wonder, right? All of the future. It's like, if I give up OnlyFans, I'm saddled with one person for 40 years, 50 years, 60 years, 70 years. When if you really stop and ask this person, you know, how do you want a relationship, like a loving relationship for 40, 50, 60 years? They may say yes to that question. We don't know. And so I think also this person's like a decent dude because he realized, I'm assuming that he's a man, but you know, that he's trying to be fair to the girl in real life. And yeah, I mean, I think it's tough. So I think there are a couple of principles here. So the first is like, you know, once again, don't compare the entirety of the future to your present circumstance, because that's a battle you're never going to win. The future's always going to win. You don't have to date one person for the rest of your life. So the other thing is, like, I don't know if this person is dating exclusively, like this other person exclusively, like whoever their IRL girl is. But like, it's possible, like, you know, a lot of people will date a couple of women at the same time to figure out, or a couple of women will date a couple of men, whatever. Or men will date a couple of men, right? It's not like there's still this idea of like going steady or being exclusive, which nowadays is, you know, people understand that sometimes you're going on dates with multiple people. So that's acceptable, you know? And then, I mean, I think this person is pretty far along the way, right? I think that like this is definitely something where they understand what OnlyFans does for them. Like, they get it. It means a lot to them. And I'm not going to disagree. And so, oddly enough, I feel like this is the kind of thing where this person has demonstrated so much insight that I think like the next phase is actually questions. I don't really have a whole lot of advice. You know, I'm not going to say, I mean, I think you should quit OnlyFans, because I think it's like, what happens with OnlyFans is that they figured out how to, you know, activate some parts of your brain without the rest of it. So they figured out how to make you feel like you have a relationship without it actually being a relationship. Right? So they scratch that positive itch without some of the other stuff. So my concern for this person is that, you know, at the end of the day, like, if you hurt your back, I don't think the OnlyFans girls are going to come and like take care of you. And when I think about a relationship, I don't think about the positives. I think about the negatives. Like, the real advantage of a relationship is like when your chips are down. I'm thinking about sort of a committed monogamous relationship, that is. Right? When you're sick, like, who's going to take care of you? And the other thing is that, you know, I know that OnlyFans is, you know, it's like video and stuff, right? Like in pictures. But like, I don't know if people actually, you know, not to be indelicate, but I don't know if people get laid through OnlyFans or not. But like, I think actual physical connection with another human being in a sexual way is like an important part of life. And going back to the oxytocin, so not just sexual connection, but like, you know, being held and hugged and cared for, like all those things are important too. And so I think what you're doing is you're investing a lot into these online relationships that do absolutely fill a hole, and they do a good job of doing it, which is why it's so successful. But they're not going to fill the other holes. And the real problem here is that when you fill one hole so completely, it's easy to forget about the other holes. And then if we really think about getting free of this, the real question is like, you're not going to be free from this curse until you process the hole that was left by the first girlfriend when she broke up with you. So if you really want to be free from this, that's what you have to fix, right? Because if she left a hole in your heart, you've got to patch up that hole, otherwise OnlyFans girls are going to keep filling it. Once that hole is no longer there, your chances of being free from OnlyFans are a lot better. So I think the real question that you need to ask yourself, because he's done a lot of introspection and understanding about his feelings in the now. The real question is like, how did she make you feel when she dumped you? And how do you overcome that? Because when you get free of that, then I think the OnlyFans will be easier to shed. Right? Do you like see how that, if I'm trying to make something happen, I'm the one who's exerting the power. You presume that you have the control to make someone love you, otherwise you wouldn't fucking do it. You actually have the control. They don't have the control. What you're terrified of is giving them the capacity to not love you. Do you see that? The control is actually in your hands, not in theirs. And that's why it's so fucking frustrating, because the control isn't actually in your hands, but in your mind, that's what you're trying to do. Like, just think about it for a second. I'm trying to make someone love me. I can't do that.
I would screen share my desktop, but I have Deep Rock Galactic as well. I just picked that up like a week ago.
Yeah, Deep Rock.
Sarah. I'm in HP. The day I opened up Memory's door, I found something that I could live for. Curtains shook as you opened my eyes, and light came rushing inside. All the colors of the night and the way they help you hide. I'm learning what it's like to love and be alive. Oh, there will always be a tomorrow. You'll never have to be alone. Diamond City lights illuminate what's inside, and all the love I feel by your side. Decoding these emotions, you're the ocean I wanna dive into tonight. Rainbow colored skies invite us to take a ride. I know time won't wait, 'cause it only leaves behind. Don't cry, look in my eyes and you might find a shimmery light. Now let me guide you. Let's go to the place. Let's go to the place. Let's go to the place where our happiness won't fade away. If you could only see the joy you show to me, I think you would realize everything we could be. Diamond City lights illuminate what's inside, and all the love I feel by your side. Decoding these emotions, you're the ocean I wanna dive into tonight. Rainbow colored skies invite us to take a ride. I know time won't wait, 'cause it only leaves behind. Don't cry, look in my eyes and you might find a shimmery light.
guide you through the night. Diamond lights, rainbow skies. In the night there's no need to hide. The joy in your eyes fills me with life, so let it shine.
The day I opened up memory's door, I found something that I could live for. Curtain shook as you opened my eyes, and I came rushing inside.
Data behind my heart's encryption key.
Can you see?
Listen, and you might hear a melody. Your fire spark, the passion that keeps burning. Magic that helps me to believe. All the colors of the night and the way they help you hide. I'm learning what it's like to love and be alive. Oh, there will always be a tomorrow. You'll never have to be alone. Diamond city lights illuminate what's inside, and all the love I feel by your side. Decoding these emotions, you're the ocean I wanna dive into tonight. Rainbow colors nights invite us to take a ride. I know time won't wait 'cause it only leaves behind. Don't cry, look in my eyes and you might find a shimmering light that will guide you through the night. When gray skies take the colors away, I'll paint a rainbow lasting for days and days. Just like the magic that you always shared with me. Maybe now you need to believe.
As the hands of time progress, it's so easy to forget the miracle that helped you bring me to life. Oh, there will always be a tomorrow. We'll never have to be alone.
Diamond city lights illuminate what's inside, and all the love I feel by your side. Decoding these emotions, you're the ocean I wanna dive into tonight. Rainbow colors nights invite us to take a ride. I know time won't wait 'cause it only leaves behind. Don't cry, look in my eyes and you might find a shimmering light. Now let me guide you. Let's go to the place. Let's go to the place.
Let's go to the place where our happiness won't fade away.
If you could only see the joy you show to me, I think you would realize everything we could be. Diamond city lights illuminate what's inside, and all the love I feel by your side. Decoding these emotions, you're the ocean I wanna dive into tonight. Rainbow colors nights invite us to take a ride. I know time won't wait 'cause it only leaves behind. Don't cry, look in my eyes and you might find a shimmering light that will guide you through the night. Diamond lights, rainbow skies. In the night there's no need to hide. The joy in your eyes fills me with life, so let it shine.君とのラブストーリー、それは予想通り。いざ始まれば一人芝居だ。ずっとそばにいたって結局ただの観客だ。感情のない I'm sorry、それ
歯ブラシはきっともういいか、泊まりに来なくてもいいか、眠ったままの君に目をやる。洗面台に立っていた甘えるようなあの君もごめんね、今さら思い出したりする。好きになってしまったんだ、君じゃなくて違う人、愛とか全部幻で現実なんてこんなもんでしょ。たったこの気持ちがバラれるワールドみたいに二つに分かれて壊れそうなの。お休みだなんてもういいか、スタンプもなくてもいいか、毎日していた癖がまた通知が来て開いたって甘い上手な君なんだよ。送信取り消し何を言いかけたの。好きになってしまったからもう無理だよ、もう無理なら恋とか全部幻で消えちゃう方が楽なのにな。二人が好きとかバラれるワールドみたいに二つに分かれて壊れてくの。君と戻ったら戻らなかったら天秤にかけてる自分も嫌い。性格持っても目鼻口も君にしかない分かってる。愛とか全部幻で一人の方がマシなのにな。またこの気持ちがバラれるワールドみたいに二つに分かれて壊れそうなの、壊れそうなの。恋とか全部幻で向き上げたなら違ったのかな。今この気持ちがバラれるワールドみたいに二つに分かれて分からないの。幸せとは星が降る夜と眩しい朝が繰り返すようなものじゃなく、大切な人に降りかかった雨に傘をさせることだ。 幸大切な人に降りかかった雨に傘をさせることだ瞬きもせずに目を凝らしても見つかる類のものじゃないだからそばにいてほしいんだ夢のために生きられた人それた道が正解だった人誰かのために費やした人自分を生きた人誰にもなれなかったけどただ今日も僕を必要だと思ってくれたら幸せと星が降る夜と眩しい朝が繰り返すようなものじゃない幸せと星が降る夜と眩しい朝が繰り返すようなものじゃなく大切な人に降りかかった雨に傘をさせることだそしていつの間にか僕の方が守られてしまうことだいつもそばにいつも君がいてほしいんだ目を開けても目を閉じても
You think you're the only one the devil wears with Prada. You think in the simplest terms an angel can be rotten. You think that you made it when you see the life forgotten. That it shines amongst the pure, it isn't ghosts or hunting. Makeup on the mirror walls, footsteps in the coffin. Hide your breath and show your fear, the devil isn't stopping. She dropped her Prada for a berry, sweetest in the land. Think that you're the only one, then get down on your hands. Drop to your knees and beg for your life. It's the only way you're out of here alive. You're the only one. What a joke. You're not even the top of the list.
behind the scenes to picture all that was. You're just getting to the point, I'm getting quite enough. You're calling on the shots, but you never call my bluff. I'm gunning for the spot that you hide behind the rock. You're running for the hills when I showed who I was. You pray all the same, you're driving me insane. Space in my brain, I can never quite erase, but I'll cut where I need till it's in its proper place. You're gonna need to beg. Drop to your knees and beg for your life. The top of the list, which there is, and you're slowly falling off. Don't get these ideas stuck inside your head. You're nothing without me, so might as well just beg. Got a death wish, you're headed for something worse than death, rejection, and innocence costs more than what is left. Drop to your knees and beg for your life. It's the only way you're out of your life. You're the only one. What a joke, you're not even the top of the list, which there is, and you're slowly falling off. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. Psych. Hey, can you stay for a while? I really like your smile. Can you stay for a while? Can't tell you why. When I see you smile, strawberry skies, all I see, you and I. Strawberry skies, all I see, you and I. Hey, don't know if you know, don't want you to go. Will it be okay if I ask you to stay? Can't tell you why. Strawberry skies, all I see, you and I. Hey, listen, it's not like I like you or anything, but can you stay for a while? I'm just kidding. Unless I really didn't wanna catch these feelings. You came around, I started falling down, down. Come around, round. Strawberry skies. if you want it, if you need to breathe out. If you seen it, would you have it right now? Chances are you forgot if you saw how I mean how it's a demon, it's a mirror right now. Internalizing horror, take a second to recall. Had your head, it's at the border, slow down. You're not ready for the heat, it's steaming up and tipping into every follicle I miss. This injection got this poison and poison shadow, hiding the fabrics lining my skin. In the limo, headed for the shallow water, sinking into deeper for the depths I'll ever seen. A thousand years of fear. Here she is now. Devil on the buckle, she's the maker and a runner, taking out her every number. Watching, lurking on the hunt of God, she's hurting, needing blood. Don't ever sell your soul to her. She is mean. She's mean. She's mean. She's me. Running for your life, find a place to hide, pretending that you don't want this. Make you run inside, breathing, getting light, intoxicated on my kiss. Don't fight this feeling, goosebumps are your friends, you fint it. Tensed up till the end, releasing poison from my hands. Said I'm sentimental to your health and well, you're being hard as hell to tell if chasing's worth my time, but still I'll find you. You are nothing to me, but are something that I could feed on. This is getting kinda fun. You're just a fly on the wall, honey for a teaspoon for water, I got you. Let it be closer to top you. On your edge, did I drop you? Second half of Legna. What's that? I can't stop you. Said I'm sentimental to your health and well, you're being hard as hell to tell if chasing's worth my time, but still I'll find you. No pretend, no fake games, no more running, it's a shame your way. Your coin is shyness, none of that is blindness. So you see it's you and me and nothing else. Yeah, I'm sentimental to your health and wealth, and hell you be the first to tell that it's on and I'm on. And nothing can be taught. By the time you realize it's far too late, accept your detrimental, all ends well, and make this sinners ring the bell for me. It's just something I think about. Good night, yeah. Good night. I hope you sleep well. I don't see why you wouldn't. I mean, it's not like I'm on my way or anything. Standing there, killing time. Could commit to anything but a crime. Peter's on vacation, an open invitation. Animals evident. Barely
kids look more like a pick a fan.
Once you get inside them, got friends but can't invite them. Hills burn in California, my turn to ignore ya. Don't say I didn't warn ya. All the good girls go to hell, 'cause even God herself has enemies. And once the water starts to rise and heaven's out of sight, she'll want the devil on her scene. My Lucifer is lonely. Hey. Look at you, needing me.
You know I'm not your friend without some greenery.
Walking wearing fetters.
Peter should know better.
Your cover up is giving up.
That is such a fool. Why are we saving them?
Poisoning themselves now, begging for our help. Wow. Hills burn in California, my turn to ignore ya. Don't say I didn't warn ya. All the good girls go to hell, 'cause even God herself has enemies. And once the water starts to rise and heaven's out of sight, she'll want the devil on her team. My Lucifer is lonely. There's nothing left to save now. My God is gonna own me. There's nothing left to save now. 무표정했던 얼굴이 널 보면 빛나고 있어. 널 때문에 눈도 되는 내 안에 배고프게 피어난 한도. 내가 지금 느끼는 이 감정은 true. 내 입술을 간지럽힌 나서 그 이름. 난 몰랐어 내 맘이 이리 다채로운지. 꿈을 꾸게 해 이 방의 작은 heaven. 춤을 추고 내 수가 어지러운 만큼. Oh my god 한가득 채우고 있어. 잡아 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You make me feel like 11. 투명한 너와 나의 사이 가만히 들여다보다 힐랑인 목격서 끌어 더 빠져드는 걸. 그날 향기로운 보랏빛은 mood. 센스 없이 반복해도 기분 좋은 꿈. 감히 누가 이렇게 날 설레게 할 줄. 난 몰랐어 내 맘이 이리 다채로운지. 긴 꿈을 꾸게 해 이 방의 작은 heaven. 춤을 추고 내 수가 어지러운 만큼. Oh my god 한가득 채우고 있어. 잡아 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You make me feel like 11. 내 앞에 있는 너를 그 눈빛은 나를 yeah. 내 앞에 있는 너를 그 눈빛은 나를. 손채냐 서둘러 오지 마. 이 순간이 좋아. 난 미처 몰랐어 내 맘이 이리 다채로운지. 긴 꿈을 꾸게 해 이 방의 작은 heaven. 춤을 추고 내 수가 어지러운 만큼. Oh my god 한가득 채우고 있어. 잡아 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You make me feel like 11. 내 앞에 있는 너를 그 눈빛은 나를 So build me up, buttercup, don't break my heart. I'll be over at 10, you told me time and again, but you're late. I wait around and then I went to the door. I can't take it anymore, it's not you. You let me down again. Baby, baby, try to find a little time and I'll make you happy. I'll be home, I'll be beside the phone waiting for you, you, you. Why do you build me up, buttercup, baby, just to let me down and mess me around? And then worst of all, you never call, baby, when you say you will. But I love you still, I need you more than anyone, darling. You know that I have from the start. So build me up, buttercup, don't break my heart. To you I'm a toy, but I could be the boy you adore if you just let me know. Although you're untrue, I'm attracted to you all the more. Why do I need you so? Baby, baby, try to find a little time and I'll make you happy. I'll be home, I'll be beside the phone waiting for you, you, you. Why do you build me up, buttercup, baby, just to let me down and mess me around? And then worst of all, you never call, baby, when you say you will. But I love you still. Tall and gentle, too hard to handle. You're all that I want. You're all that I want. Oh, baby. Sweet as nectar, honeysuckle. You make everything so fun, oh boy. My sweet boy. Hey, you got a smile so bright, your pearls be making me so blind. Oh, you sugarcoat your words just to make sure that I don't get hurt. You make me higher than a sire, treat me like royalty. Do me a favor and just take me away. Tall and gentle, too hard to handle. You're all that I want. You're all that I want. Don't you know, baby? Sweet as nectar, honeysuckle. You make everything so fun, oh boy. My sweet boy. My sweet boy. Talk to me more. You're a little bit bored, I'm a little bit tired. We don't fight, though. You've been acting so cold, I don't know what you wanted. Every time we touch, it's like the last time. Holding on to something when it's not right. Tell me to my face that you're all mine. You don't know what I'm feeling.